Section 13 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 10, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 12, Part 1. Mary Beatrice returned to Saint-Germain in time to attend the deathbed of her old friend, Louis XIV, and to use her influence with him once more in behalf of her son. The dying monarch exerted himself to write with his own hand to his grandson, the King of Spain, urging him to render all the assistance he could to his adopted son, as he called the Chevalier de St. George, to aid in establishing him on the British throne. Louis had himself actually entered into serious engagements with Queen Mary Beatrice to furnish arms for 10,000 men and ships to transport them to Scotland. He had issued his commands for the preparation of the armament, and it was in a state of forwardness at the time when his death frustrated all the dispositions he had made in favor of the expected rising in the north of England. He gave, says the Duke of Berwick, all the orders that were necessary, and then calmly awaited his last hour. He had told the Queen of England several times that he was not ignorant, that at his advanced age he must soon expect to die, and thus he prepared himself for it, day by day, that he might not be taken by surprise. They had a very different opinion of him in the world, for there they imagined that he would not suffer anyone to speak to him of death. I know to a certainty that what I have stated is true, having had it from the mouth of the Queen herself, a princess of strict veracity. Louis XIV breathed his last September 1, 1715. Mary Beatrice, who was greatly afflicted, not only for the loss of her old friend, but on account of the damp that event was sure to cast on the hopes of the Jacobite cause at that painfully exciting crisis of the fortunes of her son, withdrew to Chaillot to indulge her grief. In the dispute which took place touching the guardianship of the infant king, his successor, the exiled queen was appealed to by the Duke of Maine and his party, as a person more in the confidence of the deceased monarch than anyone. Her Majesty deposed in the presence of the Duke and Duchess de Lauzun what had been said to her by Louis XIV on the subject of his testamentary dispositions, on which the Duke of Orleans, who had possessed himself of the power, observed with some point, that a testament could be of little value when the testator doubted whether it would ever be carried into effect. It was unfortunate for Mary Beatrice that by a sort of negative implication with the rival faction patronized by Madame de Maintenon, she incurred the ill will of the regent Orleans, and furnished him with an excuse for repudiating the cause of her son. The death of Louis XIV had produced an entire change in the aspect and interests of the French court. Madame de Maintenon found herself, in her present adversity, as carefully shunned by the minions of fortune as she had recently been courted and caressed. The fallen Queen of England was of a different spirit from the time-serving flatterers who feared to offend the prince, into whose hands the power of the French crown had fallen, by appearing to show the slightest marks of respect to his adversary. Not so wise in her generation as the children of this world, and acting in the kind sincerity of an honest heart, Mary Beatrice treated her afflicted friend with the tender sympathy and attention that were due to the relict of the deceased sovereign. Their first meeting was by mutual appointment at Chaillot. Madame de Maintenon was dressed in the deepest mourning, and looked ill and dejected. As soon as the queen saw her, she extended her arms towards her, and when they drew near each other, tenderly embraced her. Both burst into tears. Their communications were long and affectionate. Mary Beatrice recurred frequently to the memory of her departed lord, King James, but with that holy sorrow which time and religion had softened and subdued. With her there was a joy in her grief, and whenever Madame de Maintenon related any instance of piety shown by Louis on his deathbed, her Majesty was sure to rejoin, "That was like my sainted king, even he could not have done better." Madame de Maintenon repeated this observation afterwards to the sisters of Chaillot, and said it had given her much comfort. Mary Beatrice returned the same evening to Saint-Germain. When she was ready to leave her chamber, after she had taken an affectionate farewell of Madame de Maintenon, she asked for the abbess of Chaillot, who, with a train of the oldest sisters, attended her majesty to the gate. She spoke warmly in praise of Madame de Maintenon and the admirable frame of mind in which she appeared. The abbess replied, that her majesty's example had been very proper to animate that lady. The queen raised her eyes to heaven with a look that sufficiently indicated the humility of her heart, and entering the chapel, she knelt down for a few moments in the act of silent adoration, with an air of such perfect self-abasement that all present were deeply touched. She took the arm of the abbess as they left the chapel, and talked much of Madame de Maintenon and what she had been saying of Louis XIV, repeating, that it reminded her of her own sainted monarch. She bade the abbess a very gracious farewell, and requested her prayers for her son, and then, turning to the nuns, entreated that they would also pray for him. Mary Beatrice returned to Saint-Germain to hold her anxious counsels with Berwick and her son's new Secretary of State, Lord Bolingbroke, as to the means of obtaining the necessary supplies for the Jacobite rising in Scotland. Bolingbroke's frequent solicitations for that purpose to the regent Orleans only served to expose the designs of the friends of the cause and to put the British government on the alert. The arms and stores that had been secretly provided by the friendship of the deceased king, Louis XIV, were on board 12 ships lying at Havre. But just as they were ready to sail, Sir George Byng came into the roads with a squadron and prevented them from coming out of harbour, and Lord Stair, the British ambassador, demanded of the regent that they should be given up, as they were intended for the service of the Pretender. The regent, instead of doing this, ordered the ships to be unloaded and the arms and ammunition to be carried to the King of France's arsenal. This was one of the leading causes of the failure of the enterprise, since the bravest champions can do little without weapons. The rebellion in Scotland broke out prematurely, hurried on by the ardor of misjudging partisans. Its details belong to our national annals. All we have to do with it is to trace its effects on the personal history of the royal mother of the representative of the fated line of Stuart. Bolingbroke, in his letter to that prince of September 21st, after informing him that Her Majesty's almoner, Mr. Innes, and Captain O'Flanagan had been consulting about providing a vessel to convey him to the scene of action, says, "The Queen orders Mr. Innes to furnish money to O'Flanagan, and by that means he will guess at the service intended, as well as what was said to him before my return. But I shall say nothing to him, nor anyone else of the measure taken, because I know no better maxim, in all business, than that of trusting no creature with the least circumstance beyond what is absolutely necessary he should know, in order to enable him to execute his part of the service." An excellent maxim, doubtless, but the object of the new minister was evidently to alienate the confidence of his master from the queen and her councillors, and more than that, to estrange him from the only person capable of giving good advice, the Duke of Berwick, and that he had succeeded in creating a coolness may be perceived even from the manner in which he speaks of the Duke. The Duke of Berwick is gone to Saint-Germain, so that I shall have no opportunity of making either a secret or a confidence of this to him. I add no more as to his grace, though I should have something to say, because the Queen tells me she has writ to your Majesty her opinion, in which I most humbly concur. The self-importance of the new Secretary of State was piqued at finding Mary Beatrice confided implicitly in Berwick and only partially in himself, and that, instead of having to communicate intelligence to her, she communicated it to him. He intended to be the head of the Stuart cause, and he found himself only employed as the hand. The Queen and Berwick transacted all the secret important correspondence and negotiations together, and then employed him, not as a minister of state, but as an official secretary. Berwick had been empowered by Her Majesty to press the King of Sweden for performance of his promise of landing 8,000 troops in Scotland to assist her son. But Charles was himself in great difficulties, being closely besieged at Stralsund, at the very time his aid was solicited, and could only express his regret at being unable to accord the needful succors. The King of Spain revoked his promise of a pecuniary loan at the same time, and both these inauspicious circumstances being communicated by Mary Beatrice to Bolingbroke, he thus briefly announces the twofold disappointment to the luckless Chevalier de St. George. I enclose to your majesty, continues Bolingbroke, 2 letters from Stralsund, with great reluctance, since you will find by them that all our hopes of troops are vanished. I received them from the Queen, whose packet accompanies this, and who intends to send your majesty's servants down to you. The Chevalier replied, that his affairs had a melancholy aspect, but that so far from discouraging him, it confirmed him in his determination to set out at once, since matters only became worse by delay, and that he ought to have been on the spot 6 months before. It was necessary for him to come to Paris or its environs in order to hold a private council with his mother and friends previous to his embarkation from one of the ports on the coast of Bretagne. Some political overtures were made at this time in the vain hope of propitiating the regent for a marriage between his unmarried daughter, Mademoiselle de Valois, and the Chevalier de St. George. How far the queen was concerned in promoting this project does not appear. It certainly was not pushed, with any degree of earnestness, on the part of the prince, who apprehended that it would be injurious to his popularity with his party in England. It has been said that the young lady herself, being greatly in love with the royal knight-errant, who at that period excited a very romantic interest in France, besought her father to make her his wife, to which the cautious regent replied, Nous verrons, ma fille, nous verrons. Meantime, the standard of the Chevalier had been raised in Scotland, and a formidable insurrection, headed by Lord Derwentwater and Mr. Forster, took place in Northumberland. On the second Sunday in October, the Protestant clergymen, who acted as chaplains to the rebel muster, prayed for the son of James II by the style and title of King James, and for Mary Beatrice by the designation of Mary Queen Mother. The same was done at Kelso, where a mixed congregation of Protestants and Roman Catholics met in the great kirk to listen to a political sermon preached by the Reverend Mr. Patten on the text, "The blessing of the firstborn is his." The gentlemen of the latter persuasion told the preacher that they approved very well of our liturgy, which they had never heard before. On the 28th of October, the Chevalier left Bar. Information was immediately given to the British ambassador, Lord Stair, who went to the regent Orleans and demanded, in the name of his sovereign George I, that orders should be issued to prevent his passage through France. The regent, according to the Duke of Berwick's statement, replied, "If you can point out to a certainty the precise place where he may be found, I will have him reconducted to Lorraine, but I am not obliged to be either spy or jailer for King George." Some days afterwards, Lord Stair assured the regent that the pretender would arrive on such a day, which he named at Chalons in Champagne. Prudence, says Lamonti, prescribed to the regent a conduct oblique enough to satisfy George I without discouraging the Jacobites, but the events precipitated themselves, as it were, with a rapidity which rendered it difficult to preserve a course sufficiently gliding. He summoned Contandes, the major of the guards, into his presence, and there, before Lord Stair, gave positive orders to him to intercept the prince on the road and conduct him back to Lorraine. But aware of the unpopularity in which such a proceeding would involve him, he secretly instructed Contandes not to find the person of whom he went in quest. Berwick adds that the Chevalier, being warned of the intended arrest, kept out of the danger by taking a circuitous route. Contandes, on his return, gave a flourishing account to Stair of all he had done during an absence of several days, and his excellency affected to be satisfied, yet he shrewdly suspected that the regent had no particular desire to hinder the passage of the Chevalier, and Contandes no great relish for the commission that had been imposed on him. Stair had also sent out his myrmidons out in all directions to try to discover the road the prince was taking, but he was so well disguised and travelled with so few companions that he never heard of him till it was too late to be of any use. No one was more uncertain of the movements of her son than the queen, for he dared not write to her, lest his letters should be intercepted. He had withal too much reason to suspect that she could not keep a secret, and that there were traitors at Saint-Germain and spies within the hallowed pale of her favourite retreat at Chaillot. The feelings of the anxious mother, though they had never been unveiled to public view, may be imagined, after her only son, her last surviving child, had left a place of security, and set forth to join a desperate enterprise, with a bill of attainder hanging over him, and the price of blood on his head, when a fortnight had elapsed since she had heard tidings of him. 12 precious inedited letters from the Queen's faithful lady-in-waiting, Lady Sophia Buckley, who generally performed the office of private secretary to her royal mistress, when unable to write herself, to her friends at Chaillot, afford much interesting information connected with the personal history of Mary Beatrice at this period. They are addressed to the abbess and ex-abbess, La Mère de Poissy of Chaillot, written in very bad but perfectly intelligible French, though illiterately spelled. Lady Sophia, though a Scotchwoman and a Stuart of Blantyre by birth, had, during her 27 years' exile with her royal mistress, nearly forgotten her mother tongue, and writes Perth, Partey, and Sterling, Stirl. There is, however, a warmth of feeling, an affectionate simplicity in her style that are worth all the meretricious graces and elegantly turned periods of the classic Bolingbroke. The first letter of this valuable series of domestic documents is dated merely this 13th of November. The date preceded by St. Andrew's Cross, the distinctive mark of this lady's correspondence, from which our limits will only permit us to select such extracts as relate to the Queen. Lady Sophia commences her first letter to the ex-abbess, written, she says, by the desire of the Queen, with inquiries after the health of the sisters of Chaillot, and then proceeds: God be thanked, that of the Queen is good, though she looks ill enough, which is not wonderful, considering the painful inquietude she suffers, and must continue to do, till the king her son be established. Her Majesty commands me to inform you of what you have probably heard some time ago, which is, that the king my master has left Lorraine. But this is all she can tell you at present, except that his affairs go on prosperously in Scotland, and that we reckon that the Earl of Mar has at Perth 20,000 men well disciplined, and firmly united for the good cause, and that the Duke of Argyll has not more than 3,000 men in his camp. Moreover, in the north of England, 4 provinces, that is, counties, have declared for the good cause, and the Scotch, that is to say, a considerable portion of the army of the Earl of Mar, are going, if possible, to join our friends in the north, but as Argyll is encamped at Stirling, and guards the passage of the river and the bridges, where he is strongly entrenched, it is difficult to force it. Nevertheless, they hope soon to pass into England. Such was the exaggerated account of the state of her son's affairs in Scotland, which flattered the maternal hopes of the widowed consort of James II, while she was, at the same time, tortured with suspense and uncertainty on his account, not knowing what had become of him, whether he was in France, Scotland, or England, living or dead, at this momentous crisis of his fortunes. The Earl of Mar had written to her on the 12th of October, giving her a statement of the proceedings of the insurgents, and earnestly demanding the presence of him they styled their king. Lady Sophia Buckley concludes her letter to the abbess of Chaillot in these words: The Queen begs you, my dear mother, and all the community, to redouble, if it be possible, your holy prayers for the preservation of the person of the king, and for the success of this great enterprise, and for the preservation of his faithful subjects. Her Majesty ordered me to write yesterday, but we waited till this evening, having a hope that the letters from England, which ought to come today, might furnish some fresh news. But as the post is delayed, Her Majesty would not longer defer, inquiring what tidings you have, and communicating hers to you. For myself, permit me, my dearest mother, to assure you that no one can esteem and honor you more entirely than your very obedient servant, S. Buckley. I hope that Miss Plowden and her lady mother are both well. Have the goodness, my beloved mother, to tell my dear Catherine Angelique that the queen is very sorry she has not time to answer her letter, but she must not allow that to discourage her from writing, as her majesty is very glad to receive letters from her. Endorsed. To the very reverend Maire de Possé, de Mouflay, of the ladies of Saint Marie de Chaillot, at Chaillot. Almost immediately after the date of this letter, the queen received an intimation of the movements of her son, who, dodged by the spies of the British embassy, had been playing at hide-and-seek for many days, without venturing to approach the coast, though his friend, Lord Walsh, lay at Nantes, with a light-armed, swift-sailing vessel, ready to convey him down the Loire. The Chevalier de St. George and his friend, William Erskine, earl to the brother of Buchan, wandering about in disguise, observed that portraits and descriptions of his person were set up in some of the post-houses to facilitate his apprehension. Another of his attendants, Colonel Hay, falling in with a party that were lying in wait to seize the royal adventurer, very narrowly escaped being assassinated, in mistake for him, as he was travelling in one of his post-carriages. All of a sudden, the Chevalier determined to come to Paris to attend a general council of his friends, both French and English, that was to be held at the Hôtel de Breteuil, the house of the Baron de Breteuil et de Preuilly, a nobleman of great wealth and of distinguished family, who had married the beautiful daughter of Lord and Lady O'Brien Clare, who had accompanied Queen Mary Beatrice on her voyage to France when she fled with her infant son in 1688. Lady Clare was the state housekeeper at Saint-Germain and one of the ladies of the bedchamber to the queen. The Hôtel de Breteuil was the resort of all that was gay, gallant, and spirituel in Paris. It was also, of course, a general rendezvous for the friends of the House of Stuart. It was in the salons of the Marquise de Châtelet, the sister of the Baron de Breteuil, they held their conferences. When the queen was informed that her son meant to take Paris in his route, she came to Chaillot to avail herself of the opportunity of making all necessary arrangements with him and bidding him a personal farewell. The following interesting particulars are recorded in the autobiography of one of the nieces of the Baron de Breteuil. The Chevalier de St. George came very privately to Paris in the dress of an abbé, with only one or two companions. He went directly to the Hôtel de Breteuil, where he met all his friends and confederates. It should seem, the young ladies of the family had the honour of being presented to him, which made a great impression on Madame de Crequy, then Mademoiselle de Faulay, a girl in her teens, who continues, "He was at that time a very handsome and accomplished prince, and did not appear more than 5 or 6 and 20 years of age. We had the honour of making our courtesies to him, and he addressed some complimentary words to us, after which he withdrew with his followers into my uncle's cabinet, where they remained in conference great part of the night. At the dawn of day he departed for Chaillot, where the queen, his mother, who had come to meet him, was waiting for him at the convent of the Visitation. He slept in a little house which the Duc de Lauzun had, no one knew why, retained for his own use in that village. He remained there 24 hours." Mary Beatrice felt this parting with her son on an expedition so full of peril a severe trial. He was dearer to her than ever, the last tie that bound her to the world of care and sorrow. But she suspected not that the only serious danger he was to encounter would be within a few hours after he had bidden her adieu. The Hôtel de Breteuil was a marked place, and everything that passed there was watched with jealous attention by the spies of Lord Stair. There was, besides, an unsuspected traitress within the domestic circle. Mademoiselle Emilie de Châtelet was so greatly piqued at the preference evinced by one of the prince's gentlemen in waiting, Lord Keith, for her cousin, Mademoiselle de Freulet, that she did all she could to injure the Jacobite cause out of revenge. Secret information of whatever designs came to her knowledge was communicated by her immediately to the Earl of Stair. It was, therefore, in all probability, through the ill offices of this inimical member of the family circle at the Hôtel de Breteuil, that the intelligence of the Chevalier de St. George's visit was conveyed to the British Embassy, together with the information that he was to set out the following day for Château Thierry, on his way to the coast of Bretagne, and that he would change horses at Nonancourt. If we may believe the following statement of Madame de Crequy, which is corroborated by Lamonte, Duclos, Saint-Simon, and several other contemporary French writers, Lord Stair, misdoubting the regent Orleans, instead of claiming his promise of arresting the unfortunate prince, determined to take surer measures on his own account, by sending people in his own employ to waylay him. Be this as it may, it is certain that the prince, after he had taken leave of the queen, his mother, started from Chaillot in one of the post-carriages of the Baron de Bretel, attended by some horsemen who had put on the livery of that noble French family. At the entrance of the village of Nonancourt, which is not more than 20 leagues from Paris, a woman begged the postilions to stop, and stepping quickly on the boot of the carriage, she addressed the feigned abbé in these words: "If you are the King of England, go not to the post-house, or you are lost, for several villains are waiting there to murder you." Rather a startling announcement for a man on whose head the tremendous bribe of £100,000 had been set by the British government. Without betraying any discomposure, he asked the woman who she was, and how she came by her information. She replied, "My name is La Hopital. I am a lone woman, the mistress of the post-house of Nonancourt, which I warn you not to approach, for I have overheard 3 Englishmen, who are still drinking there, discussing with some desperate characters in this neighbourhood a design of setting upon a traveller, who was to change horses with me tonight, on his way to Château Thierry, where you are expected, on your road to England." She added, that she had taken care to intoxicate the ruffians, and having locked the door upon them, had stolen out to warn him of his danger, beseeching him at the same time to confide implicitly in her good intentions, and allow her to conduct him to the house of the Curé, where he would be safe. There was something so simple and earnest in this woman's manner, that, stranger as she was to him, the royal adventurer resigned himself to her guidance, with that frank reliance on the generous impulses of the female character, which no one of his race had ever cause to rue. She led him and his attendants safely to the house of the village pastor, then ran to summon Monsieur d'Argenson, the nearest magistrate, who came properly supported, and took 3 persons into custody at the post-house. 2 of them were Englishmen, and produced Lord Stair's passports. The other was a French baron, well known as a spy in the employ of that minister. The leader of the party was Colonel Douglas, son of Sir William Douglas, an attaché to the embassy, who assumed a high tone and said, "that he and his companions were in the service of the British ambassador." The magistrate coolly observed that no ambassador would avow such actions as that in which he was engaged, and committed them all to prison. Meantime, the worthy L'Hopital dispatched one of her couriers to the Marquis de Torcy with a statement of what had occurred, and took care to send the chevalier forward on his journey in another dress, and in one of her own voitures, with a fresh relay of horses, with which he reached Nantes, and finding the vessel in waiting for him, descended the Loire and safely arrived at St. Malo's. Mary Beatrice wrote with her own hand to Mademoiselle L'Hopital a letter full of thanks for the preservation of her son, but that which charmed the good woman most was the acknowledgments she received from the regent, who sent her his portrait as a testimonial of his approbation of her conduct on this occasion. Reasons of state compelled the regent to stifle the noise made by this adventure, and he prevented the depositions of the postmistress of Nonancourt and her servants from being published. Lady Sophia Buckley gives the superior of Chaillot the following confidential account of the state of mind in which her royal mistress and herself remained, during a second interval of suspense that intervened before tidings of the chevalier's proceedings reached the anxious little court at Saint-Germain. This 28th of November. As the Queen intends to write to you, my dear mother, I shall not say much, except to let you know that, through the mercy of God, the Queen is well, and received yesterday news from Scotland and the north of England, but still her Majesty can hear no tidings of the King her son. Her Majesty doubts not of the fervour and zeal of your prayers to the Lord for his preservation. The lively and firm faith of the Queen supports her, which makes me every moment reproach myself for being so frequently transported with fears for the safety of the King. I take shame to myself when I see how tranquil the hope she has in divine providence renders the queen. But I pray you not to notice this in your reply, for I put on the courageous before her majesty." Under the impression that her son had embarked at St. Malo, Mary Beatrice enclosed the packet of letters for him to the Earl of Mar in Scotland, to whom she also wrote. But the Chevalier, though he went on board ship, waited several days for a favourable wind, and finally learning that the forces of George I occupied Dunstaffnage, where he intended to land, and that there was a squadron on the lookout for him, came on shore again, and travelled privately on horseback to Dunkirk, where he embarked on board a small vessel of 8 guns, attended by 6 gentlemen only, who were disguised like himself in the dress of French naval officers. He was 7 days in performing the voyage, and it was long ere the news of his safe landing reached the court of Saint-Germain. On the 5th of December, Lady Sophia Buckley writes by the desire of her royal mistress to the superior of Chaillot to inquire after the health of the community, and to tell them the floating rumours that had reached her from the scene of action. "Her Majesty," she says, "continues well, but, as you may truly suppose, very restless till she can receive sure intelligence of the arrival of the king, her son, in Scotland. There are reports, but we imagine without foundation, that the faithful friends of the king have been defeated in England, and on the other hand, they say that the Earl of Mar has beaten our enemies in Scotland, but that wants confirming. However, there are many letters which corroborate the latter rumour, yet we dare not flatter ourselves at present, for if it be really so, there will surely arrive between this and tomorrow morning the verification, which the queen will not fail to communicate to the dear sister Catherine Angelique, as she intends to write to her. Therefore, it will not be necessary for me to inflict on you the trouble of reading a longer letter of my scrawling." Griffonage is the word. It is certainly graphically descriptive of the queer calligraphy of the noble amanuensis, to say nothing of her misapplication of capitals to adjectives and adverbs, and small letters for names of places, but her unaffected sympathy for the royal mistress, whose exile and adversity she shared for 27 years, makes every word from her pen precious. She adds 2 postscripts to this letter. The first, to tell the abbess that the Duc de Lauzun had just arrived at Saint-Germain, but was not likely to remain more than 24 hours. The second, which is dated 5 o'clock in the evening, shows that he was the bearer of heavy tidings, which Lady Sophia thus briefly intimates. The bad news from the north of England having been confirmed, and that from Scotland none too good, the queen orders me to tell you, my dearest mother, that she cannot write, and I am to tell you that she doubts not that you will redouble your prayers for the preservation of the person of the king her son, for the prosperity and consolation of his faithful subjects. The disastrous intelligence which Lauzun had come to Saint-Germain to break to Mary Beatrice was no less than the death blow of her son's cause in England, in consequence of the cowardly or treacherous conduct of Mr. Forster at Preston, and the defeat and surrender of the rebel army there on the 13th of November, together with the loss of the battle of Sheriff Muir in Scotland on the same day. The queen and her faithful ladies spent their melancholy Christmas at Saint-Germain in painful uncertainty of what had become of the Chevalier de St. George. Lady Sophia Buckley writes again to the superior of Chaillot on the 29th of December, telling her that the queen continues well and had been able to attend for 9 successive days the services of the church for that holy season, which, continues Lady Sophia, have been very consolatory to her majesty, who only breathes for devotion. Her ladyship goes on to communicate the messages of her royal mistress to her cloistered friends in these words. The queen commands me to tell you that as soon as she receives any good news, she will not fail to impart it. She says you are not to give credit to the report, which she understands you have heard, that the Scotch wish to make peace with the Duke of Hanover, for it is not true, although their affairs are not in so good a condition as they were. The season is so inclement there that they cannot do anything on either side. God has his seasons for all things, and we must submit to his holy will, and not cease to hope in his mercy, since our cause is just. The manner in which Lady Sophia speaks of her royal mistress is very interesting. Although you know the great virtue of the Queen, my dear mother, you would be surprised to see with what firmness Her Majesty supports all the trying events that have come upon her since she has been at Saint-Germain. Return thanks to God, my dear mother, for all the grace he has given the Queen, and request of him a continuation of it for her and her preservation, who is so dear to us. This unaffected tribute of affection and esteem from one of the noble British matrons of her bedchamber, who had lost everything for her sake, surely affords a presumptive evidence of the moral worth of the consort of James II. It is a common saying, that no man is a hero to his valet de chambre. But this proverb appears reversed with regard to our unfortunate Queen, for the more we search into the records that have been borne of her by her personal attendants, and all those who enjoyed the opportunity of observing her conduct in her most unreserved hours of privacy, the brighter does the picture grow. Be it also noted, that no one who knew her intimately has ever spoken ill of her, although she was not, of course, free from the faults and errors of judgment inherent in human nature. It will be said, that those who have commended Mary Beatrice were partial witnesses, being her servants and personal friends, nor can this be denied, seeing that they gave proofs of attachment not often to be met with among courtiers. Partial they were, for they preferred her in her poverty, exile, and adversity to her powerful and prosperous rivals, the regnant queens, Mary and Anne. They preferred her service to their own interests, and were contented to be poor expatriated outlaws for her sake, and being thus faithful in deeds, is it likely that they would be unfaithful in their words, or less worthy of credit than the unscrupulous writers who performed an acceptable service to her powerful enemies by calumniating her? End of section 13. Section 14 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 10, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 12, Part 2. The new year, 1716, opened drearily on Mary Beatrice. Every day agitated her with conflicting rumors of victories and defeats, and it was not till the 10th of January that she received certain tidings that her son had reached his destination in safety. The following animated letter from the Lady Sophia Buckley gives a brief but pleasing account of the welcome news to the Abbess of Chaillot, and will best describe the feelings with which it was received by the royal mother. This Friday, 10th of January. By the order of the Queen, my dearest mother, I have the honor and the pleasure of informing you that by the grace of God, the King, my master, landed in Scotland on Tuesday week at Peterhead, in spite of 14 or 15 English vessels that were hovering on the coast to take him. After that, can we doubt that Holy Providence protects him in all things, or of the goodness of God towards our dear King for the time to come? The Queen is well, thanks be to the Lord. Her Majesty and all of us are, as you may well believe, transported with joy. Will you assist us, my very dear mother, in offering up thanksgivings to God for his goodness, and asking of him a continuance of them? I cannot tell you more at present. Endorsed, to the very Reverend Mother, Superior of the Ladies of Saint Marie de Chaillot, at Chaillot. The letter of the Chevalier himself, announcing his arrival, was written to his Secretary of State, Lord Bolingbroke, and is dated 3 weeks earlier. It is very short, and will, perhaps, be acceptable to the reader. James Stuart to Lord Bolingbroke, Peterhead, Scotland, December 22nd, 1715. I am at last, thank God, in my own ancient kingdom, as the bearer will tell you, with all the particulars of my voyage, and his own proposals of future service. Send the Queen the news I have got, and give a line to the Regent en attendant, that I send you from the army a letter from our friends, to whom I am going tomorrow. I find things in a prosperous way. I hope and will go on well. If friends on your side do their part, as I shall have done mine, my compliments to Magni, tell him the good news. I don't write to him, for I am wearied, and won't delay a moment the bearer. J.R. In his letter dated Kynyard, January 2, 1716, the Chevalier sends several messages to the Queen, his mother. He speaks of his own situation cheerfully, though he owns with some humor that he has nothing to begin the campaign with but himself. All is in confusion, he says. Before my arrival, terms of accommodation pretty openly talked of. The Highlanders return home, and but 4,000 men left at Perth. Had I retarded some days longer, I might have had a message not to come at all. My presence, indeed, has had, and will have, I hope, good effects. The affection of the people is beyond all expression. We are too happy if we can maintain Perth this winter. That is the point of the last importance. We shall not leave it without blows. I send to the Queen, my mother, all the letters I mention here, that she may peruse them, and then agree with you the best ways of forwarding them. You will show her this, for mine to her refers to it. There will go by the next messenger a duplicate of this packet, except my letter to the Queen. Mary Beatrice had endured the conflicts of hope and fear, the pangs of disappointment, and the tortures of suspense for upwards of 4 months, with the patience of a Christian and the firmness of a heroine, so that, as we have seen by Lady Sophia Buckley's letters, every one was astonished at her calmness, when all around her were in a state of excitement and alarm. But directly she received the cheering intelligence that her son had landed in Scotland, where his presence had been vainly demanded for the last 13 years, the revulsion of feeling overpowered her feeble frame, and she was attacked with a nervous fever, which rendered her incapable of further exertion. Lady Sophia Buckley, to whose correspondence with the religieuses of Shiloh we are indebted for these interesting particulars connected with the almost forgotten mother of the Chevalier de St. George, at the period of the disastrous attempt of his friends in Scotland to restore him to the throne of his forefathers, writes on the 29th of January, 1716, by desire of her royal mistress, to the abbess of Chaillot, to tell her that her majesty was progressing favourably towards convalescence, though still feeble. After having kept her bed 15 days, the queen had sat up the day before, for the first time, and was so much better that nothing but her weakness prevented her from being dressed and going on as usual. That she now slept well, and the Chevalier Garvin, her physician, would not allow her to take bark oftener than twice in 24 hours, which he meant her to continue for some time to come. If the weather were not so inclement, her majesty would soon be restored. Continues Lady Sophia. For, thank God, she recovers very rapidly after these sort of illnesses, when once the fever leaves her, by which we perceive that her constitution is naturally good. The queen has not received anything since the arrival of the courier from the king, who brought the news of his landing. She is expecting every moment to see one arrive, but apparently the contrary winds caused the delay. In the meantime, some of the letters from Edinburgh notice that the king arrived at Perth on the 7th, and that all the nobles in the Duke of Mar's army went on before to receive his majesty. They appeared transported with joy to see him, and the following day he reviewed his army at Perth. The enthusiastic affection of Lady Sophia Buckley for the cause, combined with her droll French, has the effect of making her identify herself in this letter with the Jacobite army at Perth, for she says, "The enemy threatens much to attack us before our forces can be drawn together. Their numbers much exceed ours at Perth. Therefore," continues her ladyship, "we have the more need of your prayers for them." After communicating the usual petition of the queen to the community of Chaillot for more prayers for the success and preservation of the king, she adds, "To tell you the truth, I fear he will have much to do ere he can be put in possession of his crowns, but I doubt not that time will come after many troubles, for I should fail in my duty to God if I doubted of his protecting the king, my master, after having preserved him through so many perils from the time he was 3 months old. I should have little faith if I could doubt that his holy providence would always take care of our lawful king, and after having thoroughly proved him as gold in the furnace, giving him the victory over his perfidious enemies. After this enthusiastic burst of loyalty, which may be forgiven to a lady who claimed kindred with the royal house of Stuart, and who had been present at the birth of the exiled heir of that ill-fated line, Lady Sophia adverts to a subject of nearer, if not dearer interest to herself. "May I not venture," she says, "my dearest mother, to entreat you to think of me in your prayers to the Lord and of my son, who set out on Wednesday fortnight for Scotland. God grant that he be arrived in some safe port, but unhappily a gentleman belonging to the king my master, named Mr. Booth, is supposed to have perished on the English coast, or to have been taken prisoner. God grant that the fate of my son may be better." Nothing could be nearer to a tragic termination than the expedition in which Mr. Buckley, the son of this noble lady, and his two companions, the Marquis of Tynemouth, the eldest son of the Duke of Berwick, and Sir John Erskine, were engaged. They had been deputed by the Queen and the Duke of Berwick to convey to the aid of the Chevalier in Scotland 100,000 crowns in ingots of gold, which the King of Spain had at last granted to the earnest importunities of the royal widow in behalf of her son. "But," says the Duke of Berwick, "everything appeared to conspire to ruin our projects. The vessel in which they were was wrecked on the coast of Scotland, and as it was in the night, they had barely time to save themselves by means of the shallop, without being able to carry away any of the ingots, which they had concealed in the hold of the ship." The Queen still kept her chamber, when Lady Sophia Buckley wrote by her desire, on the 5th of February, to communicate to the Abbess of Chaillot the intelligence of her son's proceedings in Scotland. The gentleman had just arrived from Perth with letters, and had rejoiced the anxious ladies at Saint-Germain and their royal mistress, with an account of the universal rapture which had pervaded all ranks of the people in that quarter of Scotland at beholding the representative of their ancient monarchs among them again, or, as the refrain of the Jacobite song written on that occasion has it, "The odd Stuarts back again." The Queen, writes Lady Sophia Buckley, "has waited, that she might send you her tidings, which, thanks to God, are good. She was hoping to tell you all about the king, her son, because she was expecting every moment the arrival of a courier from him, and now a gentleman has just come, who left the king, my master, in perfect health on Saturday week. All the Scotch in that neighbourhood were delighted beyond description to see him. All the world came to kiss his hand in such crowds, that he was obliged to extend them both at once, so that he might be able to save a little time to attend to business. The noblemen and officers were charmed to find that he could understand them so well. My Lord Edward wrote to my lady his wife, that without seeing, no one could conceive the joy with which the people were transported. The gentleman who had come says, that he believes the king is crowned, that is to say, consecrated, for he was to be in a few days at the time of his departure. In short, my dear mother, the affairs of his majesty are in as favourable a train as they can be in this inclement season, for they have just the same weather there as here, only the cold is more severe. A melancholy reverse is presented to this flattering picture by turning to the history of the rebellion, by which it appears that at the very time Queen Mary Beatrice and her ladies were rejoicing and offering up thanksgivings to God for these imaginary successes, the royal mother was pleasing herself with the idea that the coronation of her son as king of the ancient realm of Scotland had actually taken place, that his recognition in London would quickly follow, and that her eyes would look upon his consecration in Westminster Abbey. The desperate enterprise was already at an end, and he in whose behalf it had been undertaken was a fugitive. The Duke of Berwick declares, that from the first there was no hopes of a successful issue to this desperate enterprise, and that when the prince arrived in Scotland, he found his cause in a most melancholy position. His army, which the Earl of Mar had, in his letters, exaggerated to 16,000 men, did not amount to more than 4,000 or 5,000, ill-armed and badly disciplined, while Argyle had a great train of artillery and a very great superiority in numbers of well-armed veteran troops. Argyle was at one time within 8 miles of Perth, and for reasons best known to himself, refrained from attacking the Jacobite forces. It might be that he was willing to spare the slaughter of so many of his countrymen, and wished not to bring the blood of the unfortunate representative of the ancient royal line of Scotland on his house. But, from whatever motive, it is certain that he allowed him to escape when he might have annihilated him and his little army. The Chevalier, at first, refused to avail himself of the opportunity of retiring from Scotland, and it was not till he was assured that by withdrawing he would enable his unhappy friends to make their peace with the Britannic government that he could be induced to do so. When he embarked for Montrose, he sent a sum of money, the remnant of his slender resources, with a letter to Argyle, desiring it might be applied to the relief of the poor people, whose villages he had reluctantly given orders to burn. So that, said he, I may, at least, have the satisfaction of having been the destruction of none at a time when I came to free all. Such tenderness of conscience passed for an unheard of mixture of folly and weakness in times like those, and produced, as the unerring result, an overflowing access of calumny. But to return to the queen his mother, of whom Lady Sophia Buckley gives the superior of Chaillot the following intelligence, in a letter dated February 5th. Her Majesty had entirely left her bed since my last, and had been daily taking a few turns in her chamber till yesterday, when the gout attacked her 2 feet. The Chevalier Garvin, her physician, entreated her to keep in bed, because the inflammatory action would pass off the sooner. This her Majesty has proved, for she is much better today than she was yesterday. Her Majesty sends her regards to her dear friends. In her concluding paragraph, Lady Sophia adverts to the frightful peril in which her own son had been involved, of which she had just heard from the gentleman who had brought the letters from the Chevalier to Queen Mary Beatrice. She says, I entreat you, my dear mother, to have the goodness to assist me in returning thanks to the Almighty for the escape of the Earl of Tynemouth and my son, about a fortnight back, from the wreck on the coast of Scotland. Happily, they were not above 20 miles from Perth, and the gentleman who has arrived here today says that they had joined the king before he departed. You see what great cause I have to offer up my thanksgivings to God, which I can never do sufficiently by myself without your charitable aid and that of our dear sisters. The sanguine anticipations which had been raised at Saint-Germain by the flattering reports of the prince's messenger were too quickly destroyed by accounts of the hopeless position of the Stuart cause. On the 16th of February, Lady Sophia Buckley tells the abbess of Chaillot that anguish of heart had made the queen ill again, but still she trusted that her Majesty would rally in a day or 2, unless some very sad news should arrive to agitate her. That which we have from England this evening, continues her ladyship, intimates that our enemies intend to give us battle soon, if they have not done so already, as they far outnumber the king's army, and are all regular troops. We have much to fear. I tell you these things frankly, my dear mother, that you may see what need there is of your prayers, but make no observation, if you please, on this passage, for the queen reads all your letters herself. Thus we see that Lady Sophia, although she was writing this letter in her capacity as private secretary to her Majesty, was able to introduce information, of which the considerate ladies at Saint-Germain had deemed it expedient to keep their royal mistress in ignorance. Nothing could be more pitiable than the state of trembling apprehension in which both the queen and her noble attendants awaited the arrival of letters and newspapers from England, Scotland, and Holland. The Dutch Gazette was at that time a less restricted medium of publishing the events of the day than any English journal whatsoever. Editors and printers in London had, it is true, occasionally been induced to venture their ears for gold, but not during the suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act. The queen's distress of mind at this trying season was aggravated by the conduct of her son's Secretary of State, Lord Bolingbroke, who, instead of showing the slightest consideration for her maternal anxiety, treated her with marked disrespect, and neither attempted to communicate intelligence nor to consult her on what steps ought to be taken for the assistance of him he called his master. Ever since the death of Louis XIV, he had regarded the cause of the Chevalier de St. George as hopeless, and according to Lord Stair's report, he did his utmost to render it so, by squandering, in his own profligate pursuits, the money with which he had been too confidingly entrusted to buy powder and other supplies for the Jacobite muster. Mary Beatrice was, meantime, suffering great pecuniary difficulties, which are alluded to by Lady Sophia Buckley in reply to some appeal that had been made to Her Majesty's benevolence through the Abbess of Chaillot, to whom she says, "The Queen orders me to tell you that she is much grieved. Her finances are so scanty that it is out of her power to do anything for this lady. The Queen, between ourselves," continues Lady Sophia, "has never been in greater distress for money than she is at present. They are now, the old story, 8 months in arrear with her pension. The Lord, I hope, will comfort Her Majesty and reward her great patience by giving her shortly her own. I cannot cease to believe it, and to hope in God against all human hopes. The prisoners taken in England are condemned to death. There are many Catholics among them." The next event in the life of Mary Beatrice was the return of her luckless son. The Chevalier de St. George landed safely at Gravelines about February 22, and came secretly in disguise to see her at Saint-Germain, where, in spite of the interdict against his presence in the French dominions, he remained with her several days, a consolation she had scarcely ventured to anticipate after the disastrous termination of his expedition to Scotland. More than once she had said, during his absence, that she could be content if he were spared to her, to say, like Jacob, "It is enough, Joseph my son yet liveth." But to look upon his face once more she scarcely ventured to expect. The morning after the arrival of the Chevalier at Saint-Germain, Lord Bolingbroke came to wait upon him, and advised him to return to Bar as quickly as possible, lest he should be denied an asylum there. It was, however, an indispensable matter of etiquette that permission should be requested of the Duke of Lorraine, and that the prince should wait for his answer. After lingering at Saint-Germain longer than prudence warranted, he bade his widowed mother farewell, and set out for Chalons-sur-Marne, where he told her and Bolingbroke it was his intention to wait for the reply of the Duke of Lorraine. But he proceeded no farther than Malmaison, and then, retracing his steps, went to the house of Mademoiselle de Chausseret at Neuilly, and Her Majesty had the surprise and mortification of learning that he spent 8 days there in the society of several intriguing female politicians, and held private consultations with the Spanish and Swedish ambassadors, from which his best friends were excluded. The royal mother would possibly have remained in ignorance of circumstances alike painful to her and injurious to him, if his ill-managed rupture with Bolingbroke had not betrayed the unsuspected secret to her and all the world. The Duke of Berwick, dazzled with the wit and literary accomplishments of Bolingbroke, attached a value to that false brilliant, which he was far from meriting, and declared, "that the Chevalier had committed an enormous blunder in dismissing from his service the only Englishman capable of managing his affairs." Mary Beatrice, who placed a greater reliance on Berwick's judgment than on her own, acted probably in compliance with his suggestions in sending a conciliatory message to Bolingbroke, assuring him that she had had no concern in his dismissal, and expressed a hope that she might be able to adjust the differences between him and her son. The tone in which all-accomplished St. John rejected her proffered mediation savoured more of his Roundhead education than of the classical elegance of phraseology for which he had been celebrated. He was now, he said, a free man, and wished his arm might rot off if he ever again drew his sword or his pen in her son's cause. It is doubtful whether Butcher Harrison or any other low-bred member of the Rump could have replied to a fallen queen and distressed mother in terms more coarsely mannerly. Lord Stair, who appears to have been somewhat better acquainted with Bolingbroke's proceedings than the Duke of Berwick, gives the following jeering account of the affair to his friend Horace Walpole. Poor Harry is turned out from being Secretary of State, and the seals are given to Lord Mar. They call him knave and traitor, and God knows what. I believe all poor Harry's fault was that he could not play his part with a grave enough face. He could not help laughing now and then at such kings and queens. He had a mistress here in Paris and got drunk now and then, and he spent the money upon his mistress that he should have bought powder with, and neglected buying the powder or the arms, and never went near the Queen Mary Beatrice. For the rest, they, that is the Jacobites, begin to believe that their king is unlucky, and that the westerly winds and Bolingbroke's treasons have defeated the finest project that ever was laid. The letters of Mary Beatrice to her friends at Chaillot at this exciting period have been apparently abstracted from the collection preserved in the Hôtel des Soubise, for although she generally employed Lady Sophia Buckley as her amanuensis in the Chaillot correspondence, she occasionally wrote herself when time and the state of her health permitted, as we find from the commencing words of the following touching note of that faithful friend, which, it seems, enclosed one of hers. This 6th of March. As I have the honour to put this envelope to the Queen's letter, I have no need, my dearest mother, to give you the trouble of reading one in my bad writing, save to tell you that we have great cause to praise God that her Majesty continues well. The Lord gives us much consolation in that, while he chastens us in other things. His name be blessed for all. We remain in a constant state of uncertainty as to what will become of our friends who remain in Scotland, especially our husbands and sons. Permit me, my dear mother, to entreat a continuance of your charitable prayers for them, and believe me to be, with much attachment, your very humble and obedient servant, S. Buckley. The son of Lady Sophia happily escaped the dreadful penalty suffered by too many of the unfortunate noblemen and gentlemen who had been rash enough to engage in the desperate enterprise, which in evil hour was undertaken in 1715 for the restoration of the House of Stuart. My son and Mr. Buckley, says the Duke of Berwick, whom the king had not been able to bring off with him, instead of endeavouring to conceal themselves in the Highlands like the others, ventured to come from the north of Scotland to Edinburgh, where they remained undiscovered for 8 days, and hired a vessel to land them in Holland, whence they made their way to France. The regent, at the solicitation of Lord Stair, deprived them of their places under the French government. The extreme depression in which the Queen and her ladies remained during the melancholy spring of 1716, when every post from England brought them sad tidings of the tragic fate of the devoted friends who had engaged in the cause of the Chevalier de St. George, is feelingly noticed by Lady Sophia Buckley in a letter to one of the sisters of Chaillot, dated March the 20th. She says, "The weather and ourselves are both so dismal, my dear sister, that I have scarcely courage to write to you, much less to come and see you, though the Queen has had the goodness to propose it to me. But I have thought it better to defer till Easter, in the hope that the holy festivals may a little tranquillize our spirits, which find little repose at present. Her Majesty's health is, thanks to God, good, in spite of the continual and overwhelming afflictions with which she is surrounded. The deaths of the Earls of Derwentwater and Kenmure have grieved her much. Nothing can be more beautiful than the speech of the first. If it were translated into French, I would send it to you. The other, that is Lord Kenmure, said nothing then, but merely delivered a letter addressed to our king, which he begged might be sent to him. He afterwards embraced his son on the scaffold, and told him that he had sent for him there to show him how to shed the last drop of his blood for the rightful king, if he should ever be placed in like circumstances. His poor son was not more than 14 or 15 years of age. The 3 other lords were to die last Wednesday, but it is hoped they will be pardoned. Meantime, we can know nothing more till we have letters from England, and they will not arrive before Monday. We may imagine the agonizing feelings that agitated the sad hearts of the anxious queen and her ladies during the interval. An unconfirmed rumor of the successful enterprise of that noble conjugal heroine, Winifred, Countess of Nithsdale, for the preservation of her husband's life, had reached the court of Saint-Germain and caused great excitement in the tearful circle there, as we find from the context of Lady Sophia Buckley's letter, in which she said, "The Earl of Nithsdale, who married one of the daughters of the Duke of Powys, and sister of Lady Montague, has been fortunate enough to escape out of the Tower on the eve of the day appointed for his execution. Lady Nithsdale, who came to see him that evening, dressed him in her clothes, and he went out with 2 other ladies who had accompanied her. Some letters say that Lady Nithsdale remained in the Tower in his place. Others, more recent, affirm that she went away with him. But this is very certain, that they did not know the husband from the wife, and that they cannot punish her for what she has done. My letter begins to get very long, and is so scrawled that you will find it difficult to decipher some passages." The griffonage, for which her ladyship apologizes, is, truth to tell, so bad, that if the Holy Sister of Chaillot succeeded in making out the next paragraph, she was cleverer than all the experienced transcribers of queer calligraphy in the Hôtel des Soubise, who were unable to unriddle the mystery. For the satisfaction of the curious reader, it may, however, be confidently affirmed that neither Jacobite intrigues nor popish plots lurk in those unintelligible sentences, but rather, as we are inclined to suspect, some trifling matters of costume, of which the nomenclature, as spelled by the noble writer, would be somewhat puzzling. Her ladyship, in conclusion, requests the nun to tell her daughter, who was en pension in the convent, that she sends her 4 pairs of gloves of the then fashionable tint, called blanc de pomme de terre; that she had requested a person to bring her some pairs of brown gloves to wear in Holy Week, but as they could not arrive till the morrow, she thinks she may manage with her white ones, and to take a discreet opportunity of sending back all her soiled gloves to her. The last clause implies a piece of domestic economy practiced by the impoverished ladies of the household of the exiled queen at Saint-Germain, namely, cleaning their own gloves. The late unsuccessful enterprise of the Jacobites in Scotland and the north of England had not only involved in ruin and misery all the devoted partisans who had engaged in it, and exhausted the pecuniary resources of friends who had taken a more cautious part, but it had placed the son of Mary Beatrice in a far worse position with the powers of Europe than that in which he had been left at the Peace of Utrecht. His generous friends, the Duke and Duchess of Lorraine, were reluctantly compelled to exclude him from the asylum he had hitherto enjoyed at Bar. Neither durst the Prince of Vaudemont or any other of the vassal princes of France or Germany receive him. He was advised to retire to Sweden or Deux Ponts, as more likely to please the people of England than a residence in the papal dominions, but he chose to fix his abode at Avignon. Lady Sophia Buckley, in the postscript of a letter to the Abbess of Chaillot, merely dated "Se vendré à soeur," says, "Lady Clare has come to tell me that the Queen commands me to inform you that the King my master is well, and arrived on the 2nd of this month at Avignon. The Queen awaits with impatience the fine weather to come and see you." The Regent Orleans, though he would neither assist nor tolerate the presence of the Chevalier de St. George in France, could not be induced to deprive his widowed mother of the royal asylum and maintenance she had been granted by his late uncle, Louis XIV. Profligate as he was himself, Orleans regarded with reverence and compassion a princess whose virtues and misfortunes entitled her to the sympathies of every gentleman in France. Even if he could have found it in his heart to listen to the remonstrances of the British ambassador against her residence at Saint-Germain, it would have been regarded as derogatory to the national honour of the proud nation, whose majesty he represented, to do anything calculated to distress or trouble her, who was so universally beloved and venerated by all classes of people. Mary Beatrice, therefore, remained unmolested in the royal chateau of Saint-Germain, and retained the title and state of a queen dowager of England, and was treated as such in France to her dying day. Her courts and receptions were attended by the mother of the regent and all the French princes and princesses, with the same ceremonials of respect as in the lifetime of her powerful friend Louis XIV. It would doubtless have been more congenial with the taste and feelings of Mary Beatrice either to have passed the remnant of her weary pilgrimage in the quiet shades of Chaillot, or to have accompanied her beloved son to Avignon, but his interest required that she should continue to support, at any sacrifice, the state of Queen Mother, and keep up friendly and confidential intercourse with the wife, mother, and daughters of the Regent of France. The Marquis de Torcy, the Maréchal Villeroy, and others of the cabinet of Versailles cherished great respect for her, and through the ladies of their families she enjoyed the opportunity of obtaining early information as to the political movements in England. It was, under these circumstances, much easier for the Jacobite correspondence to be carried on through the widow of James II at the Château of Saint-Germain than with the more distant retreat of her son at Avignon. The communications between these two courts, as they were fondly styled by the adherents of the exiled family, were unremitting, and the pen of the royal mother was, during the last 2 years of her life, actively employed in secret correspondence with her old friends among the English and Scotch nobility in behalf of her son. The little Stuart sovereignty at Saint-Germain had been thinned by the events of the last few months. Many a brave gentleman who had departed full of hope to join the Jacobite movement in the north returned no more. The mourning garments and tearful eyes of their surviving families afforded only too sad a comment on the absence of well-remembered faces. Independently, however, of those who had perished by the contingencies of war, or sadder still, by the hand of the executioner, the number of the faithful friends who had held offices of state in her household or that of her late consort, King James II, were diminishing every year by death. Among these, no one was more sincerely lamented by Mary Beatrice than James, Earl of Perth, or, as he was entitled in her court, the Duke of Perth, who died in the spring of 1716. If she had followed the energetic counsels of that nobleman in the first years of her regency, her son would, in all probability, have recovered the crown to which he had been born heir apparent, or at any rate established himself as an independent sovereign of Scotland. The following interesting letter of condolence was written by the Chevalier de St. George with his own hand, to the son and successor of his old preceptor. Avignon, May 17, 1716. I was more troubled than surprised to hear this morning of your father's death. I lose in him a true, faithful friend, whose merits were known to me, and had been recompensed by me, if he had lived till it shall please God to give me happier days. I desire you will let the Duchess of Perth and all your family know the share I take in their just grief, and the desire I have of giving them proofs of that regard and favor they deserve so well on their own as well as his account. I believe your absence will be now shorter than you first intended. You know how desirous I shall be of your company whilst abroad, and that I shall like it always, yet more to give you all the marks of favor and kindness my circumstances will allow of or your merits deserve. J.R. Addressed for the Duke of Perth. The disastrous result of the Jacobite insurrection in the preceding year ought to have convinced the widow and son of James II of the hopelessness of devising plans for the renewal of a contest which had cost the partisans of the Stuart cause so dear. They were, however, far from regarding that cause as desperate, seeing that the terrors of the sanguinary executions which had taken place in London and elsewhere did not deter the people from wearing oaken boughs, in defiance of the prohibition of government, on the 29th of May, and white roses on the 10th of June. Imprisonments, fines, and scourgings were inflicted on those who would not resign those picturesque badges of misdirected loyalty to the soldiers who were stationed in various parts of the city, to tear them from the hats and bosoms of the contumacious. The names of Oak Apple Day for the 29th of May and White Rose Day for the 10th of June are still used by the peasantry in many parts of England, and tell their own tale as to the popularity of the customs to which they bear traditionary evidence. The symptoms of lingering affection for the representative of the old royal line, of which these badges were regarded as signs and tokens, were observed with uneasiness by the Walpole administration, and very severe measures were taken to prevent them. A legislative act for the reform of the British calendar, by the adoption of new style, would have done more to prevent white roses from being generally worn on the anniversary of the Chevalier's birth than all the penalties Sir Robert Walpole could devise as a punishment for that offense. But owing to the ignorant bigotry of his party, in opposing the alteration in style as a sinful conformity to popish fashions, the day called the 10th of June in England was, in reality, the 20th, when white roses are somewhat easier to obtain than they are 10 days earlier, especially in cold, ungenial seasons. In the autumn of 1716, an unwanted visitor appeared at Saint-Germain and requested the honor of a presentation to the Queen Mother, as Mary Beatrice was called there. This was no other than the young Marquis of Wharton, the son of one of the leaders of the Revolution of 1688. He had been sent to finish his education in Republican and Calvinist principles at Geneva, and out of sheer perversity broke from his governor, travelled post to Lyons, whence he sent a present of a valuable horse to the Chevalier de St. George, with a request to be permitted to pay his homage to him. The exiled prince sent one of his equerries to conduct him to his little court at Avignon, where he gave him a flattering reception, invested him with the Order of the Garter, and admitted him into the number of his secret adherents. Wharton afterwards proceeded to Saint-Germain on purpose to pay his court to Queen Mary Beatrice, who, like her son, was, doubtless, flattered by the attention. The British ambassador, Lord Stair, having had full information of Wharton's presentation to the widowed consort of James II., made a point of expostulating with him very seriously on his proceedings, as likely to have a ruinous effect on his prospects in life, and earnestly recommended him to follow the example of his late father, the friend and counsellor of William III. Wharton made a bitterly sarcastic retort, for he had wit at will, and used that dangerous weapon, as he did all the other talents which had been entrusted to him, with a reckless disregard to consequences. Wharton was a character made up of self-isms, a spoiled child of fortune, whose whims had been a law both to himself and all around. He had never felt the necessity of caution, a quality in which villains of high degree are often found deficient. His apparent artlessness at first inspired confidence in those who did not perceive the difference between candor and audacity. The captivating manners and brilliant accomplishments of this young nobleman made, of course, a very agreeable impression on the exiled queen and her little court, but he was in reality a false diamond of the same class as Bolingbroke, equally devoid of religion, moral worth, or political honor, and proved ultimately almost as mischievous an acquisition to the cause of her son as that anti-Christian philosopher. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 10, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary Beatrice of Modena, Chapter 12, Part 3. The attention of Mary Beatrice was a good deal occupied for the last 2 years of her life in the various unsuccessful attempts that were made by her son to obtain a suitable consort. He was the last of the male line of Stuart, and many of those who were attached to his cause were reluctant to risk a scaffold and the ruin of their own families on the contingency of his single life. The backwardness of the English nobles and gentlemen of his own religion during the rebellion of the preceding year was considered mainly attributable to his want of a successor. The death of his sister, the Princess Louisa, had robbed the Stuart cause of its greatest strength, and was a misfortune that nothing but the offspring of a royal alliance of his own could repair. Of all the princesses that were proposed, the daughter of her uncle, Rinaldo d'Este, Duke of Modena, would have been undoubtedly the most agreeable to Mary Beatrice for a daughter-in-law, and also, it should appear, to her son, who writes with impassioned eloquence to the father of the lady to implore his consent. "My happiness, my dear uncle," he says, "is in your hands, as well as that of all my subjects, and the religion itself is not less interested in your decision." The answer was unfavorable, and much regret was felt in consequence. The son of Mary Beatrice was almost as much at discount in the matrimonial market at this period as his uncle Charles II had been during the Protectorate, but not quite, seeing that there was one princess, highly connected, and possessed of great wealth, who was romantically attached to him from report. This was Clementine Sobieska, the granddaughter of the illustrious John Sobieski, King of Poland, whom he afterwards married. Queen Mary Beatrice did not live to witness these espousals. Almost the last time this queen's name is mentioned in connection with history is in the correspondence between Count Gillenberg and Baron Spar, the Swedish ministers at London and Paris, and Charles XII's minister, Baron Gortz, relating to the secret designs of that monarch for the invasion of Scotland with 12,000 men to place her son on the British throne. Spain, and even Russia, were engaged in the confederacy. In September, Bolingbroke writes, "The people who belonged to Saint-Germain and Avignon were never more sanguine in appearance." It appears from one of Count Gillenberg's intercepted letters to Gortz, dated January 8, 1717, that the merchant of whom a large loan had been procured was to remit 20,000 pounds into France, to be paid into the hands of the Queen Mother, Mary Beatrice, who would hand it over to the persons empowered to take the management of the financial arrangements. The most sanguine anticipations of the success of this confederacy were cherished. But secret information being conveyed to the British government, Gillenberg, who had undoubtedly forfeited the privileges of an ambassador, was arrested January 29, 1717, by General Wade. His papers were seized, which contained abundant evidence of the formidable designs in preparation, which were thus happily prevented. Mary Beatrice paid her annual visit to Chaillot in the summer. She was in very ill health, and returned to Saint-Germain much earlier in the autumn than usual. The following is an extract from a letter to the Abbess of Chaillot, written apparently soon after. Saint-Germain, November 4th. The fine weather we have had since I quitted you, my dear mother, was not necessary to make me regret the abode at Chaillot, which is always charming to me. But it certainly makes me regret it doubly, although I cannot deny that since the 3 weeks I have been here, I have had much more time to myself, and more solitude than during the whole period of my stay at Chaillot. This does not prevent me from wishing often for the company of my dear mother and all the beloved sisters, in which I hope much to find myself again, if God gives me 6 months more of life. I took medicine last Friday, because I have had during the last few days a return of the malady, which has tormented me all summer, but I have been better since then, thank God, and in 3 or 4 days I shall leave off the bark. After a page of kind inquiries after the health of the abbess and the invalid sisters whom she had left in the infirmary, and the affectionate messages to Catherine Angelique and others of her particular friends in the community, the royal writer refers to some untoward occurrence connected with the religieuse of another convent, in which the name of her son is brought up. I send you, my dear mother, the letter of the mother of Saint Antoine on that disagreeable business of the sister of Thibaujeau. The king my son has never written to me about it, but as I know that he has much friendship for the family of Sillery, it must have been to do them a pleasure that he has mixed himself up in the affair, not knowing your customs nor my opinion thereupon. I do not think that you ought to apply to Rome at present about it, but only to the regent, that is Orleans, by the Cardinal de Noailles, who has promised me and the abbess that he will do it, and he hopes to obtain a promise from the regent, but he can do no more during the minority of the king, that is Louis XV. and after that he must try to obtain one from the king himself. Her Majesty leaves the mystery unexplained by telling her correspondent that she will enter more fully into the subject when she sees her, but now must bid her adieu, for her supper is on table. This letter is apparently one of the last of that curious correspondence of the exiled queen with the religieuses of Shiloh, which, surviving the dissolution of that monastery and all the storms of the Revolution, has enabled her biographer to trace out many interesting incidents in her personal history, and more than this, to unveil her private feelings, as she herself recorded them in the unreserved confidence of friendship. All the letters written by Mary Beatrice in her widowhood are sealed with black. Some bear the impression of her diamond signet, her regal initials M.R. crowned and interlaced, but more frequently of a seal a size larger, having the royal arms of England, France, Ireland, and Scotland on the dexter side, and her own paternal achievement of Este of Modena and Ferrara on the sinister, namely, on the first and fourth quarters, argent and eagle displayed, sable, crowned, or, the second and third, azure, charged with the 3 fleur-de-lis, or within a bonjour indented, or angulés. One supporter is the royal lion of England, the other the crowned eagle of Este. This was her small privy seal, the miniature of her great seal as queen consort of England, of which there is an engraving in Willamette's regal heraldry. In the commencement of the year 1718, Mary Beatrice, though fast approaching the termination of her weary pilgrimage, was occupied in corresponding with her old friends in England in behalf of her son. Her pen appears to have been more persuasive, her name more influential, than those of the secretaries of state, either at Avignon or Saint-Germain. Early in January that year, General Dillon writes to Lord Mar that Atterbury, whom he figures under the political alias of Mr. Rigg, presses earnestly for Andrews, that is the Queen Mother, writing to Hughes, that is Lord Oxford, about the mantle affair, and thinks the most proper time for compassing that matter will be during the next sessions of Piercy, that is Parliament, whilst friends are together in town. This mantle affair seems to relate to a subscription loan for the use of the Chevalier de St. George. It is further recommended that Her Majesty, signified by the sobriquet of Andrew, should send her instructions to the Earl of Oxford in order to bring him to the point. Rather a difficult matter with so noble a shuffler, we should think. Her Majesty was also to be asked if any applications had recently been made to her by the Duke of Shrewsbury, because Atterbury had been informed that he had said, that if he were sure Mr. Knight, that is the Chevalier, had any project on foot and a secure person to deal with, he would advance him 10,000 on his own behalf, and engage that another gentleman, a friend of his, whose name he would not mention, should do the same. And as Atterbury could not, with propriety, take any steps in the matter, he thought Her Majesty would do well to find a proper method of applying to the Duke. The Queen was also to be requested to write a letter to Mrs. Pooley, that is Lady Petre, thanking her for what she had done, and informing her that her son's affairs required further assistance, and another letter to the same purpose to Mr. Newcombe, that is the Duke of Norfolk, and to send with these letters 2 blank powers for raising mantle, that is money, one for Mr. Allen, that is the Earl of Arran, which he would make use of with such of the Primrose family, that is the Protestants, as he should think fit, and another for any person which he and the Duke of Norfolk should think proper to employ among Roger's people, that is the Roman Catholics. Another paper to the same purpose in Her Majesty's collection is supposed by the learned editor of the newly published volume of the Stuart Papers, containing the Atterbury correspondence, to have been sent first to the Queen Mother at Saint-Germain, who forwarded it to James at Urbino, where he was then residing. From the same volume it appears that the Chevalier had been justly displeased with the conduct of Her Majesty's almoner, Mr. Lewis Innes, who, when employed to make a French translation of a letter addressed by that prince to the Reverend Charles Leslie, and through him to the whole body of the Protestant clergy, had put a false interpretation on certain passages. A most insidious piece of priestcraft, intended by Innes for the benefit of his own church, but calculated, like all crooked dealings, to injure the person he pretended to serve. James, in a letter to the Duke of Ormond on the subject, expresses himself disgusted with the proceedings of the coterie at Saint-Germain, and said that, with the exception of the queen his mother, he did not desire to have anything more to do with any of them. Their principles and notions, and mine, continues he, are very different. Former mistakes are fresh in my memory, and the good education I had under Anthony, that is Queen Mary Beatrice, not less, so that I am not at all fond of the ways of those I have lived so long with, nor the least imposed on by their ways and reasonings. Not contented with a strong expression of his displeasure at the dangerous liberty taken by Innes, James very properly insisted on his being dismissed from the Queen Mother's service. Implicit submission to his authority was yielded both by Her Majesty and her spiritual director. "The king is master," wrote Innes to the Duke of Ormond, "and I, having the honour to be both his subject and his servant, think myself doubly obliged simply to obey His Majesty's orders without saying anything for myself." This unpleasant occurrence happened towards the end of February, but whatever consternation the spirited conduct of the Chevalier de St. George created among the reverend messieurs of the Royal Chapel of Saint-Germain, it is certain that it did not in the slightest degree disturb the affectionate confidence which had subsisted between the royal mother and her son, and which remained unbroken till the hour of her death. The coldness of the weather and the increasing debility of the queen prevented her from paying her accustomed visit to Chaillot at Easter. The fatal malady in her breast, though for a time apparently subdued, had broken out again with redoubled violence in the preceding summer. She had borne up bravely and endured with unruffled patience the torturing pangs that were destroying the principles of life, and continued to exert herself in her beloved son's cause till within a few days of her decease. Her last illness attacked her in the month of April, 1718. She had recovered from so many apparently more severe that a fatal termination was not at first apprehended. A deceptive amendment took place, and she even talked of going to Chaillot, but a relapse followed, and she then felt an internal conviction that she should not recover. The following letter, without date or signature, in her well-known characters, which is preserved among the Chaillot letters in the Hôtel des Soubise, appears to have been written by the dying queen to her friend Françoise Angélique Priolo. It contains her last farewell to her and the abbess and the sisters. Under such circumstances, it must certainly be regarded as a document of no common interest. Patientia vobis necessaria est. Yes, in verity, my dear mother, it is very necessary for us, this patience. I have felt it so at all moments. I confess to you that I am mortified at not being able to go to our dear Chaillot. I had hoped it till now, but my illness has returned since 3 o'clock, and I have lost all hope. There is not, however, anything very violent in my sickness. It has been trifling, but I believe that in 2 or 3 days I shall be out of the turmoil, if it please God, and if not, I hope that He will give me good patience. I am very weak and worn down. I leave the rest to Lady ——, embracing you with all my heart. 1,000 regards to our dear mother, our poor sisters, above all, to C. and Angelique she would have written, but the failing hand has left the name of that much beloved friend unfinished. About 6 o'clock on Friday evening, the 6th of May, Mary Beatrice, finding herself grow worse, desired to receive the last sacraments of her church, which after she had prepared herself, were administered to her by the Curé of Saint-Germain. As it was impossible for her to enjoy the consolation of taking a last farewell of her son, she resigned herself to that deprivation, as she had done to all her other trials, with much submission to the will of God, contenting herself with praying for him long and fervently. She desired, she said, to ask pardon, in the most humble manner, of all those to whom she had given cause of offense, or by any means injured, and declared she most heartily pardoned and forgave all who had in any manner injured or offended her. She then took leave of all her faithful friends and attendants, thanking them for their fidelity and services, and recommended herself to their prayers, and those of all present, desiring that they would pray for her and for the king her son, for so she called him, that he might serve God faithfully all his life. This she repeated twice, raising her voice as high as she could, and for fear she might not be heard by everybody, the room being very full, she desired the curé to repeat it, which he did. Growing weaker, she ceased to speak, and bestowed all her attention on the prayers for a soul departing, which were continued all night. The dying queen had earnestly desired to see her friend, Marshal Villeroy, the governor of the young king of France, and when, in obedience to her summons, he came and drew near her bed, she rallied the sinking energies of life to send an earnest message to the regent Orleans and to the royal minor Louis XV in behalf of her son. Nor was Mary Beatrice forgetful of those who had served her so long and faithfully, for she fervently recommended her servants and destitute dependents to their care, beseeching with her last breath that His Royal Highness, the Regent, would not suffer them to perish for want in a foreign land, when she should be no more. These cares appear to have been the latest connected with earthly feeling that agitated the heart of the exiled queen, for though she retained her senses to the last gasp, she spoke no more. More than 50 persons were present when she breathed her last, between 7 and 8 in the morning of the 7th of May, 1718, in the 60th year of her age and the 30th of her exile. She survived her unfortunate consort, James II, 16 years and nearly 8 months. The Queen of England, says the Duc de Saint-Simon, died at Saint-Germain after 10 or 12 days' illness. Her life, since she had been in France, from the close of the year 1688, had been one continued course of sorrow and misfortune, which she sustained heroically to the last. She supported her mind by devotional exercises, faith in God, prayer, and good works, living in the practice of every virtue that constitutes true holiness. Her death was as holy as her life. Out of 600,000 livres allowed her yearly by the King of France, she devoted the whole to support the destitute Jacobites with whom Saint-Germain was crowded. The same contemporary annalist sums up the character of this princess in the following words. Combined with great sensibility, she had much wit, and a natural haughtiness of temper, of which she was aware, and made it her constant study to subdue it by the practice of humility. Her mien was the noblest, the most majestic and imposing in the world, but it was also sweet and modest. The testimony of Saint-Simon is fully corroborated by that of a witness of no less importance than the mother of the regent Orleans, a princess who, from her near relationship to the royal Stuarts and an acquaintance of nearly 30 years, had ample opportunities of forming a correct judgment of the real characteristics of the exiled queen. And as she is not accustomed to speak too favorably of her own sex, and certainly could have had no motive for flattering the dead, the following record of the virtues and worth of Mary Beatrice ought to have some weight, especially as it was written in a private letter of the Duchess to one of her own German relatives. I write you today with a troubled heart, and all yesterday I was weeping. Yesterday morning, about 7 o'clock, the good, pious, and virtuous Queen of England died at Saint-Germain. She must be in heaven. She left not a dollar for herself, but gave away all to the poor, maintaining many families. She never in her life, a strong expression, and from no hireling pen, did wrong to anyone. If you were about to tell her a story of anybody, she would say, "If it be any ill, I beg you not to relate it to me. I do not like the histories which attack the reputation." As the besetting sin of the writer of this letter was the delight she took in repeating scandalous tales, she was doubtless among those to whom this admonitory check was occasionally given by the pure-minded widow of James II, who not only restrained her own lips from speaking amiss of others, but exerted a moral influence to prevent evil communications from being uttered in her presence. Mary Beatrice had suffered too severely from the practices of those who had employed the pens and tongues of political slanderers to undermine her popularity, to allow anyone to be assailed in like manner, nor was she ever known to retaliate on the suborners of those who had libeled her. The eagle of Este, though smitten to the dust, could not condescend to imitate the creeping adder, which bites the horse by the heel to make his rider fall backward. It was not in her nature to act so mean a part. She bore her misfortunes, continues the Duchess of Orleans, with the greatest patience, not from stupidity, for she had a great deal of mind, was lively in conversation, and could laugh and joke very pleasantly. She often praised the Princess of Wales, that is Caroline, consort of George II. I love this queen much, and her death has caused me much sorrow. Though Mary Beatrice was now where the wicked cease from troubling and the weary are at rest, hearts were found hard enough to falsify, for political purposes, the particulars of her calm and holy parting from a world that was little worthy of her. She had forgiven her enemies, her persecutors, and those who were hardest of all to forgive, her slanderers. But those who had thus sinned against her not only continued to bear false witness against her, but they accused her of having borne false witness against herself by pretending that on her deathbed she had disowned her son and adopted their calumny on his birth. The absurdity of this tale, which appeared in the Dutch Gazette a few days after her death, is exposed in a contemporary letter written by a gentleman at Paris, who, after relating the particulars of her late majesty's death, which he says, he had it from a person who was in the room with her when she died, and sat up by her all night, as most of her servants and many others did, adds, you will wonder, therefore, upon what your Holland gazetter could ground such an apparent falsity as to insinuate that she disowned at her death the Chevalier de St. George, being her son, for whose safety and happiness she professed, both then and at all times, a much greater concern than for her own life, as was manifest to all that were well acquainted with her, and to above 50 persons that were present at her death. For as she loved nothing in this world but him, so she seemed to desire to live no longer than she could be serviceable to him. She had suffered near 30 years exiled for his sake, and chose rather to live upon the benevolence of a foreign prince than to sign such a receipt for her jointure as might give the least shadow of prejudicing what she thought her son's right. And yet what is still more wonderful, the said gazetter infers, from her desiring to see the Maréchal de Villeroy, that it was to disown her son, whereas quite the contrary, it was to recommend him to the regent of France with her dying breath, hoping that might induce his royal highness to have a greater regard for him, and likewise to recommend her servants and those that depended upon her to his generosity, that he might not suffer them to perish for want in a foreign country. The story of her being at variance with her son was as groundless as the rest. There was not a post, but they generally received letters from each other, and packets came from him directly to her, every post since her death, and will undoubtedly till he hears of it. Her last will was sent to the Chevalier de St. George by a courier. In fine, to use my friend's words, never mother loved a son better. Never mother suffered more for a son, or labored more zealously to assist him. But if malicious men will still pursue the oppressed princess with lies and calumnies, even after her death, that with the rest must be suffered. It is easier to blacken the innocent than to wipe it away. It is now evident whence Onslow, the speaker, derived the vague report to which he alludes to his marginal note on Burnet's history of his own times, that the widowed queen of James II took no notice of her son in her will and left all she had to dispose of to the regent Orleans. Poor Mary Beatrice! Her effects were literally personal, and those she disposed of as follows, without bestowing the smallest share on the regent. Her heart to the monastery of Chaillot in perpetuity, to be placed in the tribune beside those of her late husband King James and the princess their daughter. Her brain and intestines to the Scotch College, to be deposited in the chapel of St. Andrew, and her body to repose unburied in the choir of the conventual church of Saint Marie de Chaillot, till the restoration of her son, or his descendants, to the throne of Great Britain, when, together with the remains of her consort and their daughter, the Princess Louisa, it was to be conveyed to England, and interred with the royal dead in Westminster Abbey. Never did any queen of England die so poor as Mary Beatrice, as regarded the goods of this world. Instead of having anything to leave, she died deeply in debt to the community of Chaillot. This debt, with sundry small legacies, she charged her son to pay, out of respect to her memory, whenever it should please God to call him to the throne of his ancestors. After the customary dirges, prayers, and offices of her church had been performed in the chamber of the deceased queen, her body was embalmed. The following day, being Sunday, it remained at Saint-Germain, where solemn requiems were chanted in the cathedral church for the repose of her soul. All wept and lamented her loss, Protestants as well as persons of her own faith, for she had made no distinction in her charities, but distributed to all out of her pittance. The poor were true mourners. Her ladies, some of whom had been 45 years in her service, were disconsolate for her loss, so were the officers of her household. The French, by whom she was much esteemed, also testified much regret, so that a general feeling of sorrow pervaded all classes. The Duc de Noailles, as governor of Saint-Germain and captain of the guards, came, by the order of the Regency, to make the necessary arrangements for her funeral, which was to be at the expense of the French government, with the respect befitting her rank, and the relationship of her late consort to the King of France, but without pomp. The court mourning of 6 weeks for her was ordered by the regent, but the respect and affection of the people made it general, especially when her remains were removed on the 9th of May, attended by her sorrowful ladies and officers of state. In the archives of France, the official certificate of the governor of Saint-Germain is still preserved, stating that being ordered by His Royal Highness the Regent, the Duke of Orleans, to do all the honours to the corpse of a high, puissant, and excellent queen, Marie Beatrix Eleonora d'Este of Modena, Queen of Great Britain, who deceased at Saint-Germain-en-Laye, 7th of May, he found by her testament that her body was to be deposited in the convent of the Visitation of Saint Marie at Chaillot, to be there till the bodies of the king her husband and the princess her daughter should be transported, but that her heart and part of her entrails should rest in perpetuity with the nuns of the said convent, with the heart of the king her husband, and that of his mother, Queen Henrietta, and that he was in consequence, and by the express orders of the King of France, through Monsieur le Regent, caused the said remains of her late Britannic Majesty to be conveyed to that convent and delivered to the Superior and her religieuses by the Abbé Ingleton, Grand Almoner to the defunct Queen, in the presence of her ladies of honour, Lord Middleton, etc. There is also an attestation of the said Father Ingleton stating that he assisted at the convoy of the remains of the royal widow of the very high and mighty Prince, James II, King of Great Britain, on the 9th of May, 1718, to the convent of Chaillot, where they were received by the devout mother, Anne Charlotte Beauchard, superior of that community, and all the religieuses of the said monastery, in the presence of the ladies of her late Majesty's household, the Earl of Middleton, her great chamberlain, Mr. Dickinson, Comptroller General of the household, Count Molza, Lord Carl, Mr. Nugent, and Mr. Crane, her equerries, and Père Gaillard, her confessor. The following letter was addressed by the Chevalier de St. George to the Abbess of Chaillot in reply to her letters of condolence, and contains a complete refutation of the malicious reports that were circulated as to an estrangement between the deceased queen and her son. The original is in French, written in his own hand. June 16, 1718. My Reverend Mother, you will have seen by a letter I have already written that I am not ignorant of the attachment and particular esteem that the Queen, my most honoured mother, had for you and all your community, and the affection with which it was returned. So far from disapproving of the letter of condolence you have written in your name and in that of your holy community, I regard it as a new proof of your zeal, and I have received it with all the sensibility due to the sad subject. I require all your prayers to aid me in supporting the great and irreparable loss I have just sustained with proper resignation. Continue your prayers for me, I entreat. Unite them with those which I hope that righteous soul offers this day in heaven, for you as well as for me. This is the best consolation that her death has left us. In regard to her body and heart, they are in good hands, since they are where the Queen herself wished them to be, and doubt not that in this, as in all other things, the last wishes of so worthy a mother will be to me most sacred, and that I shall feel pleasure in bestowing on you and all your house marks of my esteem and of my good will, whenever it shall please Providence to give me the means. Vorn bon ami, Jacques R. Urbino, the 16th of June, 1718. The obsequies of Mary Beatrice were solemnized in the conventual church of Chaillot on the 27th of June. The sisters of that convent and all the assistant mourners were, by the tolling of the bell, assembled in the great chamber at noon on that day for the procession, but as the ceremonial and offices were according to the ritual of the Church of Rome, the details would not interest the general reader. The earnest petition which the dying queen had preferred to the regent Orleans in behalf of the faithful ladies of her household, who, with a self-devotion not often to be met with in the annals of fallen greatness, had sacrificed fortune and country for love of her, and out of loyalty to him they deemed their lawful sovereign, was not in vain. Orleans, however profligate in his general conduct, was neither devoid of good nature or generosity. Mary Beatrice had asked that the members of her household might be allowed pensions out of the fund that had been devoted to her maintenance by the court of France, and above all, as they were otherwise homeless, that they might be permitted, they and their children, to retain the apartments they occupied in the Château of Saint-Germain till the restoration of her son to his regal inheritance. Long as the freehold lease of grace might last, which a compliance with this request of the desolate widow of England involved, it was frankly granted by the gay careless regent in the name of his young sovereign. Thus the stately palace of the Valois and Bourbon monarchs of France continued to afford a shelter and a home to the noble British emigrants who had shared the ruined fortunes of the royal Stuarts. There they remained, they and their families, even to the third generation, undisturbed in a little British world, in that Hampton Court on the banks of the Seine, surrounded by an atmosphere of sympathy and veneration, till the Revolution of France drove them from their shelter. Till that period, the chamber in which Mary Beatrice of Modena died was scrupulously kept in the same state in which it was wont to be during her life. Her toilette table, with its costly plate and ornaments, the gift of Louis XIV, was set out daily, as if for her use, with the 4 wax candles in the gilt candlesticks ready to light, just as if her return had been expected. Such at least are the traditionary recollections of the oldest inhabitants of the town of Saint-Germain, relics themselves of a race almost as much forgotten in the land as the former Jacobite tenants of the royal chateau. A time-honored lady, who derives her descent from some of the noble emigrants who shared the exile of James II and his consort, has favored me with the following particulars in corroboration of the French traditions of the palace of the royal Stuarts. I was a very young girl, writes her ladyship, when I saw the castle of Saint-Germain. There were apartments there still occupied by the descendants of King James's household. Among these were my father's aunt, Miss Plowden. No other, gentle reader, than that Petite Louison, whose childish burst of grief and disappointment at not seeing her mother among the ladies in attendance on the queen moved her majesty's kind heart to pity the poor child. Niece to the Earl of Stafford, and my mother's aunt, also an old maiden lady, sister to my grandfather, Lord Dillon. The staterooms were kept up, and I remember being struck with the splendor of the silver ornaments on the toilette of the queen. At the French Revolution, all was plundered and destroyed. An original portrait of Mary Beatrice, probably the last that was ever painted of her, is one of the few relics of the royal plunder that has been traced authenticated, and preserved. It is now in the collection of James Smith, Esquire, of Saint-Germain, and is a highly interesting and curious memorial of that unfortunate queen. Its value is not as a work of art, but as affording a faithful representation of Mary Beatrice of Modena in her last utter loneliness. She is in her widow's dress, sitting by the urn which enshrines her husband's heart. She points to it with a mournful air. A large black crape veil is thrown over her head, according to the fashion of the royal widows of France, one corner forming a point on the forehead, and the rest of the drapery falling like a mantle over the shoulders nearly to the ground. Her robes were of some heavy mourning stuff, with hanging sleeves, which are turned back with white lawn weepers, and display the hands and arms a little above the wrist. She wears the round white lawn tippet, which then form part of the widow's costume, and about her throat a single row of large round pearls, from which depends a cross. Her hair is shown from beneath the veil. It has lost its jetty hue, so have her eyebrows, and though decided vestiges of beauty may still be traced in the majestic outlines of her face, it is of a different character from that which Lely and Kneller painted, and Waller, Dryden, and Granville sang. A milder, more subdued expression marks the features of the fallen queen, the desolate widow and bereaved mother, who had had so much cause to say with the psalmist, "Thine indignation lieth hard upon me. Thou hast vexed me with all thy storms." But the chastening had been given in love, the afflictions had been sent in mercy, religion and the sweet uses of adversity had done their work, every natural alloy of pride, of vanity and impatience had been purified from the character of this princess. There is something more lovely than youth, more pleasing than beauty, in the divine placidity of her countenance, as she sits in her sable weeds by that urn, a mourner, but not without hope, for the book of Holy Writ lies near, as well it might, for it was her daily study. It was the fountain of consolation, whence Mary Beatrice of Modena drew the sweetness that enabled her to drink the bitter waters of this world's cares with meekness, and to repeat, under every fresh trial that decreed her, "It is the Lord, he is the Master, and his holy name be forever blessed and praised." The life of the unfortunate widow of James II can scarcely conclude more appropriately than with the following characteristic quotation from one of her letters, without date, but evidently written when the cause of her son was regarded, even by themselves, as hopeless. Truth to tell, there remains to us at present neither hope nor human resource from which we can derive comfort of any kind whatsoever, so that according to the world, our condition may be pronounced desperate, but according to God, we ought to believe ourselves happy, and bless and praise him for having driven us to the wholesome necessity of putting our whole trust in him alone, so that we might be able to say, "Et nunque est expectatio mea nuni Dominus." O blessed reliance, O resource infallible. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 10, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 1, Part 1. The personal life of Mary II is the least known of all English queen regnants. Long lapses of from 7 to 10 years occur between the three political crises where her name appears in the history of her era. Mary is only mentioned therein at her marriage, her proclamation, and her death. Surely the current events in the career of an English-born princess, one who ascended the throne of the island realms, who was withal the daughter of an Englishman and an Englishwoman, ought not to rest in obscurity. It has been the earnest object of the author of the following pages that they should no longer thus remain. Thanks to the memorials of three divines of our Church, being those of her tutor, Dr. Lake, and of her chaplains, Dr. Hooper, Dean of Canterbury, and of Dr. Ken, Bishop of Bath and Wells, many interesting particulars of Mary II before she left England, and of the first 7 years of her married life in Holland, are really extant. These clergymen were successively domesticated with Mary for years in her youth, and chiefly from their evidence, and as far as possible, in their very words, have these chasms in her biography been supplied. Mary II owed her existence to the romantic love match of James, Duke of York, with her mother, Anne Hyde, daughter of Lord Chancellor Clarendon. The extraordinary particulars of this marriage have been detailed in the biography of Mary's royal grandmother, Queen Henrietta Maria. The father of Mary had made great sacrifices in keeping his plighted word to her mother. Besides the utter renunciation of fortune and royal alliance, he displeased the lower and middle classes of England, who have a peculiar dislike to see persons raised much above their original station. The profligates of the court sneered exceedingly at the heir of 3 crowns, paying the least regard to the anguish of a woman, while politicians of every party beheld with scornful astonishment so unprincely a phenomenon as disinterested affection. All this contempt the second son of Charles I thought fit to brave rather than break his troth plight with the woman his heart had elected. Neither could he endure the thought of bringing shame and sorrow on the gray hairs of a faithful friend like Clarendon. The Lady Mary of York, as she was called in early life, was born at St. James's Palace, April 30th, 1662, at a time when public attention was much occupied by the fetes and rejoicings for the arrival of the bride of her uncle, King Charles II. Although the Duke of York was heir presumptive to the throne of Great Britain, few persons attached any importance to the existence of his daughter, for the people looked forward to heirs from the marriage of Charles II with Catherine of Braganza, and expected, moreover, that the claims of the young princess would be soon superseded by those of sons. She was called Mary in memory of her aunt, the Princess of Orange, and of her ancestress, Mary Queen of Scots, and was baptized according to the rites of the Church of England, in the chapel of St. James's Palace. Her godfather was her father's friend and kinsman, the celebrated Prince Rupert. Her godmothers were the Duchesses of Ormond and Buckingham. Soon afterwards, she was taken from St. James's to a nursery which was established for her in the household of her illustrious grandfather, the Earl of Clarendon, at the ancient dower palace of the Queens of England at Twickenham, a lease of which had been granted to him from the crown. In the course of 15 months, Mary's brother, James, Duke of Cambridge, was born, an event which barred her in her infancy from any very near proximity to the succession of the crown. The Lady Mary was a beautiful and engaging child. She was loved by the Duke of York with that absorbing passion which is often felt by fathers for a firstborn daughter. Sometimes she was brought from her grandfather's house at Twickenham to see her parents, and on these occasions the Duke of York could not spare her from his arms, even while he transacted the naval affairs of his country as Lord High Admiral. Once, when the little Lady Mary was scarcely 2 years old, Pepys was witness of the Duke of York's paternal fondness for her, which he commemorates by one of his odd notations, saying, "I was on business with the Duke of York, and with great pleasure saw him play with his little girl, just like an ordinary private father of a child." It was at this period of her infant life that a beautiful picture was painted of the Lady Mary, being a miniature, in oils on board, of the highest finish, representing her at full length, holding a black rabbit in her arms. The resemblance of her adult portraits is strikingly apparent. As a work of art, this little painting is a gem of the first water, by the Flemish painter Nesker, who was patronized by James, Duke of York, and painted portraits of his infant children by his consort Anne Hyde. The birth of her sister, the Lady Anne of York, took place on February 6, 1664 or 5, at St. James's Palace. The children of James, Duke of York, were at that time considered with increasing interest by the public, since their uncle Charles II had been married nearly 3 years without heirs. Therefore the succession of the royal line, it was supposed, would be continued by the family of his brother. Lady Mary of York, not then 3 years old, stood sponsor for her infant sister. The heiress of Buccleuch, recently married to the Duke of Monmouth, illegitimate son of Charles II, was the other godmother. Sheldon, Archbishop of Canterbury, was godfather to the infant, who received her mother's name of Anne. She was afterwards Queen Regnant of Great Britain. The father of these sisters was at this epoch the idol of the British nation. After he had returned from his first great victory off Lowestoft and Solebay in 1665, he found that the awful pestilence called the Great Plague had extended its ravages from the metropolis to the nursery of his children at Twickenham, where several of the servants of his father-in-law had recently expired. The Duke hurried his wife and infants to the purer air of the north and fixed his residence at York. From that city he found it was easy to visit the fleet, which was cruising off the northeast coast, to watch the proceedings of the Dutch. The Duchess of York and her children lived in great splendor and happiness in the north, and remained there after the Duke was summoned by the king to the Parliament, which was forced to assemble that year at Oxford. The excessive fondness of the Duchess of York for her youngest daughter caused her to be perniciously indulged. The only fault of the Duchess was an inordinate love of eating, and the same propensity developed itself in both her daughters. The Duchess encouraged it in the little Lady Anne, who used to sup with her on chocolate and devour good things, till she grew as round as a ball. Probably these proceedings were unknown to the Duke of York, who was moderate and even abstemious at the table. When the health of the child was seriously impaired, she was sent to the coast of France to recover it. After being absent about 8 months, she returned in robust health, but till the time of her mother's death, she was too often pampered into gluttony. The incursions of the plague seem to have broken up the nursery establishment at Twickenham, and the remains of the old palace at Richmond, where Queen Elizabeth died, were put in repair for the residence of the children of the Duke of York, while their education proceeded. Lady Frances, the daughter of the Earl of Suffolk, and wife to Sir Edward Villiers, received the appointment of governess of Lady Mary of York. She was given a lease of Richmond Palace, and established herself there with her charge, and with a numerous tribe of daughters of her own. 6 girls, children of Lady Villiers, were brought up there with the Lady Mary and the Lady Anne, future queens of Great Britain. Elisabeth Villiers, the eldest daughter of the governess, afterwards became the bane of Mary's wedded life, but she was thus, in the first dawn of existence, her schoolfellow and companion, although 4 or 5 years older than the princess. The whole of the Villiers sisterhood clung through life to places in households of one or other of the princesses. They formed a family compact of formidable strength, whose energies were not always exercised for the benefit of the royal benefactresses. The Duchess of York had acknowledged by letter to her father, the Earl of Clarendon, then in exile, that she was by conviction a Roman Catholic, which added greatly to the troubles of her venerable parent, who wrote her a long letter on the superior purity of the Reformed Catholic Church of England, and exhorted her to conceal her partiality to the Roman ritual, or her children would be taken from her, and she would be debarred from having any concern in their education. The Duchess of York was at that time drooping into the grave. She never had been well since the birth of her son Edgar in 1666, who survived her about a year. The Duke of York had revived this Saxon name in the royal family in remembrance of Edgar, King of Scotland, the son of St. Margaret and Malcolm Canmore. Likewise he wished to recall the memory of Edgar the Great, who styled himself monarch of the British seas. In her last moments, the Duchess of York received the sacrament, according to the rites of the Roman Church, with her husband and a confidential gentleman of his, Mr. Dupuy, and a lady of her bedchamber of the same religion, Lady Cranmer. It is singular that the second appearance of the name Cranmer in history should be in such a scene. Before this secret congregation, the Duchess of York renounced the religion of her youth and was prepared for death by Father Hunt, a Franciscan. She prepared to die, says her husband, with the greatest devotion and resignation. Her sole request to him was that he would not leave her till she expired, without any of her old friends of the Church of England came, and then that he would go and tell them she had communicated with the Church of Rome, that she might not be disturbed with controversy. Soon after, Bishop Blandford came, and the Duke left the bedside of his dying partner, and explained to the bishop that she had conformed to the Roman Catholic Church. The bishop requested leave to see her, and promised not to dispute with her, but to read to her a pious exhortation, in which a Christian of either church might join. The duke permitted this, and the duchess joined in prayer with him, and soon after expired in the arms of her husband, at the palace of St. James, March 31, 1671. The Duchess of York was interred with the greatest solemnity in Henry VII's chapel, most of the nobility attending her obsequies. Her obituary is thus oddly discussed by a biographer of her husband. She was a lady of great virtue in the main. It was her misfortune, rather than any crime, that she had an extraordinary stomach, but much more than that she forsook the true religion. No mention is made of any attendance of her daughters by the bedside of the dying Duchess of York. The Duke of York had been very ill since the death of his sister, the Duchess of Orleans, the preceding May. He believed himself in a decline, and had passed the summer with the Duchess and their children at Richmond. The mysterious rites of the Romish communion round the deathbed of the mother had, perhaps, prevented her from seeing the little princesses and their train of prying attendants. The Duchess left a baby only 6 weeks old, Lady Catherine; Duke Edgar, the heir of England, of the age of 5 years. Both these little ones died in the ensuing 12-month. The Lady Mary and the Lady Anne, who reached maturity, were, when they lost their mother, the one 9 and the other 6 years old. Whilst their mother survived, neither of these ladies had any great prospect of becoming queens, for they usually saw young brothers in the nursery of the ages from 2 to 4 years old. The death of the Duchess of York was the signal for the friends of the Duke to importune him to marry again. He replied, that he should obey his brother if it was thought absolutely needful, but should take no steps on his own account towards marriage. The approximation of the daughters of the Duke to the British throne, even after the death of their brother Edgar, Duke of Cambridge, was by no means considered in an important light, because the marriage of their father with some young princess was anticipated. Great troubles, nevertheless, seemed to surround the future prospects of their father, for soon after the death of their mother, he was suspected of being a convert to the religion she died in. All his services in naval government, his inventions, his merits as a founder of colonies, and his victories won in person as an admiral, could not moderate the fierce abhorrence with which he was then pursued. His marriage with a Catholic princess, which took place rather more than 2 years afterwards, completed his unpopularity. Mary Beatrice of Modena, the new Duchess of York, was but 4 years older than the Lady Mary Stuart. When the Duke of York went to Richmond Palace and announced his marriage to his daughters, he added, "I have provided you a playfellow." The education of the Lady Mary and the Lady Anne of York was at this time taken from their father's control by their uncle Charles II. Alarmed by his brother's bias to the Roman Catholic religion, the king strove to counteract the injury that was likely to accrue to his family by choosing for them a preceptor who had made himself remarkable by his attacks on popery. This was Henry Compton, Bishop of London, who had forsaken the profession of a soldier and assumed the clergyman's gown at the age of 30. The great loyalty of his family procured him the rapid advancement in the church. The tendency of the Duke of York to the Roman Catholic tenets had been suspected by the world, and Henry Compton, by outdoing every other bishop in his violence against him, not only atoned for his own want of education in the minds of his countrymen, but gave him dominion over the children of the man he hated. A feud, in fact, subsisted between the House of Compton and the Duke of York, on account of the happiness of one of the bishop's brothers being seriously compromised by the preference Anne Hyde gave to the Duke. As to the office of preceptor, Bishop Henry Compton, possessing far less learning than soldiers of rank in general, it was not very likely that the princesses educated under his care would rival the daughters or nieces of Henry VIII in their attainments. The Lady Mary and the Lady Anne Stuart either studied or let it alone, just as suited their inclinations. It suited those of Lady Anne to let it alone, for she grew up in a state of utter ignorance. There are few housemaids at the present day whose progress in the common business of reading and writing is not more respectable. Her spelling is not in the antiquated style of the 17th century, but in that style, lashed by her contemporary Swift, as peculiar to ladies of his day. Here in Beau spelling, true till death. The construction of her letters and notes is vague and vulgar, as will be seen hereafter. The mind of her eldest sister was of a much higher cast, for the Lady Mary had been long under the paternal care. Her father, the Duke of York, and her mother, Anne Hyde, both possessed literary abilities, and her grandfather, Lord Clarendon, with whom her childhood was domesticated, takes high rank among the classics of his country. Mary, when an infant, met with more encouragement in her tendency to study in the domestic circle of her nearest relations than from her ignorant preceptor, or a governess whose name and memory is connected with nothing but mischief-making. The French tutor of the princess was Peter de Lane. He has left honorary testimony to the docility and application of the Lady Mary, his elder pupil. He declares that she was a perfect mistress of the French language, and that all those who had been honored with any share in her education found their labors very light, as she possessed aptitude and faithfulness of memory, and ever showed obliging readiness in complying with their advice. His observation regarding her knowledge of French is correct. Her French notes are far superior in diction to her English letters, although in these latter very charming passages occasionally occur. Mary's instructors in drawing were two noted little people, being Master and Mistress Gibson, the married dwarfs of her grandmother, Queen Henrietta Maria, whose wedding is so playfully celebrated by Waller. The Gibsons likewise taught the Lady Anne to draw. It has been said that these princesses had that taste for the fine arts, which seems inherent to every individual of the House of Stuart, but the miserable decadence of painting in their reigns does not corroborate such praise. From the time of their mother's death, the Ladies Mary and Anne were domesticated at Richmond Palace with their governess, Lady Frances Villiers, her daughters, and with their assistant tutors and chaplains, Dr. Lake and Dr. Doughty. Their offices appear to have been limited to religious instruction. If these divines were not employed in imparting the worldly learning they possessed to their pupils, they at least did their utmost to imbue their minds with a strong bias towards the ritual of the Church of England, according to its practical discipline in the 17th century. Every feast, fast, or saint's day in the Common Prayer Book was carefully observed, and Lent kept with Catholic rigidity. Lady Mary was greatly beloved, before she left England, by the clergy of the old school of English divinity. There was one day in the year which the whole family of the Duke of York always observed as one of deep sorrow. On the 30th of January, he and his children and his household assumed the garb of funereal black. They passed the day in fasting and tears, in prayer and mourning, in remembrance of the death of Charles I. The Lady Mary of York was devotedly attached to a young lady who had been her playfellow in infancy, Anne Trelawney. The Lady Anne likewise had a playfellow, for whom she formed an affection so strong that it powerfully influenced her future destiny. The name of this girl was Sarah Jennings. Her elder sister Frances had been one of the maids of honor of Anne, Duchess of York, and had married a cadet of the noble house of Hamilton. If the assertion of Sarah herself may be believed, her father was the son of an impoverished cavalier baronet, and therefore a gentleman. Yet her nearest female relative on the father's side was of the rank of a servant maid. It is a mystery who first introduced the fair Frances Jennings to court. As for the younger sister Sarah, she was introduced to her highness, the little Lady Anne of York, by Mrs. Cornwallis, the best beloved lady of that princess. The mother of Frances and Sarah Jennings was possessed of an estate sufficiently large, at Sundridge, near St. Albans, to make her daughters looked upon as co-heiresses. Her name is always mentioned with peculiar disrespect when it occurs in the gossiping memoirs of that day. Sarah herself, when taunting her descendants in after life, affirms that she raised them out of the dirt. She was born at a small house at Holywell, near St. Albans, on the very day of Charles II's restoration, 1660. Consequently, she was 4 years older than the Lady Anne of York. By her own account, she used to play with her highness, and amused her in her infancy, and thus fixed an empire over her mind from childhood. The Princess Mary once told Sarah Churchill a little anecdote of their girlhood, which they both agreed was illustrative of her sister Anne's character. The princesses were, in the days of their tutelage, walking together in Richmond Park, when a dispute arose between them, whether an object they beheld at a great distance was a man or a tree. The Lady Mary being of the former opinion, the Lady Anne of the latter. At last they came nearer, and Lady Mary, supposing her sister must be convinced it was according to her view, cried out, "Now, Anne, you must be certain what the object is?" But Lady Anne turned away, and persisting in what she had once declared, cried, "No, sister, I still think it is a tree." The anecdote was told by Sarah Churchill, long years afterwards, for the purpose of deprecating the character of her royal friend, as an instance of imbecile obstinacy that refused acknowledgment of error on conviction. But, after all, candor might suggest that the focus of vision in one sister had more extensive range than the other, that Mary was long-sighted and Anne near-sighted. Indeed, the state of suffering from ophthalmia, which the Lady Anne endured in her childhood, gives probability to the more charitable supposition. The first introduction of the royal sisters to court was by their performance of a ballet, written for them by the poet Crown, called Callista, or the Chaste Nymph, acted December 2, 1674. While they were in course of rehearsal for this performance, Mrs. Betterton, the principal actress at the King's Theatre, was permitted to train and instruct them in carriage and utterance. Although such an instructress was not very desirable for girls of the age of the Lady Mary and the Lady Anne, they derived from her lessons the important accomplishment for which both were distinguished when queens, of pronouncing answers to addresses or speeches from the throne in a distinct and clear voice, with sweetness of intonation and grace of enunciation. The ballet was remarkable for the future historical note of the performers. The Lady Mary of York took the part of the heroine Callista, her sister, the Lady Anne, that of Nymphe, while Sarah Jennings, afterwards Duchess of Marlborough, acted Mercury. Lady Harriet Wentworth, whose name was afterwards so lamentably connected with that of the Duke of Monmouth, performed Jupiter. Monmouth himself danced in the ballet. Henrietta Blagge, a beautiful and virtuous maid of honour, afterwards the wife of Lord Godolphin, the friend of Evelyn, performed the part of Diana, in a dress covered with stars of splendid diamonds. The epilogue was written by Dryden, and addressed to Charles II. In the course of it, he thus compliments the royal sisters. Two glorious nymphs of your own godlike line, whose morning rays like moontide strike and shine, whom you to suppliant monarchs shall dispose, to bind your friends, and to disarm your foes. The Lady Anne of York soon after acted Samandra in Lee's Mithridate. It was a part by no means advantageous to be studied by the young princess. Her grandmother, Henrietta Maria, and her ancestress, Anne of Denmark, were more fortunate in the beautiful masques written for them by Ben Jonson, Daniel, and Fletcher. The impassioned lines of Lee, in his high-flown tragedies, had been more justly liable to the censures of Mr. Prynne's furious pen. Mrs. Betterton instructed the princess in the part of Samandra, and her husband taught the young noblemen who took parts in the play. Anne, after she ascended the throne, allowed Mrs. Betterton a pension of £100 per annum, in gratitude for the services she rendered her in the art of elocution. Compton, Bishop of London, thought that confirmation, according to the Church of England, preparatory to the First Communion, was quite as needful to his young charges as this early introduction to the great world and the pomps and vanities thereof. He signified the same to the Duke of York, and asked his leave to confirm the Lady Mary when she was 14. The Duke replied, "The reason I have not instructed my daughters in my own religion is because they would have been taken from me. Therefore, as I cannot communicate with them myself, I am against their receiving." He, however, desired the bishop to tell the king his brother what had passed, and to obey his orders. The king ordered his eldest niece to be confirmed, which was done by the bishop, their preceptor, in state at Whitehall Chapel, to the great satisfaction of the people of England, who were naturally alarmed regarding the religious tendencies of the princesses. Both the royal sisters possessed attractions of person, though of a very different character. The Lady Mary of York was in person a Stuart. She was tall, slender, and graceful, with a clear complexion, almond-shaped dark eyes, dark hair, and an elegant outline of features. The Lady Anne of York resembled the Hydes, and had the round face and full form of her mother and the Lord Chancellor Clarendon. In her youth she was a pretty rosy Hebe, her hair a dark chestnut brown, her complexion sanguine and ruddy, her face round and comely, her features strong and regular. The only blemish in her face was that of a defluxion which had fallen on her eyes in her childhood, had contracted the lids, and given a cloudiness to her countenance. Her bones were very small, her hands and arms most beautiful. She had a good ear for music, and performed well on the guitar, an instrument much in vogue in the reign of her uncle Charles II. The disease which had fallen on her eyes seems to have given the Lady Anne a full immunity from a necessity of acquiring knowledge. She never willingly opened a book, but was an early proficient at cards and gossiping. Sarah Jennings had been settled in some office suitable for a young girl in the court of the young Duchess of York, and was inseparable from the Lady Anne. King Charles II thought proper to introduce his nieces to the city of London, and took them in state, with his queen and their father, to dine at Guildhall, at the Lord Mayor's Feast, 1675. They were at this time completely out, or introduced into public life, and the ill effects of such introduction began to show itself in the conduct of Lady Mary. Like her sister Anne, she became a constant card player, and not content with devoting her evenings in the weekdays to this dangerous diversion, she played at cards on the Sabbath. Her tutor, Dr. Lake, being in her closet with her, led the conversation to this subject, which gave him pain, and he was, moreover, apprehensive lest it should offend the people. Lady Mary asked him what he thought of it. His answer will be thought in these times far too lenient. "I told her," he says, "I could not say it was sin to do so, but it was not expedient, and I advised her highness not to do it for fear of giving offense. Nor did she play at cards on Sunday nights," he adds, while she continued in England. Her tutor had not denounced the detestable habit of gambling on Sabbath nights in terms sufficiently strong to prevent a relapse, for he afterwards deplored piteously that the Lady Mary renewed her Sunday card parties in Holland. It was a noxious sin, and he ought plainly to have told her so. He could have done his duty to his pupil without having the fear of royalty before his eyes, for neither the king nor the Duke of York, her father, were gamblers. Most likely, Dr. Lake was afraid of the ladies about the princesses, for the English court, since the time of Henry VIII, had been infamous for the devotion of both sexes to the sin of gambling. The Lady Anne of York is described by her companion, Sarah Jennings, when in after life she was the Duchess of Marlborough, as a little card-playing automaton, and this vile manner of passing her Sabbath evenings proves that the same corruption had entered the soul of her superior sister. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 10, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 1, Part 2. When the Lady Mary attained her 15th year, projects for her marriage began to agitate the thoughts of her father and the counsels of her uncle. The Duke of York hoped to give her to the Dauphin, son of his friend and kinsman Louis XIV. Charles II and the people of England destined her hand to her first cousin, William Henry, Prince of Orange, son of the late Stadtholder William II, and Mary, eldest daughter of Charles I. The disastrous circumstances which rendered this prince fatherless before he was born have been mentioned in the life of his grandmother, Queen Henrietta Maria. William of Orange, afterwards William III, elected King of Great Britain, came prematurely into this world in the first hours of his mother's excessive anguish for the loss of her husband. She was surrounded by the deepest symbols of woe, for the room in which William was born was hung with black. The cradle that was to receive him was black, even to the rockers. At the moment of his birth, the candles were suddenly extinguished, and the room was left in the most profound darkness. Such was the description of one Mrs. Tanner, the Princess of Orange's sage femme, or midwife, who added the following marvelous tale: that she plainly saw 3 circles of light over the newborn prince's head, which she supposed meant the 3 crowns which he afterwards attained. No jealousy was felt on account of this prediction by his uncles, the expatriated heirs of Great Britain. James, Duke of York, mentions in his memoirs the posthumous birth of his nephew as a consolation for the grief he felt for the loss of the child's father. The infant William of Orange was consigned to the care of Catherine, Lady Stanhope, who had accompanied Queen Henrietta Maria to Holland in the capacity of governess to the Princess Royal, his mother. It was in Lady Stanhope's apartments, in the palace in the wood at The Hague, that young William was reared and nursed during his sickly childhood till he was 10 years old. In after life, he spoke of her as his earliest friend. Her son, Philip, Earl of Chesterfield, was his playfellow. More than one dangerous accident befell the Orange Prince in his infancy. "You will hear," wrote his mother's aunt, the Queen of Bohemia, "what great peril my little nephew escaped yesterday on the bridge at the Princess of Orange's house, but God be thanked, there was no hurt, only the coach broken. I took him into my coach and brought him home." At the following Christmas, the Queen of Bohemia wrote again, January 10, 1654. "Yesterday was the naming of Prince William's child. I was invited to the supper, and my niece, the Princess of Orange. The little Prince of Orange, her son, and Prince Maurice were the gossips. The States General, I mean their deputies, the Council of State, and myself and Louise were the guests. My little nephew, the Prince of Orange, was at the supper, and sat very still all the time. Those states that were there were very much taken with him." Such praiseworthy Dutch gravity in a baby of 2 years old was, it seems, very attractive to their high mightinesses, the States Deputies. These affectionate mynheers were of the minority in the Senate belonging to the Orange party. Notwithstanding the occasional visits of the deputies of the Dutch states, the prospects of the infant William were not very brilliant in his native land, for the Republican party abolished the office of stadtholder while he was yet rocked in his sable cradle. It is true that the stadtholdership was elective, but it had been held from father to son since William I had broken the cruel yoke of Spain from the necks of the Hollanders. The infant representative of this hero was, therefore, reduced to the patrimony derived from the Dutch magnate of Nassau, who had married a former Princess of Orange, expatriated from her beautiful patrimony in the south of France. A powerful party in Holland still looked with deep interest on the last scion of their great deliverer William, but they were, like his family, forced to remain oppressed and silent under the government of the Republican De Witt, while England was under the sway of his ally Cromwell. The young Prince of Orange had no guardian or protector but his mother, Mary of England, and his grandmother, the widow of Henry Frederick, Prince of Orange, who resided in the Old Court, or Dower Palace, about 2 miles from the ancient state palace of The Hague. When William of Orange was a boy of 8 or 9 years old, he still inhabited his mother's palace of the wood at The Hague, and without any very settled discipline of instruction. He passed his days in her salons with his governess, Lady Stanhope, or playing with the maids of honor in the antechamber. A droll scene, in which he participated, is related by Elisabeth Charlotte, Princess Palatine, afterwards Duchess of Orleans. The Queen of Bohemia, her grandmother, with whom she was staying at The Hague, summoned her one day to pay a state visit to the Princess of Orange and her son. The Princess Sophia, who lived then with the Queen of Bohemia, her mother, not in the most prosperous circumstances, as she had made a love match with a younger brother of the House of Hanover, took upon herself to prepare her little niece for her presentation to the Princess of Orange by saying, "Lisette, that is Elisabeth. Take care that you are not as giddy as usual. Follow the queen, your grandmother, step by step, and at her departure, do not let her have to wait for you." This exhortation was not needless, for by her own account, a more uncouth little savage than the high and mighty Princess Elisabeth Charlotte was never seen in a courtly drawing room. She replied, "Oh, aunt, I mean to conduct myself very sagely." The Princess of Orange was quite unknown to her, but she was on the most familiar terms with the young Prince, William of Orange, with whom she had often played at the house of the Queen of Bohemia. Before this pair of little cousins adjourned to renew their usual gambols, the young Princess Elisabeth Charlotte did nothing but stare in the face of the Princess of Orange, and as she could obtain no answer to her repeated questions of "Who is that woman?" she at last pointed to her, and bawled to the young Prince of Orange, "Tell me, pray, who is that woman with the furious long nose?" William burst out laughing with impish glee, and replied, "That is my mother, the Princess Royal." Anne Hyde, one of the ladies of the princess, seeing the unfortunate little guest look greatly alarmed at the blunder she had committed, very good-naturedly came forward, and led her and the young Prince of Orange into the bedchamber of his mother. Here a most notable game of romps commenced between William and his cousin, who, before she began to play, entreated her kind conductress, Mistress Anne Hyde, to call her in time, when the queen, her grandmother, was about to depart. "We played all sorts of games," continues Elisabeth Charlotte, "and the time flew very fast. William of Orange and I were rolling ourselves up in a Turkey carpet when I was summoned. Without losing an instant, I jumped up and rushed into the salon. The Queen of Bohemia was already in the antechamber. I had no time to lose. I twitched the Princess Royal very hard by the robe to draw her attention, then sprang before her, and, having made her a very odd curtsy, I darted after the queen, my grandmother, whom I followed, step by step, to her coach, leaving everyone in the presence chamber in a roar of laughter, I knew not wherefore." The death of the Princess of Orange with the smallpox in England has already been mentioned. Her young son was left an orphan at 9 years of age, with no better protector than his grandmother, the Dowager of Henry Frederick. The hopes of the young prince were dark, and distant of anything like restoration to rank among the sovereign princes of Europe. All rested on the goodwill and affection of his uncles in England. On her deathbed, the Princess of Orange solemnly left her orphan son to the guardianship of her brother, King Charles. Several letters exist in the State Paper Office, written in a round boyish hand, from William, confirming this choice, and entreating the fatherly protection of his royal uncles. There are likewise 2 from his grandmother on the same subject, and of condolence for the loss of his mother, Mary, Princess Royal, her daughter-in-law. The Princess Dowager has been praised for the education she gave her grandson, but it had not the least tendency to liberality or learning. He was in his youth economical, being nearly destitute of money, and he was abstinent from all expensive indulgences. He wrote an extraordinary hand of the Italian class of enormously large dimensions. His French letters, though brief, are worded with an elegance and courtesy which form a contrast to the rudeness and dryness of his manners. He was a daily sufferer from ill health, having from his infancy struggled with a cruel asthma, yet all his thoughts are set on war, and all his exercises tended to it. Notwithstanding his diminutive and weak form, which was not free from deformity, he rode well and looked better on horseback than in any other position. He was a linguist by nature, not by study, and spoke several languages intelligibly. His earnest desire to regain his rank prompted him to center all his studies in the art of war, because it was the office of the stadtholder to lead the army of Holland. The Prince of Orange spent the winter of 1670 in a friendly visit at the court of England, where he was received by his uncles with the utmost kindness, and it is said that they, then and there, concerted with him some plans, which led to his subsequent restoration to the stadtholdership of Holland. William was 19, small and weak, and rather deformed. He seldom indulged in wine, but drank ale, or perhaps some schnapps of his native Holland's gin. He frequently went to bed at 10 o'clock. Such a course of life was viewed invidiously by the riotous courtiers of Charles II, and they wickedly conspired to entice the phlegmatic prince into drinking a quantity of champagne, which flew to his head and made him more mad and mischievous than even Buckingham himself, who was at the head of the joke. Nothing could restrain the Prince of Orange from sallying out and breaking the windows of the apartments of the maids of honour, and he would have committed farther outrages if his wicked tempters had not seized him by the wrists and ankles, and carried him struggling and raging to his apartments. They exulted much in this outbreak of a quiet and well-behaved prince, but the triumph was a sorry one at the best. Sir John Reresby, who relates the anecdote, declares that such an exertion of spirit was likely to recommend the prince to the Lady Mary. It was certainly more likely to frighten a child of her age into fits. At that time he was considered as the future spouse of his young cousin. The prince left England in February 1670. The Princess Elisabeth Charlotte declares in her memoirs that she should not have objected to marry her cousin William of Orange. Probably he was not so lovingly disposed towards his eccentric playfellow, for, notwithstanding his own want of personal comeliness, this warlike modicum of humanity was vastly particular regarding the beauty, meekness, piety, and stately height of the lady to whom he aspired. None of these particulars were very preeminent in his early playfellow, who had instead wit at will, and the species of merry mischief called espligere, sufficient to have governed him and all his heavy Dutchmen to boot. She had, however, a different destiny, as the mother of the second royal line of France, and William was left to fulfil the intention of his mother's family by reserving his hand for a daughter of England. Previously to this event, the massacre of the De Witts occurred. The pretence for this outrage was that de Ruart of Putin, the elder brother, the pensionary or chief civil magistrate of the Republic, had hired an apothecary to poison the Prince of Orange. The mob, infuriated by this delusion, tore the two unfortunate brothers to pieces, with circumstances of horror not to be penned here. Such was the leading event that ushered the Prince of Orange into political life. Whether William was guilty of conspiring the death of these his opponents remains a mystery, but his enemies certainly invented a term of reproach derived from their murder, for whensoever he obtained the ends of his ambition by the outcry of a mob, it was said that the Prince of Orange had de-witted his enemies. Be that as it may, the De Witts, the sturdy upholders of the original constitution of their country, were massacred by means of the faction cry of his name, if not by his contrivance. Their deaths inspired the awe of personal fear in many, both in Holland and England, who did not altogether approve of the principles by which the hero of Nassau obtained his ends. Europe had been long divided with the violent contest for superiority between the French and Spanish monarchies. Since the days of the mighty accession of empire and wealth by Charles V, the kings of France had rather unequally struggled against the powers of Spain, leagued with the Empire of Germany. The real points of difference between Louis XIV and the Prince of Orange were wholly personal ones, and had nothing to do with either liberty or religion. William, who was excessively proud of his Provençal ancestry, was haunted with an idea more worthy of a poet than a Dutchman. Being the restoration of his titular principality, the dominions from whence he derived his title, the Golden Aurasia of the south of France, seated on the Rhone. William demanded the restitution of the city of Orange from Louis XIV after it had been resigned by his ancestors for 2 centuries, and the title of Orange had been transplanted by the marriage of its heiress among the fogs and frogs of the Low Countries. As William of Orange retained the title and was the grandson of Queen Henrietta Maria, and as such one of his nearest male relatives, Louis XIV had no objection to receive him as a vassal peer of France, and as a son withal, if he would have accepted the hand of his eldest illegitimate child, the fair daughter of the beautiful La Valliere, who afterwards married the 4th prince of the blood royal, Conti. William refused the young lady and the whole proposition very rudely, and it is difficult to decide which of these two kinsmen cherished the more deadly rage of vengeful hatred against each other for the remainder of their lives. The first hint from an official person relative to the wedlock of Mary and William occurs in a letter from Sir William Temple to him. "The Duke of York, your uncle," wrote this ambassador, "bade me assure your highness that he looked on your interest as his own, and if there was anything wherein you might use his services, you might be sure of it." I replied, "Pray, sir, remember there is nothing you accept, and you do not know how far a young prince's desires may go. I will tell him what you say, and if there be occasion, be a witness of it." The Duke of York smiled and said, "Well, well, you may, for all that, tell him what I bid you." Upon which I said, "At least, I will tell the Prince of Orange that you smiled at my question, which is, I am sure, a great deal better than if you frowned." "I know," adds Sir William to the Prince of Orange, "that your highness will easily pardon me for entertaining you with these circumstances, but I will say no more of the kind unless you give me encouragement." No impartial person, conversant with the state papers of the era, can doubt for a moment that the restoration of their nephew to his rights as stadtholder was a point which Charles II and his brother never forgot, while they were contesting the sovereignty of the seas with the republican faction which then governed Holland. Sir William Temple clearly points out three things that Charles II had at heart, which he finally effected. First, for the Dutch fleets to his own supremacy in the narrow seas, by striking their flags to the smallest craft that bore the banner of England, which was done, and has been done ever since, thanks to the victories of his brother. The matter of the flag was carried to all the height His Majesty Charles II could wish, and the acknowledgment of its dominions in the narrow seas, allowed by treaty from the most powerful of our neighbours at sea, which had never yet been yielded by the weakest of them. The next, that his nephew William, who was at this period of his life regarded by Charles and James affectionately as if he were a cherished son, should be recognized not only as a stadtholder, but hereditary stadtholder, with succession to children. Directly this was done, Charles made a separate peace with Holland, with scarcely an apology to France. Next it appears, by the same authority, that King Charles II, poor as he was, remembered that England had never paid the portion stipulated with the Princess Royal, his aunt. He now honourably paid it, not to the States of Holland, but insisted that it should be paid into the hands of her orphan son, his nephew, William of Orange, and this was done. Let those who doubt it turn to the testimony of the man who effected it, Sir William Temple. After Charles had seen his bereaved and impoverished nephew firmly established as a sovereign prince, with his mother's dowry in his pocket to render him independent, he recalled all his subjects fighting under the banners of France, and gave leave for the Dutch and their allies, the Spaniards, and their generalissimo, his nephew William, to enlist his subjects in their service against France. Great personal courage was certainly possessed by William of Orange, and personal courage, before the Moloch centuries gradually blended into the sweeter sway of Mammon, was considered tantamount to all other virtues. In one of the bloody drawn battles, after the furious strife had commenced between Louis XIV and Spain in the Low Countries, the Prince of Orange received a musket shot in the arm. His loving Dutchmen groaned and retreated, when their young general took off his hat with the wounded arm, and waved it about his head to show his arm was not broken, cheered them on to renew the charge. Another anecdote of William's conduct in the field is not quite so pleasant. In his lost battle of Montcassel, his best Dutch regiment pertinaciously retreated. The prince rallied and led them to the charge, till they utterly fled, and carried him with them to the main body. The diminutive hero, however, fought both the French and his own Dutch in his unwilling transit. One great cowardly Dutchman he slashed in the face, and exclaimed, "Con quin je te marqueria, moi a fin de te pendere." Rascal, I will set a mark on thee at least, that I may hang thee afterwards. This adventure leans from the perpendicular of the sublime somewhat to the ridiculous. It was an absurd cruelty, as well as an imprudent sally of venomous temper. There was no glory gained by slashing a man's face, who was too much of a poltroon to demolish him on such provocation. Among the British subjects who studied the art of war under William, whilst that prince was generalissimo for Spain, was the renowned Graham of Claverhouse, who afterwards made his crown of Great Britain totter. At the bloody battle of Senefe, Claverhouse saved the Prince of Orange from death, or from what the prince would have liked less, captivity to Louis XIV. He rescued him from the French by a desperate charge, and sacrificing his own chance of retreat, placed the little man on his own swift and strong war horse. Like his great-nephew, Frederick II of Prussia, William of Orange sooner or later always manifested ungrateful hatred against those who saved his life. How William requited John Fenwick, who laid him under the same obligation the same day or soon afterwards, is matter of history. He, however, promised Claverhouse the command of the 1st Regiment that should be vacated, but he broke his word and gave it to the son of the Earl of Portmore, subsequently one of his instruments in the Revolution. Claverhouse was indignant, and meeting his supplanter at Loo, he caned him. The Prince of Orange told Claverhouse that he had forfeited his right hand for striking anyone within the verge of his palace. Claverhouse, in reply, undauntedly reproached him with his breach of promise. "I gave you what is of more value to you than a regiment," said the prince dryly, "being your good right hand." "Your Highness must likewise give me leave to serve elsewhere," returned Claverhouse. As he was departing, the Prince of Orange sent him a purse of 200 guineas to purchase the good steed which had saved his life. Claverhouse ordered the horse to be led to the prince's stables, and tossed the contents of the purse among the Dutch grooms. Most persons suppose that William of Orange had to buy the ambitious attack of Louis XIV in 1674 single-handed. A mistake. He was the general of all Europe combined against France, with the exception of Great Britain, who sat looking on, and very much in the right. Seeing the Roman Catholic power of France contending with the ultra-papist states of Spain and Austria, the last championized, forsooth, by the young Orange Protestant, whose repeated defeats, however, had placed Flanders, the usual European battleground, utterly at the mercy of Louis XIV, for William of Orange, with more bravery than was needful, was not quite so great a general as he thought himself. His situation now became most interesting, for his own country was forthwith occupied by the victorious armies of France, and everyone but himself gave him up for lost. Here his energetic firmness raises him at once to the rank of the hero, which he was, although he has received a greater share of hero worship than we think his due. He was not an injured hero. He had provoked the storm, and he was fighting the battles of the most culpable of papist states. We have no space to enter into the detail of the heroic struggle maintained by the young stadtholder and his faithful Dutchmen, how they laid their country under water and successfully kept the powerful invader at bay. Once the contest seemed utterly hopeless, William was advised to compromise the matter and yield up Holland as the conquest of Louis XIV. "No," replied he, "I mean to die in the last ditch." A speech alone sufficient to render his memory immortal. In the midst of the arduous war with France, just after the battle of Senefe, William of Orange was seized with the same fatal malady which had destroyed both his father and his mother in the prime of their lives. The eruption refused to throw out, and he remained half dead. His physicians declared that if some young healthy person who had not had the disease would enter the bed and hold the prince in his arms for some time, the animal warmth might cause the pustules to appear, and the hope of his country be thus saved. This announcement produced the greatest consternation among the attendants of the prince. Even those who had had the disease were terrified at encountering the infection in its most virulent state, for the physicians acknowledged that the experiment might be fatal. One of the pages of the Prince of Orange, a young noble of the line of Bentinck, who was eminently handsome, resolved to venture his safety for the life of his master, and volunteered to be the subject of the experiment, which, when tried, was completely successful. Bentinck imbibed the disease, and narrowly escaped with life. For many years he was William's favorite and prime minister. Soon after William's recovery from this dangerous disease, his royal uncles, supposing the boyish thirst of combat in their nephew might possibly be assuaged by witnessing or perpetrating the slaughter of 100,000 men, the victims of the contest between France and Spain in 4 years, gave him a hint that if he would pacify Europe, he should be rewarded by the hand of his cousin, the Princess Mary. The prospect of his uncle James becoming the father of a numerous family of sons prompted a rude rejection in the reply. He was not in a condition to think of a wife. The Duke of York was deeply hurt and angry that any mention had been made of the pride and darling of his heart, his beautiful Mary, then in her 15th year. Though, continues Temple, it was done only by my Lord Ossory, and whether with any order from the king and duke he best knew. Lord Ossory, the brave son of Ormond, the renowned ducal cavalier, commanded the mercenary English troops before named. He was as little pleased as the insulted father at the slight cast on young Mary. The Dutch prince experienced a change in the warmth of the letters which the father of the Princess Mary had addressed to him since the rude answer he had given to a very kind intent. It had, perhaps, been signified to him by Charles II when he proposed a visit to England, that he had better stay till invited. These intimations made the early wise politician understand that the insult he had offered, in an effervescence of brutal temper, to the fair young princess whose rank was so much above his own, was not likely to be soon forgotten by her fond father or her uncle. With infinite sagacity he changed his tactics, knowing that the King of Great Britain, whatsoever party revilings may say to the contrary, though pacific, really maintained the attitude of Henry VIII when Charles V and Francis I were contending together. Young William of Orange did not need to be told that if his uncles threw their swords into the scale against his Spanish and Austrian masters, all the contents of all the dykes of Holland would not then fence him against his mortal enemy Louis, whom, it will be remembered, he had likewise contrived to insult regarding the disposal of his charming self in wedlock. With the wise intention of backing dexterously out of a pretty considerable scrape, the young hero of Nassau made an assignation with his devoted friend, Sir William Temple, to hold some discourse touching love and marriage in the gardens of his Hounslarkdyke Palace one morning in the pleasant month of January. He appointed the hour, says Sir William Temple, and we met accordingly. The prince told me that I could easily believe, being the only son that was left of his family, he was often pressed by his friends to think of marrying, and had had many persons propose to him, as their several humours led them, that, for his part, he knew it was a thing to be done at some time or other. After proceeding in this inimitable style through a long speech, setting forth the offers made to him by ladies of France and Germany, he intimated that England was the only country to which he was likely to return a favourable answer, and added, "Before I make any paces that way, I am resolved to have your opinion upon 2 points, but yet I will not ask it, unless you promise to answer me as a friend, and not as King Charles's ambassador." He knew very well that all he was pleased to say regarding his paces, as he elegantly termed his matrimonial proposals, would be duly transmitted to his uncle, both as friend and ambassador, and that the points on which he called a consultation would be quoted as sufficient apology for his previous brutality. He wished, he said, to know somewhat of the person and disposition of the young Lady Mary, for though it would not pass in the world, for example, that the world would not give him credit for such delicacy, for a prince to seem concerned in those particulars, yet for himself he would tell me without any sort of affection that he was so, and to such a degree, that no circumstances of fortune and interest would engage him without those of person, especially those of humour and disposition, meaning temper and principles. As for himself, he might perhaps not be very easy for a wife to live with. He was sure he should not to such wives, as were generally in the courts of this age, that if he should meet with one to give him trouble at home, 'twas what he shouldn't be able to bear, who was like to have enough abroad in the course of his life. Besides, after the manner in which he was resolved to live with a wife, which should be the very best he could, he would have one that he thought likely to live well with him, which he thought chiefly depended on her disposition and education, and that if I, that is Sir William Temple, knew anything particular in these points of the Lady Mary, he desired I would tell him freely. Sir William Temple replied, that he was very glad to find that he was resolved to marry, and after some compliments assured him, of his own observation, he could say nothing of the temper and principles of the Lady Mary, but that he had heard both his wife and sister speak with all advantage of what they could discern in a princess so young, and more from what they had been told by her governess, Lady Villiers, for whom they had a particular friendship, and who, he was sure, took all the care that could be in that part of her education which fell to her share. Who would have believed that the first exploit of the young prince, then making such proper and sensible inquiries regarding the temper and principles of his wedded partner, with such fine sentiments of wedded felicity on a throne, should be to corrupt the daughter of this governess, the constant companion of his wife, and subject her to the insult of such a companionship to the last hour of her life? Sir William Temple, who, good man, believed most guilelessly all that the hero of Nassau chose to instill, thus proceeds. After 2 hours' discourse on this subject, the Prince of Orange concluded that he would enter on this pursuit, that is, propose forthwith for his cousin Mary. He meant to write both to the King and the Duke of York to beg their favour in it, and their leave that he might go over into England at the end of the campaign. He requested that my wife, Lady Temple, who was returning upon my private affairs in my own country, should carry and deliver both his letters to his royal uncles, and during her stay there should endeavour to inform herself the most particularly that she could of all that concerned the person, humour, and dispositions of the young princess. Within 2 or 3 days of this discourse, the young Prince of Orange brought his letters to the Lady Temple, and she went directly to England with them. She left me, said Sir William Temple, preparing for the Treaty of Nimeguen, where, by the way, the Dutch and French were equally desirous of peace, although William of Orange contrived to eke out the war in behalf of his Spanish master for full 3 years. The Prince of Orange was better able to negotiate for a wife, having lost his grandmother in 1675, who had possession of the palace in the wood and other immunities of dowagerhood at the Hague. This princess was remarkable for a generous economy. She never had more than 12,000 crowns per annum revenue, yet she was entirely served in gold plate. Sir William Temple enumerates her water bottles of gold, the key of her closet of gold, and all her gold cisterns. Everything this old grand dowager touched was of that adorable and adored metal. It was as well, perhaps, for young Mary that her husband's grandmother had departed before her arrival. It may be doubted whether the young bride inherited all the gold movables. William had a bad habit of shooting away all the precious metals he could appropriate in battles and sieges. The plenishing at Whitehall, although only of silver, were coined up, and departed on the same bad errand in the last years of his life. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 10, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 1, Part 3. The campaign of 1677 being concluded, the Orange hero, having nothing better to do, condescended to go in person to seek the hand of one of the finest girls in Europe, and the presumptive heiress of Great Britain. For this purpose he set sail from Holland, and arrived at Harwich after a stormy passage, October the 9th or the 15th of the same year. Having disposed himself to act the wooer, he came, says Sir William Temple, like a trusty lover, post from Harwich to Newmarket, where his uncles, Charles II and James Duke of York, were enjoying the October Newmarket meeting. Charles had a shabby palace there, to which his nephew instantly repaired. Lord Arlington, the Prime Minister, waited on him at his alighting. My Lord Treasurer Danby and I, continues Sir William Temple, went together to wait on the prince, but met him on the middle of the stairs, involved in a great crowd, coming down to the king. He whispered to us both, that he must desire me to answer for him, and my lord treasurer Danby, so that they might from that time enter into business and conversation, as if they were of longer acquaintance. Which was a wise strain, considering his lordship's credit at court at that time. It much shocked my lord Arlington. This means that William demanded of Temple an introduction to Danby, with whom he was not personally acquainted, but with such kindred souls a deep and lasting intimacy soon was established. The Prince of Orange was very kindly received by King Charles and the Duke of York, who both strove to enter into discussions of business, which they were both surprised and diverted to observe how dexterously he avoided. So King Charles, says Temple, bade me find out the reason of it. The Prince of Orange told me, he was resolved to see the young princess before he entered into affairs, and to proceed in that before the other affairs of the peace. The fact was, he did not mean to make peace, but to play the impassioned lover as well as he could, and obtain her from the good nature of his uncle Charles, and then trust to his alliance with the Protestant heiress of England, to force the continuance of the war with France. He could not effect being in love with his cousin before he saw her, and for this happiness he showed so much impatience, that his uncle Charles said, laughing like a good-for-nothing person as he was, at a delicacy which would have been most respectable if it had been real. He supposed his whims must be humoured. And leaving Newmarket some days before his inclination, he escorted the Orange to Whitehall, and presented him as a suitor to his fair niece. The prince, proceeds his friend Temple, upon the sight of the Princess Mary, was so pleased with her person, and all those signs of such a humour as had been described to him, that he immediately made his suit to the king, which was very well received, and assented to, but with this condition, that the terms of a peace abroad might first be agreed on between them. The Prince of Orange excused himself and said, he must end his marriage before he began the peace treaty. Whether he deemed marriage and peace incompatible, he did not add, but his expressions, though perfectly consistent with his usual measures, were not very suitable to the lover-like impatience he affected. His allies, he growled, would be apt to believe he had made this match at their cost, and for his part, he would never sell his honour for a wife. This gentlemanlike speech availed not, and the king continued so positive for 3 or 4 days, that my lord treasurer, that is Danby, and I began to doubt the whole business would break upon this punctilio, says Sir William Temple, adding, about that time I chanced to go to the prince at supper, and found him in the worst humour I ever saw. He told me that he repented coming into England, and resolved that he would stay but 2 days longer, and then be gone, if the king continued in the mind he was, of treating of the peace before he was married, but that before he went, the king must choose how they should live hereafter, for he was sure it must be either like the greatest friends or the greatest enemies, and desired me to let his majesty know so next morning, and give him an account of what he should say upon it. This was abundantly insolent, even supposing William owed no more to his uncle than according to the general history version, but when we see him raised from the dust, loaded with benefits, and put in a position to assume this arrogant tone, undeniable facts, allowed even by the partial pen of Temple, the hero of Nassau assumes the ugly semblance of an ungrateful little person, a very spoiled mannikin withal, in a most ill-behaved humour. Careless, easy Charles, who let every man, woman, and child have its own way, that plagued him into compliance, was the very person with whom such airs had their intended effect. Sir William Temple having communicated to his sovereign this polite speech of defiance in his own palace, Charles replied, after listening with great attention, well, I never yet was deceived in judging of a man's honesty by his looks, and if I am not deceived in the prince's face, he is the honestest man in the world. I will trust him. He shall have his wife. You go, Sir William Temple, and tell my brother so, and that it is a thing I am resolved on." "I did so," continued Sir William Temple. And the Duke of York seemed at first a little surprised, but when I had done, he said, "The king shall be obeyed, and I will be glad if all his subjects would learn of me to obey him. I do tell him my opinion very freely upon all things, but when I know his positive pleasure on a point, I obey him." "From the Duke of York I went," continues Temple, "to the Prince of Orange, and told him my story, which he could hardly at first believe. But he embraced me and told me I had made him a very happy man, and very unexpectedly. So I left him to give the king an account of what had passed. As I went through the antechamber of the Prince of Orange, I encountered Lord Treasurer Danby and told him my story. Lord Treasurer undertook to adjust all between the king and the Prince of Orange. This he did so well that the match was declared that evening in the Cabinet Council. Then the Prince of Orange requested an interview with his uncle, the Duke of York, in which he declared that he had something to say to him about an affair which was the chief cause of his coming to England. This was to desire that he might have the happiness to be nearer related to him by marrying the Lady Mary. The Duke replied, that he had all the esteem for him he could desire, but till they had brought to a conclusion the affair of war or peace, that discourse must be delayed. The Duke mentioned the conversation to King Charles in the evening, who owned that he had authorized the application of the Prince of Orange. Some private negotiation had taken place between the Duke of York and Louis XIV respecting the marriage of the Lady Mary and the Dauphin. This treaty had degenerated into a proposal for her from the Prince de Conti, which had been rejected by the Duke of York with infinite scorn. He considered that the heir of France alone was worthy of the hand of his beautiful Mary. Court gossip had declared the suit of the Prince of Orange was as unacceptable to her as to her father, and that her heart was already given to a handsome young Scotch lord, on whom her father would rather have bestowed her than on his nephew. How the poor bride approved of the match is a point that none of these diplomatists think it worthwhile to mention. For her manner of receiving the news, we must refer to the unprinted pages of her confidential friend and tutor, Dr. Lake. The announcement was made to Mary October 21st. That day, writes Dr. Lake, the Duke of York dined at Whitehall, and after dinner came to St. James's, which was his family residence. He led his eldest daughter, the Lady Mary, into her closet, and told her of the marriage designed between her and the Prince of Orange, whereupon her Highness wept all the afternoon, and all the following day. The same evening, the marriage was formally announced in the Privy Council, the Duke of York assuring the members of it, that however he was represented abroad, he did herein, and would, in all his actions, endeavour to ensure the security and peace of the kingdom, and that he would never hinder his children from being educated in the religion of the Church of England, which caused great joy in the council. The next day, the Privy Council came to congratulate the yet weeping bride, and Lord Chancellor Finch made her a complimentary speech. It appears that the prince shared in these congratulations, and was by her side when they were made. The day after, the judges complimented and congratulated their affianced highnesses. Lord Justice Rainsford, speaking to my Lady Mary in the name of the rest, after which they all kissed her hand. The poor princess had several deputations to receive on October 24th, in company with her betrothed. These were the Lord Mayor and aldermen, the civilians of Doctors' Commons, and the commercial companies that her father had founded. She had to listen to speeches congratulatory on an event for which her heart was oppressed, and her eyes still streaming. The citizens gave a grand feast to show their loyal joy at the pure Protestantism of this alliance on the 29th of October, when her Highness the bride, accompanied by her sister, the Lady Anne, and her stepmother, the Duchess of York, witnessed the civic procession from the house of Sir Edward Waldo, in Cheapside, where they sat under a canopy of state, and afterwards partook of the banquet at Guildhall. The marriage was appointed for the Prince of Orange's birthday, being Sunday, November 4th, Old Style. How startled would have been the persons who assembled round the altar, dressed in the bride's bed chamber in St. James's Palace, Could they have looked forward and been aware of what was to happen on the 11th anniversary of that date? There was collected in the Lady Mary's bedchamber at 9 o'clock at night to witness or assist at the ceremony King Charles II, his queen Catherine, the Duke of York, and his young Duchess, Mary Beatrice of Modena, who was then hourly expected to bring an heir to England. These, with the bride and bridegroom, and Compton, Bishop of London, the bride's preceptor, who performed the ceremony, were all there that were ostensibly present, the marriage being strictly private. The official attendants of all these distinguished personages were, nevertheless, admitted, forming altogether a group sufficiently large for nuptials in a bedchamber, and more than was wished by the sad bride. King Charles gave away his niece, and overbore her dejection by his noisy joviality. He hurried the bride and bridegroom to the altar by saying to Compton, "Come, Bishop, make all the haste you can, lest my sister, the Duchess of York here, should bring us a boy, and then the marriage will be disappointed." Here was a slight hint that he saw which way the hopes of the Orange Prince were tending. In answer to the question, "Who gives this woman?" King Charles exclaimed with emphasis, "I do," which words were an interpolation on the marriage service. When the Prince of Orange endowed his bride with all his worldly goods, he placed a handful of gold and silver coins on the open book. King Charles told his niece to gather it up and put it all in her pocket, for 'twas all clear gain. After the ceremony was concluded, the bride and the royal family received the congratulations of the court and of the foreign ambassadors, among whom Barillon, the French ambassador, appeared remarkably discontented. Sir Walter Scott certainly never saw Dr. Lake's manuscript, but by some poetical divination he anticipated King Charles's behavior that night, when in his Marmion he affirms, "Queen Catherine's hand the stocking threw, and bluff King Hal the curtain drew." For at 11 the Prince and Princess of Orange retired to rest, and all the ceremonies took place which were then national. These were, at that time, breaking cake and drinking posettes, in the possession of all those who assisted at the marriage. King Charles drew the curtains with his own royal hand, and departed shouting, "St. George for England!" The next morning the Prince of Orange, by his favourite Bentinck, sent his princess a magnificent gift of jewels to the amount of £40,000. The Lord Mayor came with congratulations to the Prince and Princess of Orange, and the same routine of compliments from the high officials that had waited on the princess previously now were repeated to her on account of her marriage. This Protestant alliance was so highly popular in Scotland that it was celebrated with extraordinary and quaint festivities, being announced with great pomp by the Duke of Lauderdale at Edinburgh, at the town Mercat Cross, which was hung with tapestry, and embellished with an arbour hung with many hundreds of oranges. His Grace, with the Lord Provost, and as many of the civic magistrates and great nobles as it could hold, ascending to this hymeneal temple, entered it, and there drank the good healths of their highnesses the Prince and Princess, next of their royal highnesses the Duke and Duchess of York, then the Queens, and last of all the Kings, during which the cannon played from the castle, all the conduits from the cross ran with wine, and many voiders of sweetmeats were tossed among the people, who were loud and long in their applause. Great bonfires were kindled as in London, and the popular rejoicings were prolonged till a late hour. 2 days after the marriage, the bride was actually disinherited of her expectations on the throne of Great Britain by the birth of a brother, who seemed sprightly and likely to live. The Prince of Orange had the compliment paid him of standing sponsor to this unwelcome relative when it was baptized November 8th. The lady governess Villiers stood godmother by proxy for one of her charges, the young Princess Isabella. The ill humour of the Prince of Orange now became sufficiently visible to the courtiers. As for his unhappy bride, she is never mentioned by her tutor Dr. Lake, excepting as in tears. She had, when married, and for some days afterwards, an excuse for her sadness in the alarming illness of her sister, Lady Anne, whom at that point she passionately loved. Lady Anne is not named as being present at her sister's nuptials, an absence that is unaccounted for, excepting by Dr. Lake, who says, "Her Highness the Lady Anne, having been sick for several days, appeared to have the smallpox. She had most likely taken the infection when visiting the city. I was commanded, added Dr. Lake, not to go to her chamber to read prayers to her because of my attendance on the Princess of Orange and on the other children. These were Lady Isabella and the newborn Charles, who could have dispensed with his spiritual exhortations. This troubled me, he resumes, the more because the nurse of the Lady Anne was a very busy, zealous Roman Catholic, and would probably discompose her Highness if she had an opportunity. Wherefore, November 11th, I waited on the Lady Governess, that is Lady Frances Villiers, and suggested this to her. She bade me do what I thought fit. But little satisfied with what she said to me, I addressed myself to the Bishop of London, who commanded me to wait constantly on Her Highness Lady Anne, and to do all suitable offices ministerial incumbent on me. The parental tenderness of the Duke of York had enjoined that all communication must be cut off between his daughters, lest the infection of this plague of smallpox should be communicated to the Princess of Orange, as if he had anticipated how fatal it was one day to be to her. Dr. Lake was not permitted, if he continued his attendance on the Princess Anne, to see the Princess of Orange. I thought it my duty, he says, before I went to Her Highness Lady Anne, to take my leave of the princess, who designed to depart for Holland with her husband the Friday next. I perceived her eyes full of tears, and herself very disconsolate, not only for her sister's illness, but on account of the prince urging her to remove her residence to Whitehall, to which the princess would, by no means, be persuaded. The reason the prince wished to quit St. James's was because the smallpox was raging there like a plague. Besides, her sister, the Lady Villiers, and several of her father's household were sickening with this fatal disorder, but the disconsolate bride chose to run all risks rather than quit her father 1 hour before she had to commence her unwelcome banishment. Dr. Lake tried his reasoning powers to convince the Princess of Orange of the propriety of this measure, but in vain. He then took the opportunity of preferring a request concerning his own interest. I had the honor to retire with her to her closet, continues Dr. Lake, and I call God to witness that I never said there or elsewhere anything contrary to the Holy Scriptures or to the discipline of the Church of England, and I hoped that the things in which I had instructed her might still remain with her. I said, I had been with her 7 years, and that no person who hath lived so long at court but did make a far greater advantage than I have done, having gotten but £100 a year. Wherefore I did humbly request her Highness that at her departure she would recommend me to the King and the Bishop of London, and that I would endeavour to requite the favour by being very careful of the right instruction of the Lady Anne, her sister, of whom I had all the assurances in the world that she would be very good. Finally, I wished her Highness all prosperity, and that God would bless her and show her favor in the sight of the strange people among whom she was going. Whereupon I kneeled down and kissed her gown. Her Highness of Orange gave me thanks for all my kindnesses, and assured me that she would do all that she could for me. She could say no more for excess of weeping, so she turned her back and went into her bedroom. At 3 o'clock I went to the Lady Anne, and considering her distemper, found her very well, without headache or pain in her back or fever. I read prayers to her. This was on Sunday, November the 11th, the Princess of Orange having been married a week. Notwithstanding all the remonstrances of her husband and her own danger of infection, the bride carried her point and clave to her paternal home at St. James's Palace to the last moment of her stay in England. Meantime, the Duke of York kept her from seeing her sister Anne, who became worse from day to day as the disease approached its climax. Her Highness Lady Anne, says Dr. Lake, was somewhat giddy and very much disordered. She requested me not to leave her, and recommended to me the care of her foster sister's instruction in the Protestant religion. At night, I christened her nurse's child Mary. This was the Catholic nurse of whom Compline, Bishop of London, expressed so much apprehension. How she came to permit the Church of England chaplain to christen her baby is not explained. The 15th of November was the Queen's birthday, which was celebrated with double pomp on account of her niece's marriage. From Dr. Lake, it is impossible to gather the slightest hint of the bridal costume, or of any particular of the dress of the bride, excepting that her Royal Highness attired herself for that ball very richly, and wore all her jewels. She was very sad. The prince, her husband, was as sullen. He never spoke to her the whole evening, and his brutality was remarked by everyone there. Yet the artists and the poets of England had combined to make that evening a scene of enchantment and delight. All seemed replete with joy and mirth, excepting the disconsolate Mary, who expected that she should have, before she retired to rest, to doff her courtly robes and jewels and embark on board the yacht that was to take her to Holland. On this account, the officials of the household of her father, and those of her own maiden establishment in England, were permitted to kiss her hand at the ball, and to take leave of her, which they did, at 8 o'clock in the evening. The epithalamium of this wedlock was from the pen of the courtly veteran, Waller, and was sung that night. As once the lion honey gave, out of the strong such sweetness came, a royal hero, no less brave, produced this sweet, this lovely dame. To her the prince that did oppose Gaul's mighty armies in the field, and Holland from prevailing foes, could so well free, himself does yield. Not Belgia's fleets, his high command, which triumph where the sun does rise, not all the force he leads by land, could guard him from her conquering eyes. Orange with youth experience has, in action young, in council old. Orange is what Augustus was, brave, wary, provident, and bold. On that fair tree which bears his name, blossoms and fruit at once are found. In him we all admire the same, his flowery youth with wisdom crowned. Thrice happy pair, so near allied, in royal blood and virtue too. Now love has you together tied, may none the triple knot undo. The wind that night, setting in easterly, gave the poor bride a reprieve, and she, in consequence, remained by the paternal side all the next day, November the 16th, in the home palace of St. James. The perversity of the wind did not ameliorate the temper of her husband. He was excessively impatient of remaining in England to witness the continuance of festivities, dancing, and rejoicing. This day, says Dr. Lake, the court began to whisper of the sullenness and clownishness of the Prince of Orange. It was observed that he took no notice of his bride at the play, nor did he come to see her at St. James's the day before their departure. Dr. Lake and the indignant household of the princess at St. James's, we see, blamed this conduct as unprovoked brutality, but that the prince was not angry without cause is obvious. Being secretly exasperated at the unwelcome birth of Mary's young brother, he was not inclined, as his marriage bargain was much depreciated in value, to lose the beauty of his young bride as well as her kingdom. He was displeased, and not unjustly, at her obstinacy in continuing to risk her life and charms of person, surrounded by the infection at the palace of St. James. The maids of honor of the Queen, the Duchess of York, and especially the Princess Anne, were enraged at the rude behavior of the Dutch prince. They spoke of him at first as the Dutch monster, till they found for him the name of Caliban, a sobriquet which Lady Anne, at least, never forgot. The Lady Anne being dreadfully ill during the days when her sister's departure hung on the caprice of the wind, and the paternal care of the Duke of York, deemed that any farewell between this loving pair would be dangerous for each. He gave orders that whenever the Princess of Orange actually went away, the fact was to be carefully concealed from Anne, lest it should have a fatal effect on her. The palace of St. James was still reeking with infection. Several of the official attendants of the ducal court were dying or dead. The lady governess, Frances Villiers, was desperately ill. She was to have accompanied the Princess of Orange on her voyage, but it was impossible. Dr. Lake thus enumerates, with a foreboding heart, the disasters accompanying this marriage. There were many unlucky circumstances that did seem to retard and embitter the departure of the Princess of Orange, as the sickness of the Lady Anne, the danger of the lady governess, that is Villiers, who was left behind, and her husband, Sir Edward Villiers, the master of the horse to the Princess of Orange. He too was obliged to stay in England. Likewise, the sudden death of Mr. Hemlock, her nurse's father, which happened at St. James's Palace this night, the death and burial of the Archbishop of Canterbury, her godfather, the illness of Mrs. Trelawney's father and uncle, as also Mrs. White's dangerous illness, who was appointed to attend the Princess of Orange in Holland. God preserve her highness and make her voyage and abode there prosperous. The wind blew westerly on the morning of the 19th of November, and in consequence, all was early astir in the palaces of Whitehall and St. James, in preparation for the departure of the Orange bride and bridegroom. The princess took leave of her beloved home of St. James, and came to Whitehall Palace as early as 9 in the morning to bid farewell to her royal aunt, Queen Catherine. Mary, when she approached, was weeping piteously, and her Majesty, to comfort her, told her to consider how much better her case was than her own, for when she came from Portugal, she had not even seen King Charles. But, madam, rejoined the Princess of Orange, remember, you came into England, I am going out of England. The princess wept grievously all the morning, continues Dr. Lake. She requested the Duchess of Monmouth to come often to see the Lady Anne, her sister, and to accompany her to the chapel, the first time she appeared there. She also left 2 letters to be given to her sister as soon as she recovered. What a contrast is this tender heart, clinging to her family, in Mary's conduct, after 10 years' companionship with a partner to whom her reluctant hand had been given! The wind was fair to Holland, the tide served. The royal barges were in waiting at Whitehall stairs, and King Charles and the Duke of York were ready with half the nobility and gentry in London to accompany the princess and her husband down the river as far as Erith, where the bridal party was to dine. Here Mary took a heart-rending farewell of her father and uncle, and in the afternoon she embarked at Gravesend with her husband and suite in one of the royal yachts, several English and Dutch men of war being in attendance, to convey the gay bark to Holland. The celebrated poet, Nat Lee, describes the embarkation in his poem on the marriage and departure of the Princess of Orange, and as he declares that he was an eyewitness of the scene, it is possible that the parties grouped themselves according to his lines, but it is as evident that he knew nothing of the dangerous illness of the Princess Anne. That must have been kept from the public, for he supposes that she was present. The following are the best of the lines of this now forgotten historical poem. Hail, happy warrior, hail, whose arms have won the fairest jewel of the English crown. Hail, princess, hail, thou fairest of thy kind, thou shape of angel with an angel's mind. But hark, 'tis rumored that this happy pair must go. The prince for Holland does declare. I saw them launch. The prince the princess bore, while the sad court stood crowding on the shore. The prince still bowing on the deck did stand, and held his weeping consort by the hand, which, waving oft, she bade them all farewell, and wept as if she would the briny ocean swell. Farewell, thou best of fathers, best of friends. While the grieved duke with a deep sigh commends to heaven his child, in tears his eyes would swim, but manly virtue stays them at the brim. Farewell, she cried, my sister, thou dear part, the sweetest half of my divided heart, my little love. Her sighs she did renew. Once more, O heavens, a long, a last adieu. Part, must I ever lose those pretty charms? Then swoons and sinks into the prince's arms. This is somewhat fustian and commonplace, and the theatrical farewell to the Lady Anne, the sheer invention of the poet. Other thoughts were working in the brain of Orange than those surmised by Nat Lee. The Duke of York ought to have seen his son-in-law safely out of the kingdom, for before William of Orange actually departed, he contrived to play him one of the tricks by which he finally supplanted him in the affections of the English people. The wind changed by the time the Dutch fleet had dropped down to Sheerness. It baffled the mariners and remained contrary for 30 or 40 hours, at the end of which time the king and Duke of York sent an express to entreat the prince and princess to come down the river and remain with them at Whitehall, instead of which they went on shore at Sheerness and were entertained by Colonel Dorrell, the governor. The next day, November the 23rd, They crossed the country to Canterbury, the princess being only accompanied by Lady Inchiquin, one of the Villiers sisters, and a dresser, the prince by his favourites, Bentinck and Odike. Here an extraordinary circumstance took place. One contemporary witness vouches that his authority was no other than the mouth of Archbishop Tillotson himself, from whose narration it was written down. The Prince and Princess of Orange, when they arrived at an inn in Canterbury, found themselves in a destitute condition, for want of cash, as they had been unkindly and secretly thrust out of London by King Charles and the Duke of York, from jealousy, lest the Lord Mayor should invite them to a grand civic feast. The prince, to relieve his wants, sent Bentinck to represent them to the corporation and beg a loan of money. It is very plain that the Corporation of Canterbury considered the whole application as a case of mendicity or fictitious distress, for the request was denied. However, there happened to be present Dr. Tillotson, the Dean of Canterbury, who hurried home, gathered together all the plate and ready money in guineas he had at command, and bringing them to the inn, begged an interview with Monsieur Bentinck, and presented them to him, with the hope that they would be serviceable to their highnesses, entreating withal, that they would quit a situation so unworthy of their rank, and come to stay at the deanery, which was usually the abode of all the royal company that came to the city. The prince accepted the plate and money with warm thanks, but declined going to the deanery. Dr. Tillotson was presented, and kissed the hand of the princess. In this hospitable transaction, no blame can be attached to Dr. Tillotson, whose conduct was becoming the munificence of the church he had entered. Why the Prince of Orange did not request a loan, or supply by the express that his uncles affectionately sent to invite him back to Whitehall, instead of presenting himself and his princess in a state of complaining mendicity at Canterbury, is inconsistent with plain dealing. As he had been paid the first instalment of the £40,000, which was the portion of the princess, his credit was good in England, and he might have obtained a supply of money, sufficient for a few days at an inn, from his friend, the Prime Minister, Danby. The fact is, that the birth of the young brother of Mary had rendered this ambitious politician desperate, and he was making a bold dash at obtaining partisans, by representing himself as an ill-treated person. Nor were his efforts ultimately fruitless, if the following statement of a contemporary be correct, and all circumstances corroborate it. By this accident, Dr. Tillotson began that lucky acquaintance and correspondence with the Prince and Princess of Orange, and Mr. Bentinck, as afterwards, advanced him to an archbishopric. The Prince and Princess of Orange lingered no less than 4 days at their inn in Canterbury, cultivating the acquaintance of their new friend, Dr. Tillotson, and receiving the congratulations of the gentry and nobility of Kent, in whose eyes William seemed sedulously to render himself an object of pity and distress, for great quantities of provisions were given by them for his use. He left Canterbury November the 27th, and went that night with the princess and her train on board the Montague at Margate, commanded by Sir John Holmes, who set sail the next day. The ice prevented the fleet from entering the Maze, but the princess and her spouse, after a quick but stormy passage, were landed at Tethudo, a town on the Holland coast, and went direct to Hounslardyke Palace. It was remarked that the Princess of Orange was the only female on board who did not suffer from seasickness. The princess, besides the Lady Inchiquin, that is Mary Villiers, was accompanied by Elisabeth and Anne Villiers. The mother of these sisters, her late governess, expired of the smallpox at St. James's Palace, before the Prince of Orange had finished his mysterious transactions at Canterbury. The princess had likewise with her, in the capacity of maid of honour, Mary Roth or Worth, a relative of the Sidney family. Each of these girls disquieted her married life. Both the unmarried Villiers were older than herself, and she was eclipsed in the eyes of her sullen lord by their maturer charms. The Prince of Orange fell in love with Elisabeth Villiers, and scandal was likewise afloat relative to him and her sister Anne, who subsequently married his favourite Bentinck. Much wonder is expressed by Lady Mary Wortley Montague, and likewise by Swift, who were both her acquaintances, how it was possible for Elisabeth Villiers to rival the Princess Mary in the heart of her spouse, for Elisabeth, although a fine woman, had not a handsome face. "I always forget myself and talk of squinting people before her," says Swift in his journal. And the good lady squints like a dragon. As soon as possible after the arrival of the Princess of Orange at Houndslark Palace, the States General of Holland sent their Hofmaster Dinter to compliment her and the prince, and to know of them when it would be seasonable for them to offer their congratulation in a formal manner. The prince and princess did not make their public entry into The Hague until December the 14th, so long were the mynheers preparing their formalities, which were perpetrated with extraordinary magnificence. 12 companies of burghers were in arms, drawn up under their respective ensigns, and the bridge of The Hague was adorned with green garlands, under which was written a Latin inscription, in honor of the illustrious pair, of which the following is our author's English version. Hail, sacred worthy, blessed in that rich bed, at once thy Mary and thy Belgia wed. And long, long live thy fair Britannic bride, her orange and her country's equal pride. Having passed the bridge, they were met by 24 virgins, who walked 2 and 2 on each side their highnesses' coach, singing and strewing green herbs all the way. When their highnesses came before the town house, they passed through a triumphal arch, adorned with foliage and grotesco work, with the arms of both their highnesses, and over them 2 hands, with a Latin motto thus rendered in English: "What halcyon airs this royal hymen sings, the olive branch of peace her dower she brings." In the Hoogstraat they passed under another triumphal arch, with this inscription: "To the Batavian court, with heaven's best smile, approach, fair guest, and bless this happy pile." In the evening, Mary was welcomed with a grand display of fireworks, in which were represented St. George on horseback, fountains, pyramids, castles, triumphal chariots, Jupiter and Mars descending from the skies, a lion, a duck, and a drake, emblematic, we suppose, of ditches and canals. Likewise castles, flower pots, and a variety of other devices, in honor of their auspicious alliance. The next day, the Heer van Ghent, and a variety of other Heers, whose Dutch names would not be of much interest to British readers, complimented their highnesses in the name of the States General, which compliment was soon after repeated by the States in a body. Though Mary's chief residence and principal court in Holland was at The Hague, yet she had several other palaces, as Loo, Houndslark and Dieren. It deserves notice that King Charles, when he communicated the marriage to the French ambassador, mentions his niece in his official dispatch as the Princess Mary. In earlier times it has been shown that the title of princess was scarcely vouchsafed to the eldest daughter of the reigning sovereign, if she had a brother in existence. Dr. Lake, remarking on the unbounded popularity of this marriage in England, declares: "There were no gloomy countenances in court, excepting Barillon, the French ambassador, and Bennet, Lord Arlington." Louis XIV took the marriage heinously. For many months he would not be reconciled to his cousin german, the Duke of York. "For," wrote he to that prince, "you have given your daughter to my mortal enemy." This was not the fault of the Duke of York, for Lord Dartmouth records an anecdote that the Duke of York, on first hearing of this marriage, or perhaps after seeing the tearful agonies of Mary, when she heard her doleful sentence of consignment to her cousin, remonstrated with his brother by a confidential friend, reminding his majesty that he solemnly promised never to give away Mary without he, her father, gave his full consent to her marriage. "So I did, it's true, man," exclaimed Charles with his characteristic humour. "But odds fish, James must consent to this." End of section 18. Section 19 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 10, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 2, Part 1. The royal yacht that had attended the Princess of Orange and her husband to Holland returned to England December 1st, bringing the intelligence of their safe landing. 2 days afterward, The Lady Anne went forth of her chamber. Her servants all rejoicing to see her so perfectly recovered, she directly went to see her stepmother, the Duchess of York, who was not recovered from her confinement. The Duke of York had daily visited the Lady Anne in her sick room, and every day he sent from thence, in her hearing, a message, as if to the Princess of Orange, to know how she was, that her sister might suppose she was still in England. The Duke being apprehensive lest the loss of the princess might give a fatal turn to the illness of his beloved Anne, he had therefore commanded the departure of the bridal party to be kept a profound secret from her. The day that the news came of the safe arrival of the Princess of Orange, the Duke of York himself undertook to break to the Lady Anne the fact that her sister was actually gone, which he expected to prove heartrending to her. Perhaps he was disappointed in regard to the veracity of the sisterly affection, for Lady Anne took the intelligence very patiently. A week afterwards, she removed from her own suite of apartments, and was given possession of those at St. James's that had belonged to her sister. The Lady Anne had previously requested Dr. Lake to return thanks to God in her chamber for her recovery, and at this service had given, as her offering, 2 guineas for distribution among the poor. This modest gift, as a thank offering for mercies received, is probably an instance of the very obscure point of the offertory of our Church, according to its discipline before the Revolution. For the princess had not completed her 14th year, and we find, by Dr. Lake's testimony, that she had not yet communicated. The day on which she thus religiously celebrated her recovery was an awful one, for her governess, Lady Frances Villiers, expired of the same malady from which she was just convalescent. Dr. Lake makes no mention of the grief of Anne for this loss, but merely observes that in the early part of December all the court were gossiping as to who should be the successor of Lady Frances Villiers. The king made choice of Lady Clarendon. The death of the infant brother, whose birth had so inopportunely interfered with the sweetness of the Orange honeymoon, took place on December 12th. The demise of the young prince rendered the Princess Mary again heiress presumptive to the British throne. The Lady Anne appeared at St. James's Chapel 4 days after, perfectly recovered. The earliest intelligence from Holland of the Princess of Orange gave great pain to her anxious but too timid tutor, Dr. Lake, who thus expresses his concern at her relapse into her former evil habit of Sunday card playing. I was very sorry to understand that the Princess of Orange, since her being in Holland, did sometimes play at cards upon the Sundays, which would doubtless give offense to that people. He then mentions his efforts to eradicate that bad custom of the princess in England, which he had thought were successful, since she had abstained from the wrong he had pointed out for 2 years. How soon the Princess of Orange returned to this detestable practice may be judged, since she only left England the 28th of November, and Dr. Lake records her Sunday gamblings, January 9th, scarcely 6 weeks afterwards. He seems astonished that she did not require his services as her chaplain in Holland, or those of Dr. Doughty, who had, with him, been her chaplains and assistant tutors for many years. The inveteracy of the Princess of Orange as a gambler, and the passion of his princess for card-playing, combined with the certainty of remonstrances of the Church of England clergymen, might have been the reason. Dr. Cox and Dr. Lloyd were the chaplains who accompanied her to Holland, where, at first, on account of the enmity of the prince to the Church of England, no chapel was provided, although an ecclesiastical establishment had been stipulated for the princess. Dr. Lloyd was recalled by the end of January. He had greatly displeased the primate of the Church of England by sanctioning the princess's frequenting a congregation of dissenters at The Hague. It had been more consistent with his clerical character if he had induced her to suppress her Sunday gambling parties. Dr. Lake was further informed that the princess had grown fat, but looked very beautiful. Just before Easter, the young Princess Anne was confirmed in royal state at the chapel of Whitehall by her preceptor, Compton, Bishop of London. Her first communion took place on Easter Sunday. Her tutor, Dr. Lake, gives the following account of the extraordinary manner in which she conducted herself. Being Easter Day for the first time, the Lady Anne received the sacrament. The Bishop of Exeter preached at St. James's Chapel and consecrated. Through negligence, Her Highness was not instructed how much to drink, but drank of it, that is the cup, thrice. Whereat I was much concerned, lest the Duke of York, her father, should have notice of it. The gross negligence of which Dr. Lake complains must have been the fault of the preceptor of the princess, Compton, Bishop of London, whose thoughts were too busy with polemics to attend to the proper instruction of his charge. The unseemly conduct of the princess on this occasion reflects the greatest possible disgrace on the prelate, whose duty it was to have prepared her for the reception of this solemn rite, and on whom a greater degree of responsibility than ordinary devolved, on account of her father's unhappy secession from the communion of the Church of England. It is apparent that Compton had not even taken the trouble of reading and explaining to his royal pupil the 11th chapter of St. Paul's epistle to the Corinthians, verses 21 and 22, or this startling violation of the reverential decorum practiced and enjoined by the Church of England could not have occurred. In the comment made by Dr. Lake on this incident, the timidity of his disposition is at once apparent and very reprehensible. He is disgusted with the mistake of the young communicant, not because it was wrong, but lest her Roman Catholic father should be informed of it. Likewise, the reader may observe, he is troubled at the relapse of the Princess of Orange into her former sins, of passing the Sabbath at the card table, not because he allowed that it was a sin, but lest the Dutch people might be offended at it. Few persons have any salutary influence over the hearts and characters of their fellow creatures, whose reprehension of wrong does not spring from loftier motives. Yet he had done his duty more conscientiously than any other person to whom the education of these princesses was committed. He had reproved the bad habits of his pupils sufficiently to give lasting offense to them. Although he lived to see each of them queen regnant and head of the church, they left him with as little preferment as he had received from their father and uncle. Had he told them the truth with the unshrinking firmness of Ken or Sancroft, they could but have done the same. Notwithstanding the error into which the young communicant had fallen, Dr. Lake wrote to the Princess of Orange to inform her that her sister had received the Holy Sacrament, as if the Lady Anne had conducted herself so as to edify, instead of disgusting everyone. Again, he was blamable, since, if he had mentioned the circumstance he disliked to the princess, a sister could have reprehended the unfortunate mistake with delicacy and affection. Dr. Hooper was recommended as the Princess of Orange almoner by the Bishop of Canterbury. He was a primitive, apostolical man, greatly attached to the Church of England, according to its discipline, established at the dissemination of our present translation of Scripture. The two archbishops, Sancroft the primate, and Dolben of York, used to call him Father Hooper, on account of his baldness, and told him to buy a periwig, in jest only, for such fashion was considered scandalously effeminate by the Church of England divines of that elder day. On his arrival in Holland, he found the princess without any chapel for divine service, and her private apartments were so confined that she had no room that could be converted into one, excepting her dining room. Now the prince and the Princess of Orange never ate together, for the deputies of the States General and their Dutch officers often dined with the prince, and they were no fit company for her. Therefore the princess was able to give up her dining room for the service of the Church of England. She did so, and very cheerfully ate her dinner every day in a small and very dark parlor. She ordered Dr. Hooper to fit up the room she had relinquished for her chapel. When it was finished, Her Highness bade him be sure and be there on a particular afternoon, when the prince intended to come and see what was done. Dr. Hooper was in attendance, and the prince kept his appointment. The first thing noticed by the prince was that the communion table was raised 2 steps, and the chair where the princess was to sit was near it on the same dais. Upon which, the prince, bestowing on each a contemptuous kick, asked what they were for? When he was told their use, he answered with an emphatic hum. When the chapel was fit for service, the prince never came to it but once or twice on Sunday evenings. The princess attended twice a day, being very careful not to make Dr. Hooper wait. The prince had caused books, inculcating the tenets of the Dutch dissenters, to be put in the hands of his young princess. Those Dr. Hooper withdrew from her, earnestly requesting her to be guided by him in her studies of theological authors. One day the prince entered her apartment, and found before her Eusebius and Dr. Hooker's Ecclesiastical Polity, which last is allowed to be one of the grandest literary ornaments of our church, while she was deeply engaged in one of Hooker's volumes. The prince, in great commotion, said angrily, "What? I suppose it is Dr. Hooper persuades ye to read such books?" The marriage of Sarah Jennings, the favorite playfellow of the Lady Anne of York, was declared in the winter of 1677. She had been espoused clandestinely to the handsome Colonel Churchill, the favorite gentleman of the Duke of York. Sarah was tender in years, but more experienced in worldcraft than many women of thrice her age. She was, at the period of her marriage, in the service of the young Duchess of York, a circumstance which did not prevent constant intercourse with the Lady Anne, who lived under the same roof with her father and stepmother, either at St. James's Palace or at Richmond Palace. As Sarah seemed laboring under some trouble of mind, the Duchess of York drew from her the secret that oppressed her. Her Royal Highness immediately undertook to reconcile all adverse feelings towards this marriage among the relatives both of Churchill and Sarah, giving her attendant a handsome donation by way of portion, and causing her to be appointed to a place of trust about her person. When Sarah found herself on firm footing in the household at St. James's, her first maneuver was how to get rid of Mrs. Cornwallis, the lady by whom, it may be remembered, she was first introduced as the playfellow of the Princess Anne, and who had hitherto been infinitely beloved by her Royal Highness. Unfortunately, in that century, whensoever a deed of treachery was to be performed, the performer could always be held irresponsible, if he or she could raise a cry of religion. Sarah knew, as she waited on the Duchess of York, what ladies in the palace attended the private Roman Catholic chapel permitted at St. James's for the Duchess. Being aware by this means that Mrs. Cornwallis was of that creed, she secretly denounced her as a papist to Bishop Compton, the preceptor of the Lady Anne of York. He immediately procured an order of council forbidding Mrs. Cornwallis ever to come again into the presence of the young princess. The Privy Council only acted prudently in taking this measure, a circumstance which does not modify the utter baseness of the first political exploit recorded of the future Duchess Sarah of Marlborough. The Lady Anne of York was now in possession of her adult establishment at her apartments in her father's palace. Her aunt, Lady Clarendon, was her governess. Barbara Villiers, the third daughter of the late governess, now Mrs. Berkeley, was her first lady, and if the beloved Sarah Churchill was not actually in her service, the princess had, at least, the opportunity of seeing her every day as they lived under the same roof. This affection was not directed by Mrs. Churchill to any wise or good purpose. The Lady Anne made no efforts to complete her own neglected education. Card-playing, at which she was usually a serious loser, was the whole occupation of this pair of friends. Leaving them in pursuit of this worthy object, our narrative returns to the Princess of Orange. At The Hague, the princess found no less than 3 palaces. The first, called The Hague in history, was a grand but rather rugged Gothic structure, built by a Count of Holland in 1250, moated round on 3 sides, and washed in front by the Vijver, or fish preserve, a lake-like sheet of water. This palatial castle of The Hague was the seat of the stadtholdship, and recognized as such by the States General. Here their several assemblies met, and the business of the Republic was transacted in its noble Gothic halls. Mary seldom approached The Hague, excepting on state occasions. She lived at the Palace in the Wood, a very beautiful residence, about a mile from the State Palace, built as a place of retirement by the grandmother of William III. A noble mall of oak trees, nearly a mile in length, led to the Palace in the Wood, which was surrounded by oak forest and by the richest gardens in Europe. The Prince of Orange built 2 wings to the original structure on the occasion of his marriage with the Princess Mary. There was, near the Palace of the Wood, a dower palace, called the Old Court. The 3 palaces were situated only an hour's walk from the wild Scheveling coast. Over one of the moated drawbridges of the Gothic palace is built a gate called the Scheveling Gate, which opened on a fine paved avenue bordered with yew trees, carved into pyramids, leading to the sea village of Scheveling. Every passenger, not a fisherman, paid a small toll to keep up this avenue. With the exception of the 2 Villiers, who were soon distinguished by the Prince of Orange in preference to his young wife, none of the English train who had accompanied the princess to her new home were remarkably well satisfied with their destiny. Sir Gabriel Silvius, whose wife was one of them, gave a dismal account of the unhappiness of the English ladies at the Hague. He observed to the resident envoy of Charles II, "It is a pity the Prince of Orange does not use people better. As for Lady Betty Selburne, she complains and wails horribly." If all the attendants of the princess had so comported themselves, her royal highness need not have been envied. As to what the Prince of Orange had done to Lady Betty, we are in ignorance, and can enlighten our readers no further than the fact of her horrible wailings. The princess herself was so happy as to have the protection of the presence of Lord Clarendon, her uncle, who was ambassador at the Hague when his niece first arrived there. In his dispatches he says, "The princess parted very unexpectedly from her husband on March 1st, 1678. He had been hunting all the morning, and as he came home to her palace at the Hague to dinner, he received letters by the way that occasioned his sudden departure, of which the princess said, 'She had not the slightest previous intimation.' It was the investment of Namur by the King of France that caused his departure. The princess accompanied her husband as far as Rotterdam, where," says her uncle Clarendon, "there was a very tender parting on both sides." At the same time he observes, "that he never saw the prince in such high spirits or good humour." The Princess of Orange chose to make the tour of her watery dominions by way of the canals in her barge, when she amused herself with needlework, or played at cards with her ladies, as they were tracked along the canals, or sailed over the Broads and Lakes. Dr. Hooper accompanied her in the barge, and when she worked, she always requested him to read to her and her ladies. One day she wished him to read a French book to her, but he excused himself on account of his defective pronunciation of French. The princess begged him to read on nevertheless, and she would tell him when he was wrong or at a loss. Hooper says that while he was in her household about a year and a half, he never heard her say or saw her do any one thing that he could have wished she had not said or done. She was then only between 16 and 17. She did not distinguish any of her ladies by particular favour, and though very young, was a great observer of etiquette, never receiving anything or any message from persons whose office it was not to deliver the same. She had great command over her women, and maintained her authority by her prudence. If there was any conversation she did not approve, they read by her grave look that they had transgressed, and a dead silence ensued. The princess suffered much from ill health in Holland before she was acclimatized to the difference of air. During the same summer, she was in danger of her life from a severe bilious fever. The Prince of Orange was then absent from her at the camp. When a favourable crisis took place, Sir William Temple travelled to him, and brought the intelligence that the princess was recovering. He likewise gave the prince information that the last instalment of her portion, £20,000, would be paid to him speedily. The good news, either of his wife or of her cash, caused the prince to manifest unusual symptoms of animation. "For," observes Sir William Temple, "I have seldom seen him appear so bold or so pleasant." Mary, though ultimately childless, had more than once a prospect of being a mother. Her disappointment was announced to her anxious father, who immediately wrote to his nephew, the Prince of Orange, to urge her to be carefuller of herself, and added, he would write to her for the same purpose. This letter is dated April 19, 1678. Soon after, Mary again had hopes of bringing an heir or heiress to Great Britain and Holland. If Lord Dartmouth may be believed, Mary's father had been purposely deceived in both instances to answer some political scheme of the Prince of Orange. Mary was then too young and too fond of her father to deceive him purposely. Her heart indeed was not estranged from him and from her own family for want of opportunity of affectionate intercourse. After her recovery from typhus or bilious fever, an intermittent hung long upon her, and her father, the Duke of York, thought it best to send his wife, Mary Beatrice, with the Princess Anne to see her and to cheer her spirits. The visit of these princesses was thus announced to her husband by her father, who was about to accompany his brother Charles II to the October Newmarket meeting. James, Duke of York, to William, Prince of Orange. London, September 27, 1678. We came thither on Wednesday last, and are preparing to go to Newmarket the beginning of next week, the Parliament being prorogued till the 21st of next month. Whilst we shall be out of town, the Duchess and my daughter Anne intend to make your wife a visit very incognito, and have yet said nothing of it to anybody here, but His Majesty, whose leave they asked, and will not mention it till the post be gone. They carry little company with them, and send this bearer, Robert White, before, to see to get a house for them as near your court as they can. They intend to stay only whilst we shall be at Newmarket. I was very glad to see by the last letters that my daughter continued so well, and hope now she will go out her full time. I have written to her to be very careful of herself, and that she would do well not to stand too long, for that is very ill for a young woman in her state. The incognito ladies intend to set out from hence on Tuesday next, if the wind be fair. They have bid me tell you they desire to be very incognito, and they have Lord Ossory for their governor or escort. I have not time to say more, but only to assure you that I shall always be very kind to you. Endorsed. For my son, the Prince of Orange. Accordingly, the Duchess of York and the Princess Anne, attended by the chivalric Ossory as their escort, set out from Whitehall on October 1st or 11th, 1678, to visit the Princess of Orange at the Hague, where they arrived speedily and safely. The prince received them with the highest marks of distinction, and as for the excessive affection with which Mary met her stepmother and sister, all her contemporary biographers dwell on it as the principal incident of her life in Holland. The caresses she lavished on the Lady Anne amounted to transport when she first saw her. At that era of unbroken confidence and kindness, Mary and her stepmother were the best of friends. She was given a pet name in her own family, and the Duchess addressed her by it, as the prince was the Orange. Mary, in contradistinction, was the Lemon, and my dear Lemon was the term with which most of her stepmother's letters began until the Revolution. The Lady Anne and the Duchess stayed but a few days with the princess, as the Duke of York announces their safe return, October 18th, in his letter of thanks to his son, the Prince of Orange, for his hospitality. The Princess of Orange saw much of her father and family in the succeeding year, which was the time of his banishment on account of his religion. When he came to the Hague in March 1679, he met with the most affectionate welcome from his daughter, and with great hospitality from his nephew, her husband. The princess melted into tears when she saw her father, and was full of the tenderest condolences on the mournful occasion of his visit. She was still suffering from intermittent fever, which hung on her the whole of that year. Her father, the Duke of York, wrote thus to her uncle, Lawrence Hyde, from the Hague, in the April of the same year. In the midst of his anxiety regarding the proceedings in England, he made the ill health of his daughter Mary the subject of several letters. My daughter's ague fit continues still. Her 11th fit is now upon her, but, as the cold fit is not so long as usual, I have hopes it is a going off. I am called away to supper, so that I can say no more but that you shall always find me as much your friend as ever. In a letter to the Prince of Orange he says, I am exceedingly glad that my daughter has missed her ague. I hope she will have no more now the warm weather has come. In another he rejoices that her journey to Dieren has cured her. In June, her father again laments the continuation of her ague. Dieren was a hunting palace belonging to the Prince of Orange, where Henry Sidney soon after found the princess, the prince, and their court. He was sent envoy from Charles II to William, whom, he says, I found at Dieren in an ill house, but a fine country. The prince took me up to his bedchamber, where he asked me questions, and I informed him of everything, much to his satisfaction. The news that gave so much satisfaction was the agitation in England respecting the popish plot conducted by Titus Oates. Sidney dined at Diran with the princess, and found at her table Lady Inchiquin, who was the first lady of the bedchamber. She was one of the Villiers sisterhood, under whose noxious influence at her own court the peace of the English princess was withering. The Prince of Orange was one day discussing the popish plot, and observing that Dr. Hooper was by no means of his mind, for that divine did not conceal his contempt for the whole machination, the prince subjoined, "Well, Dr. Hooper, you will never be a bishop." Every day widened the differences between Dr. Hooper and the Prince of Orange, who was ever inimical to the Church of England service, and this Dr. Hooper would never compromise by any undue compliance. The Prince of Orange, in consequence, was heard to say, that if ever he had anything to do with England, Dr. Hooper should remain Dr. Hooper still. When Dr. Hooper wished to return to England to fulfill his marriage engagement with Mr. Guilford's daughter, a lady of an old Cavalier family resident at Lambeth, greatly esteemed by Archbishop Sheldon, the princess was alarmed, fearing he would leave her and never return to Holland. Her Royal Highness told him that he must prevail with his lady to come to Holland. He promised that he would do his best to induce her to come. The princess was obeyed, but she was not able to procure for Mrs. Hooper the most hospitable entertainment in the world. Dr. Hooper had always taken his meals with the ladies of the bedchamber and the maids of honor of the princess, and his wife was invited by her Royal Highness to do the same. But well knowing the great economy of the prince, and his general dislike to the English, Dr. Hooper never once suffered his wife to eat at his expense, and he himself left off dining at the prince's table, always taking his meals with his wife at their own lodging, which was very near the court. This conduct of Dr. Hooper resulted wholly from his sense of the griping meanness of William. The prince, nevertheless, had been heard to say, that as he had been told that Mrs. Hooper was a very fine woman, he should like to salute her and welcome her to Holland. It was a great jest among the women of the princess to hear the prince often speak of a person in the service of their mistress, and yet months pass away without his speaking to her or knowing who she was. Dr. Hooper must have been a man of fortune, since he spent upwards of £2,000 when in the service of the princess in books and linen. The Dutch, who keep their clergy very poor, were amazed, and called him the rich papa. The other chaplain was a worthy man, but unprovided with independent subsistence in England, and not doubting that he should have a handsome stipend paid him, though the prince mentioned no particulars. He was never paid a farthing, and having run in debt, he died of a broken heart in prison. Dr. Hooper only received a few pounds for nearly 2 years' attendance. A specimen of Dutch generosity, observes his relative, of which more instances will be given. The princess had £4,000 per annum for her expenses, a very different revenue from the nobleman we shall see allowed to her youngest sister by her uncle and father. Part of this sum was lost to her by the difference of exchange, about £200 per annum. The Lady Anne accompanied her father in his next visit to The Hague. During his exile in Brussels, he had demanded of his brother Charles II that his children should be sent to him. After some demur, the Lady Anne and her half-sister, the little Lady Isabella, were permitted to embark on board the Greenwich frigate in the summer of 1679, when she spent some time with her sister at The Hague. The greatest affection seemed to prevail among the family of the Duke of York when he again visited the Princess of Orange in September 1679, accompanied by his wife, her mother, the Duchess of Modena, and the Lady Anne. Colonel and Mrs. Churchill were both in attendance on their exiled master and mistress in the Low Countries, and it must have been on these series of visits that the Princess of Orange and Mrs. Churchill took their well-known antipathy to each other, for neither the princess nor the lady had had any previous opportunities for hatred, at least as adults. When her father and his family departed, the Princess of Orange, with her husband, bore them company as far as the Maesland sluice. She parted with her father in an agony of tears, and took tender and oft-repeated farewells of him, his consort, and her sister. Her father she never beheld again. At that period of her life, Mary did not know, and probably would have heard with horror, all the intrigues her husband was concocting with the Sidneys, Sunderlands, Russells, Oates, and Bedloes, for hurling her father from his place in the succession, and convulsing her native country with the agonies of civil war by the means of the profligate Monmouth. Documentary evidence, whatever general history may assert to the contrary, proves that this conduct of her husband was ungrateful, because he had received vital support from his relatives in England at a time when he must have been forever crushed beneath the united force of the party in Holland adverse to his re-establishment as a stadtholder and the whole might of France. Long before the marriage of William of Orange with the heiress of Great Britain, the ambition of his party of Dutchmen had anticipated for him the throne of Charles II. To this result they considered that a prophecy of Nostradamus tended. In order that the English might consider William in that light, an anonymous letter was sent to Sir William Temple at Nimeguen, where he was staying, in 1679, negotiating the peace which was concluded between Holland and France, or rather Spain and France. It would have been difficult for anyone but a partisan to discover a prophecy in this quatrain, at least beyond the first line. Ne sous les ombres, journée nocturne, sera in glory, et souveraine bonte, fera renaître les sons de l'antique yearn, et chantera en or les siècles d'Iran. Born under the shade of a nocturnal day, he will be glorious and supremely good. In him will be renewed the ancient blood, and he will change an aged brass into one of gold. The Dutch partisan who sent this prophecy for the edification of the English ambassador likewise favored him with expounding the same. The explanation was, that the Prince of Orange being born under the shades of a nocturnal day was verified by the time of his birth, a few days after the untimely death of his father, his mother being plunged in the deepest grief of mourning, and the light of a November day excluded from her apartments, which were hung with black, and only illumined by melancholy lamps. Renewing the ancient urn of blood was by the descent of the prince from Charlemagne through the house of Louvain. The rest of the spell alluded to the personal virtues of the Prince of Orange and the wonderful happiness Great Britain would enjoy in possessing him. The gold and the brass were perhaps verified by his contriving dexterously, by means of the Dutch system of finance, to obtain possession by anticipation of all the gold of succeeding generations to enrich his age of brass. The Princess of Orange seemed much recovered at Dieren. Sidney wrote to her father that he could scarcely believe she wanted any remedies. Nevertheless, it was her intention to visit the baths at Aix-la-Chapelle. A day was appointed for her journey. Her husband placed her under the care of his favourite physician, Dr. Drelincourt of Leyden, son to the well-known Calvinist, author on Death. This physician travelled with the princess to Aix and returned with her. He was the Dryden Professor of Medicine and at the head of the medical establishment of the court till 1688. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 10, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 2, Part 2. Meantime, the conduct of the Princess of Orange's maids of honor at the Hague caused no little surprise. In whatsoever court of Europe their proceedings were reported, they certainly took extraordinary liberties, if the description of their friend, Mr. Sidney, may be trusted. The princess's maids are a great comfort to me, wrote Sidney to Hyde. On Sunday they invited me to dinner. Pray let Mrs. Fraser know that the maids of the Princess of Orange entertain foreign ministers, which is more, I think, than any of the queens do. It was to the conduct of these very hospitable damsels that the fluctuating health and early troubles of the Princess of Orange may be attributed. The preference which the Prince of Orange manifested for Elizabeth Villiers was the canker of the princess's peace. from her marriage to the grave. This connection, however scandalous it may be, is not matter of slander, but a documentary history. Scandal likewise involved his name very shamefully with that of her sister, Anne Villiers, after she was Madame Bentinck. Altogether, it may be judged how strong were the meshes woven round the poor princess by this family clique. These companions of the princess's youth naturally possessed in themselves the species of authoritative influence over her mind which they derived from being the daughters of her governess, all somewhat older than herself. When it is remembered that the head of the clique was the mistress of her husband, and that the next in age and influence became the wife of his favourite minister of state, the case of Mary of England seems sufficiently pitiable. When she married William of Orange, her age was not 16 years. He was 27, and her bold rival was 19 or 20, or perhaps older. A dread of insult soon produced in the mind of the princess that close reserve and retreat within herself, which, even after her spirit was utterly broken, often perplexed her astute husband, at a time when their views and feelings regarding the deposition of her father were unanimous. A diplomatist became resident at The Hague after the peace with France of 1678, whose dispatches to his own court contained some intelligence concerning the domestic life led by the Princess of Orange and her husband. This person was the Marquis de Vaux, ambassador from Louis XIV. Not exactly to the Prince of Orange, but to the States of Holland. The oddest stories are afloat relative to this official and the Princess of Orange. One written by Sidney to Sir Leoline Jenkins is as follows. All the discourse we have here, December 3, 1680, is of what happened a Wednesday night at court. The French ambassador had, in the morning, sent word to Monsieur Odike, one of the officials in the household of the princess, that he intended waiting on the princess that evening. He, that is Odike, forgot to give notice of it, so that the princess sat down, as she uses to do, about 8 o'clock, to play at La Bassette. This was a game at cards, played with a bank, in vogue through all the courts of Europe. Vast sums were lost and won at Bassette, and royal personages sat down to play at it with as rigorous forms of etiquette as if it had been a solemn duty. A quarter of an hour after the princess had commenced her game, the French ambassador came in. She rose and asked him if he would play. He made no answer, and she sat down again, when the ambassador, looking about, saw a chair with arms in the corner, which he drew for himself and sat down. After he had sat a little while, he rose and went to the table to play. The Prince of Orange came in and did also seat him to play. Rational people will suppose so far that there was no great harm done on either side. According to strict etiquette, as the announcement had been sent of the visit of the ambassador, de Vaux, the Bassette table should not have been set till his arrival, and it would be supposed that a 5 minutes' lounge in an armchair, opportunely discovered in a corner, was no very outrageous atonement for the neglected dignity of the representative of Louis XIV. But alas, armchairs in those days were movables of consequence, portentous of war or peace. Next day, Sidney added, the French ambassador told his friends confidentially that his behaviour was not to be wondered at, for he had positive orders from his master, Louis XIV, that whensoever the princess sat in a great armchair, he should do so too, and that if there was but one in the room, he should endeavour to take it from the princess and sit in it himself. This climax of the letter is, we verily believe, a romaunt of Henry Sidney's own compounding, for the purpose of mystifying the credulity of that most harmless man, Sir Leoline Jenkins, hoping that he would go gossiping with this important nothing to the Duke of York, who would forthwith vindicate his daughter by resenting an offence never dreamed of by that politest of mortals, Louis XIV. Thus a small matter of mischief might be fomented between the courts of England and France for the benefit of that of Orange. Louis XIV, it is well known, considered that homage was due to the fairer sex, even in the lowest degree, for if he met his own housemaids in his palace, he never passed them without touching his hat. Was it credible that he could direct his ambassador, the representative of his own polite person, to take away an armchair, by fraud or force, from a princess, and sit in it himself in her presence? And Mary was not only a princess, but a young and pretty woman, and cousin withal, but 1 degree removed, to his own sacred self. Sir Leoline Jenkins might believe the report, but probability rejects it. If Sir Leoline Jenkins had been ambassador to the court of Holland in an age less diabolical, his veneration and honest loyalty would not have impaired his character for sagacity. He had risen from the lowly estate of a charity boy, by his learning and integrity, to a high situation in the ecclesiastical courts. He belonged to the Reformed Catholic Church of England, and had old-fashioned ideas of devoting to the poor proportionate sums in good works, according to his prosperity. Moreover, he kept himself from presumptuous sins by hanging on high in his stately mansion, in daily sight of himself and his guests, the veritable leathern garments in which he had trudged from Wales to London, a poor wayfaring orphan with 2 groats in his pocket. On the warm affections of a person so primitive, the Prince of Orange and his tool, Sidney, played most shamefully in their letters. The phlegmatic prince grew warm and enthusiastic in his filial expressions towards the Duke of York when writing to the old man. "I am obliged to you," wrote William to Sir Leoline, "for continuing to inform me of what passes in England, but I am grieved to learn with what animosity they proceed against the Duke of York. God bless him, and grant that the king and his parliament may agree." How could the old servant of the English royal family believe that the dissensions in England, and the animosity so tenderly lamented, were at the same time fostered by the writer of this filial effusion, which looks especially ugly and deceitful, surrounded as it is by documents proving that the Prince of Orange should either have left off his intrigues against his uncle and father-in-law, or have been less fervent in his benedictions. But these benedictions were to deceive the old loyalist into believing that, when he wrote intelligence to the prince, he was writing to his master's friend and affectionate son. The extraordinary conduct of the maids of honour of the Princess of Orange has been previously shown. They gave parties of pleasure to the ministers of sovereigns resident at the Hague, at which the political intrigante, Elisabeth Villiers, reaped harvests of intelligence for the use of her employer, the Prince of Orange, to whom these ambassadors were not sent, but to the States of Holland. These damsels, therefore, were spies, who reported to the prince what the ambassadors meant to transact with the States, and these services were considered valuable by a crooked politician. Anne Villiers' affairs prospered at these orgies, for she obtained the hand of the favourite minister of the Prince of Orange, at some period between 1679 and 1685. But Mary Worth, the colleague of this sisterhood, was involved in grievous disgrace, which occasioned serious trouble to the princess. The reputation of this girl had been compromised by the attentions of Count Zulestein, a near relative, by illegitimate descent, of the Prince of Orange, and one of his favourites. Although Zulestein had given Mary Worth a solemn promise of marriage, he perfidiously refused to fulfill it, and was encouraged in his cruelty by the prince, his master. The princess was grieved for the sufferings of her wretched attendant, but she dared not interfere farther than consulting her almoner, Dr. Ken, on this exigence. And here it is necessary to interpolate that a third change had taken place in the head of the Church of England chapel at the Hague. The Prince of Orange being exceedingly inimical to Dr. Hooper, he had resigned, and Dr. Ken, in 1679, accepted this uneasy preferment out of early affection and personal regard for the princess, and in hopes of inducing her to adhere to the principles of the Church of England, without swerving to the practice of the Dutch dissenters, who exaggerated the fatalism of their founder and repudiated all rites with rigour. The only creed to which the Prince of Orange vouchsafed the least attention was that of the Brownists, who united with their fatalist doctrines a certain degree of Socinianism. The Princess of Orange, it has been shown, before the arrival of Dr. Hooper, had been induced to attend the worship of this sect, to the great grief of the divines of the Church of England. Dr. Ken prevailed on the princess to remain steady to the faith in which she had been baptized. He was, in consequence, detested by the Prince of Orange still more than his predecessor. The prince saw, withal, that he was the last person to gloss over his ill treatment of his wife. When the princess consulted Dr. Ken regarding the calamitous case of the frail Mary Worth, he immediately, without caring for the anticipated wrath of the Prince of Orange, sought an interview with Count Zulestein, and represented to him the turpitude and cruelty of his conduct to the unfortunate girl in such moving terms, that Zulestein, who, though profligate, was not altogether reprobate, at the end of the exhortation, became penitent, and requested the apostolic man to marry him to Mary as soon as he pleased. A few days afterwards, the Prince of Orange went on business to Amsterdam. The princess then called all the parties concerned about her, and Dr. Ken married the lovers, Zulestein and Mary Worth, in her chapel. The rage of the prince on his return, when he found his favourite kinsman fast bound in marriage, without possibility of retracting, was excessive. He scolded and stormed at the princess, and railed violently at Dr. Ken, who told him he was desirous of leaving his court and returning to England. The tears and entreaties of the princess, who begged Dr. Ken not to desert her, gave a more serious turn to the affair than the prince liked, who, at last, alarmed at the effect the quarrel might have in England, joined with her in entreating Ken to stay with her another year. Dr. Ken reluctantly complied. He was thoroughly impatient of witnessing the ill treatment he saw the princess suffer, nor could he withhold remonstrance. Dr. Ken was with me, wrote Sidney in his journal of March 21, 1680. He is horribly unsatisfied with the Prince of Orange. He thinks he is not kind to his wife, and he is determined to speak to him about it, even if he kicks him out of doors. Again, about a month afterwards, the journal notes, Sir Gabriel Silvius and Dr. Ken were both here, and both complained of the prince, especially of his usage of his wife. They think she is sensible of it, and that it doth greatly contribute to her illness. They are mightily for her going to England, but they think he will never consent. Sidney being an agent and favourite of the Prince of Orange, it is not probable that he exaggerated his ill conduct. And as for Sir Gabriel Silvius, he was one of his own Dutchmen, who had married a young lady of the Howard family, a ward of Evelyn, at the time of the wedlock of the Prince and Princess of Orange. Lady Anne Silvius soon after followed the princess to Holland, and became one of her principal ladies. King Charles II gave Lady Anne Silvius the privilege and rank of an earl's daughter, as she was granddaughter to the Earl of Berkshire. She was extremely attached to the royal family of Great Britain, in which the good Dutchman, her elderly but most loving spouse, participated. He seems to have been a primitive character of the class of Sir Leoline Jenkins, his contemporary. In the paucity of events to vary the stagnation of existence, in which the young beautiful Mary of England was doomed to mope away the flower of her days in Holland, the circumstance of her laying the first stone of William's new brick palace at Loo afforded her some little opportunity of enacting her part in the drama of royalty, that part which nature had so eminently fitted her to perform with grace and majesty. The erection of this palace, the decorations, together with the laying out the extensive gardens and pleasure grounds, afforded Mary some amusement and occupation, and memories of her were long recalled by the names of things pertaining to her in this, her husband's favourite abode. On the east side were the apartments devoted to her use, since called the Queen's Suite, although she never went to Holland after her accession to the British crowns. Under the windows of these were her garden, with a noble fountain in the centre called the Queen's Garden. This garden led into another, with a labyrinth, adorned with many statues. Behind the palace she had her volere, or poultry garden, from which it appears she beguiled her dullness in Holland by rearing various kinds of fowls, especially those of the aquatic species, for which the canals and tanks of Loo were so well fitted. Beyond the park was the Vivre, a large quadrangular pond, which supplied all the fountains, jets, and cascades that adorned the gardens. Near this was the Garden of Fawns, with divers pleasant long green walks, and west of the Vivre was situated a fine grove for solitude, where Mary occasionally walked, since called in memory of her, the Queen's Grove. William had also his wing of the palace, opening into his private pleasaunce and his voliere. It was to render it more like this Dutch palace that Hampton Court, the royal abode of the Tudor and Stuart sovereigns, was disfigured and pulled to pieces to decorate Loo. William is accused of plundering Windsor of some of the pictures with which the fine taste and munificence of his predecessors had adorned them, with the expectation that they would be regarded as heirlooms to the nation in perpetuity, records that men of princely feeling had reigned over a civilized people. Mary's palace seclusion at this period of her life must have been a matter of notoriety, since one of her contemporary biographers, whose labours, and very laborious they must have been, consist of mere panegyric without incident, thinks fit, thus cautiously, to apologize for it. Though the Princess of Orange behaved with all possible condescension to the wives of the burgomasters and the other ladies, yet she never forgot her own high birth, so far as to enter into familiarity with them, it being regarded by her as an inviolable point of etiquette, neither to make visits nor contract intimacies with any of them. The narrowness of the circle to which she was thus confined rendered her recluse and solitary in her own court, and took from her a great part of the grandeur, state, and homage to which she had been accustomed in her uncle's court. How weary such a life must have been to a girl in her teens, accustomed to all the gaieties of the most fascinating court in Europe, and all the endearments of domestic ties, we may suppose, disappointed as she was in all her hopes of maternity, and neglected in her first bloom of beauty for one of her attendants, by her taciturn and unfaithful husband. No wonder that Mary's health gave way, and the journals, written by English residents at The Hague, prognosticated an early death for the royal flower, who had been reluctantly torn from the happy home of her youth to be transplanted to an ungenial climate. Years, in fact, elapsed before Mary of England's home affections and filial duties were sufficiently effaced to allow her to become an accomplice in the utter ruin of the father who tenderly loved her. From the year 1680 to 1684, the events of her life in Holland, together with life itself, stagnated as dismally as the contents of the canals around her. All the evidence concerning her goes to prove that her seclusion was little better than the palace restraint which was called captivity in the days of her ancestresses, Eleanora of Aquitaine and Isabella of Angoulême. While this mysterious retirement was endured by her in Holland, life was opening to her young sister Anne, and many important events had befallen her. The Lady Anne did not accompany her father, the Duke of York, and her stepmother, Mary Beatrice, in their first journey to Scotland. Her establishment continued at St. James's or Richmond. She bore the Duchess of York company on her land journey to the north as far as Hatfield, and then returned to her uncle's court. Whilst the bill for excluding her father from the succession was agitating the country and Parliament, perhaps the first seeds of ambition were sown in the bosom of Anne, for she was generally spoken of and regarded as the ultimate heiress to the throne. Many intrigues regarding her marriage occupied the plotting brain of her childless brother-in-law, William of Orange. The hereditary Prince of Hanover, afterwards George I, paid first a long visit at The Hague at the close of the year 1680, and then appeared at the court of Charles II as a suitor for the hand of the Lady Anne of York. Although William affected the most confidential affection for this young prince, his very soul was racked with jealousy, lest he should prosper in his wooing. Not jealousy of his sister-in-law, whom he abhorred, but he feared that the ambition of the hereditary Prince of Hanover should be awakened by his proximity to the British throne, if he were brought still nearer by wedlock with the Lady Anne. The case would then stand thus. If George of Hanover married Anne, and the Princess of Orange died first without offspring, as she actually did, William of Orange would have had to give way before their prior claims on the succession, to prevent which he set at work on a threefold series of intrigues in the household of his sister-in-law, at the court of Hanover, and at that of Zell. The Prince of Hanover arrived opposite to Greenwich Palace, December 6, 1680, and sent his chamberlain, Monsieur Beck, on shore to find his uncle, Prince Rupert, and to hire a house. Prince Rupert immediately informed Charles II of the arrival of the Prince of Hanover, and the king forbade the hiring of any house, but instantly appointed apartments at Whitehall for his German kinsman and all his suite, sending off the master of the ceremonies, Sir Charles Cotterell, with a royal barge, to bring his guest up the Thames to Whitehall. The Duke of Hamilton came to call on the Hanoverian prince, when he had rested at Whitehall about 2 hours, and informed him that his uncle, Prince Rupert, who had already preceded him to the levee of King Charles, and was ready to meet him there. George of Hanover quickly made his appearance at the royal levee, and when presented to the British monarch, he delivered a letter that his mother, the Electress Sophia, had sent by him to her royal cousin German. Charles II received both the letter and his young kinsman with usual frankness, spoke of his cousin Sophia, and said he well remembered her. When the king had chatted some time with his relative, he proposed to present him to the queen, that is, Catherine of Braganza. Prince George followed Charles II to the queen's side, or privy lodgings at Whitehall, where his presentation to her majesty took place, with the same ceremonial as was used at the court of France before the Revolution of 1790. The gentleman presented knelt, and taking the robe of the queen, endeavoured to kiss the hem. The more courteous etiquette was for a little graceful struggle to take place, when the queen took her robe from the person presented, who, while she did so, kissed her hand. It was not until the next day that Prince George saw the princess on whose account he had undertaken this journey. Charles II presented him to his niece Anne, the Princess of York, as Prince George himself terms her. At his introduction, the king gave him leave to kiss her. It was, indeed, the privilege of the prince's near relationship that he should salute her on the lips. Yet the fact that George I and Anne so greeted seems inconsistent with the coldness and distance of their historical characters. All this intelligence was conveyed to the Electress Sophia in a letter written to her, on occasion of these introductions, by her son. It is as follows, from the original French, in which it is indited with as much sprightliness as if it had emanated from the literary court of Louis XIV. The hereditary Prince George of Hanover to his mother, the Electress Sophia. London, December 30th, Old Style, January 10th, New Style, 1680 or 1681. After wishing your Serene Highness a very happy New Year, I will not delay letting you know that I arrived here on the 6th of December, having remained 1 day at anchor at Grumnovich, that is Greenwich, till Monsieur Beck went on shore to take a house for me. He did not fail to find out Prince Robert, or Rupert, to let him know of my arrival at Grumnovich, who did not delay telling King Charles II. His Majesty immediately appointed me apartments at Whitehall, that is Whitehall. Monsieur Beck requested Prince Robert to excuse me, but King Charles, when he spoke thus, insisted that it should be absolutely so, for he would entreat me and cousin, and after that no more could be said. Therefore Monsieur Cotterell came on the morrow to find me out in the ship at Greenwich, with a bark of the king, and brought me therein to Whitehall, or Whitehall. I had not been there more than 2 hours, when my Lord Hamilton came to take me to the king, who received me most obligingly. Prince Robert, or Rupert, had preceded me, and was at court when I saluted King Charles. In making my obeisance to the king, I did not omit to give him the letter of your Serene Highness, after which he spoke of your Highness and said that he remembered you very well. When he had talked with me some time, he went to the queen, that is Catherine of Braganza, and as soon as I arrived, he made me kiss the hem of her Majesty's petticoat. Qui l'on me fit baiser la jupe à la reine. The next day I saw the Princess of York, that is the Lady Anne, and I saluted her by kissing her, with the consent of the king. The day after, I went to visit Prince Robert, or Rupert, who received me in bed, for he has a malady in his leg, which makes him very often keep his bed. It appears that it is so without any pretext, and that he has to take care of himself. he had not failed of coming to see me one day. All the milords came to see me, sans prétendre la main chez moi. Milord Grouet, perhaps Gray, is one that came to me very often indeed. They cut off the head of Lord Stafford yesterday, and made no more ado about it than if they had chopped off the head of a pullet. I have no more to tell your Serene Highness, wherefore I conclude and remain your very humble son and servant, George Louis. There is reason to believe that the milord Grouet, who was assiduous in his attendance on the Prince of Hanover, was Lord Grey of Ford, one of the most violent agitators for the legal murder of the unoffending Lord Stafford, whose death is mentioned with such naive astonishment by the Prince of Hanover. Various reasons are given for the failure of the marriage treaty between George I and Queen Anne. It is asserted in every history that William of Orange caused it to be whispered to the Lady Anne that it was owing to the irrepressible disgust that the Prince George felt at the sight of her, an obliging piece of information which could easily be conveyed by the agency of the Villiers sisters in his wife's establishment in Holland, communicating the same to the other division of the sisterhood who were domesticated in the Palace of St. James. The mischief took effect, for Anne felt lifelong resentment for this supposed affront. Yet there is no expression of the kind in the letter quoted above, though written in a highly confidential strain to a mother, instead of which he dwells with satisfaction on the permission given him to salute the young princess. It is more likely that Prince George of Hanover took the disgust at the proceedings of the leaders of the English public at that time, and was loath to involve himself with their infamous intrigues, for it is to the great honour of the princes of the House of Hanover that their names are unsullied by any such evil deeds as those that disgrace William of Orange. It will be found subsequently that the mother of this prince testified sincere reluctance to accept a succession forced on her and unsought by her or hers, and that her son never visited Great Britain again till he was sent for as king. In short, the conduct of the Electress Sophia and of her descendants presents the most honourable contrast to the proceedings of William, Mary, and Anne. During Prince George of Hanover's visit in England, the Prince of Orange had kindly bestirred himself to fix a matrimonial engagement for him in Germany. When the prince had remained a few weeks at the court of his kinsman, Charles II, he was summoned home by his father, Ernest Augustus, to receive the hand of his first cousin, Sophia Dorothea, heiress of the Duchy of Zell. This marriage, contracted against the wishes of both Prince George and Sophia Dorothea, proved most miserable to both. The Duke of York was absent from England, keeping court at Holyrood at the time of the visit of Prince George of Hanover. He had no voice in the matter, either of acceptance or rejection. Though the affections of the Lady Anne could not have been given to Prince George, for his person was diminutive, and his manners without attraction, yet she felt the unaccountable retreat of her first wooer as a great mortification. The little Princess Isabella died the same spring, a child from whom her sister, the Lady Anne, had never been separated. Possibly she was afflicted at her loss. In the following summer, Charles II permitted the Lady Anne to visit her father in Scotland. She embarked on board one of the royal yachts at Whitehall, July 13th, and after a prosperous voyage, landed at Leith, July 17, 1681. Her visit to Scotland has been mentioned in the preceding volume. Here she met her favourite companion, Mrs. Churchill, who was then in Scotland, in attendance on the Duchess of York. When the revolutions of faction gave a temporary prosperity to her father, the Lady Anne returned with him to St. James's Palace, and again settled there in the summer of 1682. In that year, or the succeeding one, she bestowed her first affections upon an accomplished nobleman of her uncle's court. There is little doubt but that her confidant, Sarah Churchill, was the depositary of all her hopes and fears relative to her passion for the elegant and handsome Sheffield, Lord Mulgrave, which Sarah, according to her nature, took the first opportunity to circumvent and betray. Few of those to whom the rotund form and high-coloured complexion of Queen Anne are familiar can imagine her as a poet's love, and a poet withal, so fastidious as the accomplished Sheffield. But the Lady Anne of York redolent with the heavy bloom and smiles of 17, was different from the royal matron who adorned so many corporation halls in provincial towns, and it is possible might be sincerely loved by the young chivalric Earl of Mulgrave, who wrote poems to her praise, which were admired by the court. Poetry is an allowable incense, but after gaining the attention of the Lady Anne in verse, the noble poet, Sheffield, proceeded to write bona fide love letters to her in good, earnest prose, the object of which was marriage. Charles II and the favorite confidant of the princess, Sarah Churchill, alone knew whether the Lady Anne answered these epistles. Some say that Sarah stole a very tender billet in the Lady Anne's writing, addressed to Sheffield, Earl of Mulgrave, and placed it in the hands of her royal uncle, Charles II. Others declare that the unlucky missive was a flaming love letter of the Earl to the Lady Anne. But whichever it were, the result was that a husband was instantly sought for the enamored princess, and her lover was forthwith banished from the English court. Charles II rests under the imputation of sending the Earl of Mulgrave on a command to Tangier in a leaky vessel, meaning to dispose of him and his ambitious designs out of the way at the bottom of the ocean. But to say nothing of the oriental obedience of the crew of the vessel, it may be noted that Charles could have found a less costly way of assassinating, if so inclined, than the loss of a ship, however leaky, with all her appointments of rigging, provisions, ammunition, and 500 men withal, one of whom was his own child, for the Earl of Plymouth was a favourite son of his, who sailed in the same ship with Mulgrave. The want of seaworthiness of the ship was discovered on the voyage, and whenever the health of King Charles was proposed, Lord Mulgrave used to say, "Let us wait till we get safe out of his rotten ship." From this speech, and from the previous courtship of the Princess Anne, all the rest has been astutely invented. The consequence of the courtship between the Lady Anne and Lord Mulgrave was, that her uncle, King Charles, and his council lost no time in finding her a suitable helpmate. The handsome King of Sweden, Charles XI, had proposed for the Lady Anne some time after Prince George of Hanover had withdrawn his pretensions. The beautiful and spirited equestrian portrait of the King of Sweden was sent to England, to find favour in the eyes of the Lady Anne. This portrait, drawn by no vulgar pen, is at Hampton Court. At least it was there 4 years since, shut up in a long room leading to the chapel. It deserves to be seen, for it presents the beau ideal of a martial monarch. Anne was not destined to be the mother of Charles XII. Her unloving brother-in-law, William, opposed this union with all his power of intrigue. The only suitor on whom he was willing to bestow his fraternal benediction was the Elector Palatine, a mature widower, a mutual cousin of Anne and himself, being a descendant of the Queen of Bohemia. The choice of Charles II for his niece fell on neither of these wooers, but on Prince George, brother of Christian V, King of Denmark. The royal family of Denmark was nearly related to that of Great Britain, the grandmother of Charles II, Anne of Denmark, being the aunt to the father of Prince George, Frederick III, and a friendly intercourse had always been kept up since her marriage with James I between the royal families of Denmark and Great Britain. Christian V, when crown prince, had visited England at the Restoration. This prince had taken away with him as his page George Churchill, who was at that time but 13. It is possible that this trifling circumstance actually led to the marriage of Prince George with the Lady Anne of York. George of Denmark had visited England in 1670, when the Lady Anne was only 5 or 6 years old, for there was a difference of 14 or 15 years in their ages. At this visit, Prince George had brought George Churchill with him to Whitehall, for Prince Christian had transferred him to his brother's service as his guide and interpreter in England. From that time, George Churchill became an influential in the household of the second Prince of Denmark, as his brother, John Churchill, afterwards Duke of Marlborough, was in that of the Duke of York. The Prince of Orange was staying at the court of his uncles at Whitehall when George of Denmark was on his visit in England. What harm the Danish prince had ever done to his peevish little kinsman was never ascertained, but from that period William cultivated a hatred against him, lasting as it was bitter. It is possible that, When Sarah Churchill traversed the love between the Lady Anne and the Earl of Mulgrave, she recommended George of Denmark to the attention of Charles II for the husband of the princess. As the brother of Mrs. Churchill's husband was already the favourite of the Danish prince, the long-sighted intrigante might deem that such alliance would strengthen the puissance of her own family at court. Be this as it may, the marriage between the Lady Anne and Prince George of Denmark was formally proposed on the part of the King of Denmark in May 1683. King Charles approved of it, but would not answer finally until he had spoken to his brother, the Duke of York, who, according to public report, replied that he had thought it very convenient and suitable, and gave leave to Monsieur Lente, the Danish envoy, that the Prince George should make application to his daughter, the Lady Anne. In his journal, the Duke of York regrets the match, observing that he had little encouragement in the conduct of the Prince of Orange to marry another daughter in the same interest. William of Orange, however, did not identify his own interest with that of the Danish prince, for directly he heard that he was likely to become his brother-in-law, he sent Bentinck to England to break the marriage if possible. The Orange machinations proved useless, excepting that the marriage was rendered somewhat unpopular by a report being raised that Prince George of Denmark was a suitor recommended by Louis XIV. Nevertheless, the Protestantism of the Danish prince was free from reproach, and therefore there was no reason why he should find favour in the eyes of Louis. The Prince of Denmark had been distinguished by an act of generous valour before he came to England. He was engaged in one of the tremendous battles between Sweden and Denmark, where his brother, King Christiern, commanded in person. The king, venturing too rashly, was taken prisoner by the Swedes, when Prince George, rallying some cavalry, cut his way through a squadron of Swedes and rescued his royal brother. The prince had no great appanage, only about 5,000 crowns, from some barren islands, but it was considered desirable that he should remain at the court of England without taking his wife to Denmark. Prince George arrived in London on the 29th or 19th of July, 1683. That day he dined publicly at Whitehall with the royal family, and was seen by a great crowd of people, among others by Evelyn, who has left the following description of him. I again saw the Prince George on the 25th of July. He has the Danish countenance, blonde. A few words, spake French but ill, seemed somewhat heavy, but is reported to be valiant. I am told from Whitehall, says another contemporary, that Prince George of Denmark is a person of very good mien, and had dined with the King, Queen, and Duke of York, who gave the prince the upper hand. This was in public, in the same manner as the court of France dined at Versailles and the Tuileries, where the people were admitted to see the royal family. The court will soon return to Windsor, where the marriage between the prince and Lady Anne will be arranged and completed. His presents, which are very noble, are presented to her, and their households will be settled after the manner of those of the Duke of York and the Duchess, but not so numerous. A chapter will be held at Windsor for choosing Prince George into the most noble order of the Garter. But the prince hath desired it may be deferred till he hath written to the King of Denmark for his leave to forbear wearing the order of the Elephant, for it would not be seemly to wear that and the order of the Garter at the same time. It is scarcely needful to observe that the leave was granted by the King of Denmark, who considered the request only reasonable. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 10, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 2, Part 3. The marriage of the Princess Anne took place at St. James's Chapel on St. Anne's Day, July 28th, Old Style, 1683, at 10 o'clock at night. Her uncle, Charles II, gave her away. Queen Catherine, the Duchess of York, and the Duke of York were present. Unlike the private marriage of the weeping Princess Mary, which took place in her own bedchamber, the bridal of Anne of York and George of Denmark was a bright nocturnal festivity, brilliant with light and joyous company. Most of the nobility, then in London, were present. The people took their part in the fête. They kindled their bonfires at every door, and in return, the wine conduits, shows, and diversions were provided for them, and the bells of each church in London rang all night. The marriage was commemorated by a courtly pretender to literature, Charles Montague, subsequently Earl of Halifax, who perpetrated an ode in the truest style of fustian, from which the only passages that bear any personal reference to the bride and bridegroom are here presented to the reader. What means this royal beauteous pair, this troop of youths and virgins heavenly fair? That does at once astonish and delight great Charles and his illustrious brother here. No bold assassinate need fear. Here is no harmful weapon found. Nothing but Cupid's darts and beauty here can wound. See, how decently the bashful bride does bear her conquests, with how little pride she views that prince, the captive of her charms, who made the north with fear to quake, and did that powerful empire shake, before whose arms, when great Gustavus led, the frighted Roman eagles fled. The succeeding morning of the nuptials, the princess sat in state with her bridegroom to receive the congratulations of the courts of the foreign ambassadors, the Lord Mayor and aldermen, and various public companies. Many politicians of the day rejoiced much that the Princess Anne was safely married to Prince George, because the death of Marie Therese, the Queen of France, left Louis XIV a widower only 2 days after these nuptials, and it was supposed that the Duke of York would have made great efforts to marry his daughter to that sovereign. King Charles settled on his niece, by Act of Parliament, £20,000 per annum, and from his own purse purchased and presented to her for a residence, that adjunct to the Palace of Whitehall, which was called the Cockpit, formerly its theatre. This place was built by Henry VIII for the savage sport which its name denotes. It had long been disused for that purpose, but had been adapted as a place of dramatic representation until the rebellion. It had been granted by royal favour on lease to Lord Danby, of whom it was now purchased. The Cockpit appears to have been situated between the present Horse Guards and Downing Street, and it certainly escaped the great fire which destroyed the Palace of Whitehall, being on the other side of the way. The entry was from St. James's Park, which divided it from St. James's Palace, and as that was the town residence of the Duke of York, the vicinity to the dwelling of his beloved child was very convenient. When the establishment of the Princess Anne of Denmark was appointed by her royal uncle, Sarah Churchill, secretly mistrusting the durability of the fortunes of her early benefactress, the Duchess of York, expressed an ardent wish to become one of the ladies of the Princess Anne, who requested her father's permission to that effect. The Duke of York immediately consented, and the circumstance was announced by the princess in the following billet. The Princess Anne of Denmark to Mrs. Churchill. The Duke of York came in just as you were gone, and made no difficulties, but has promised me that I shall have you, which I assure you is a great joy to me. I should say a great deal for your kindness in offering it, but I am not good at compliments. I will only say that I do take it extreme kindly, and shall be ready at any time to do you all the service that is in my power. Long years afterwards, Anne's favourite asserted that she only accepted this situation in compliance with the solicitations of her royal mistress. With what degree of truth, the above letter shows. In the same account of her conduct, Mrs. Churchill, then the mighty Duchess of Marlborough, describes the qualities she possessed, which induced the violent affection long testified for her by the princess. The first was the great charm of her frankness, which disdained all flattery. Next was the extreme hatred and horror that both she and the princess felt for Lady Clarendon, because that lady looked like a mad woman and talked like a scholar. This object of their mutual dislike was wife to the uncle of the princess, Henry Earl of Clarendon. She had been governess to the princess before her marriage with Prince George of Denmark, and was at present her first lady. The style in which Flora, Lady Clarendon, wrote was, as may be seen in the Clarendon letters, superior to that of any man of her day. Her letters are specimens of elegant simplicity. Therefore, the charge of scholarship was probably true. As to Mrs. Churchill's influence over the princess, she evidently pursued a system which may be often seen practiced in the world by dependents and inferiors. She was excessively blunt and bold to everyone but the princess, who, of course, felt that deference from a person rude and violent to every other human creature is a double distilled compliment. This complaisance of the favorite only lasted until the Lady Anne was under the protection of her uncle and father. We shall see it degenerate by degrees into insulting tyranny. In the romance of her friendship, the Princess Anne renounced her high rank in her epistolatory correspondence with her friend. "One day she proposed to me," says Sarah Churchill, "that whenever I should be absent from her, we might, in our letters, write ourselves by feigned names, such as would import nothing of distinction of rank between us. Morley and Freeman were the names she hit on, and she left me to choose by which of them I would be called. My frank open temper naturally led me to pitch upon Freeman, and so the princess took the other." These names were extended to the spouses of the ladies, and Mr. Morley and Mr. Freeman were adopted by Prince George of Denmark and Colonel Churchill. Other nicknames were given to the father and family of the princess, and this plan was not only used for the convenience of the note correspondence, which perpetually passed between the friends, but it subsequently masked the series of dark political intrigues guided by Sarah Churchill in the Revolution. The following note was written a little before this system of equity was adopted, while it was yet in cogitation in the mind of Anne, who was then absent from her favourite at the Palace of Winchester, where she was resting after she had accompanied her father, the Duke of York, in his yacht to review the fleet at Portsmouth. The Princess Anne to Lady Churchill. Winchester, September 20th, 1684. I writ to you last Wednesday from on board the yacht, and left my letter on Thursday morning at Portsmouth to go by the post, to be as good as my word in writing to my dear Lady Churchill by the first opportunity. I was in so great haste when I writ, that I fear what I said was nonsense, but I hope you will have so much kindness for me as to forgive it. If you will not let me have the satisfaction of hearing from you again before I see you, let me beg of you not to call me your highness at every word, but to be as free with me as one friend ought to be with another. And you can never give me any greater proof of your friendship than in telling me your mind freely in all things, which I do beg you to do. And if ever it were in my power to serve you, nobody would be more ready than myself. I am all impatience for Wednesday, till when, farewell. While the Princess of Denmark was enjoying every distinction and luxury in England, her sister Mary led no such pleasant life at the Hague, where she either was condemned to utter solitude, or passed her time surrounded by invidious spies and insolent rivals. After the death of the noble Ossory, and the departure of her early friend Dr. Ken, she had no one near her who dare protect her. Some resistance she must have made to the utter subserviency into which she subsequently fell, or there would have been no need of the personal restraint imposed on her from the years 1682 and 1684, when her mode of life was described in the dispatches of the French ambassador, de Vaux, to his own court. Until now, the existence of the Princess of Orange has been regulated thus. From the time she rose in the morning till 8 in the evening, she never left her chamber, except in summer, when she was permitted to walk about once in 7 or 8 days. No one had liberty to enter her room, not even her lady of honour, nor her maids of honour, of which she has but 4. But she has a troop of Dutch filles de chambre, of whom a detachment every day mount guard on her, and have orders never to leave her. In this irksome restraint, which, after allowing the utmost for the exaggeration of the inimical French ambassador, it is impossible to refrain from calling imprisonment, the unfortunate Princess of Orange had time sufficient to finish her education. She passed her time in reading or embroidering, and was even occupied with the pencil, for it is certain she continued to take lessons of her dwarf drawing master, Gibson, who had followed her to Holland for that purpose. He probably held a situation in her household, as the tiny mannequin was used to court service, having been page of the backstairs to her grandfather, Charles I. It may be thought that a princess who was a practical adept with the pencil would have proved subsequently a great patron of pictorial art as Queen of Great Britain and Ireland. Such hopes were not fulfilled. The persons in whose society Mary of England chiefly delighted were her best beloved friend and early playfellow, Miss, or according to the phraseology of that day, Mistress Anne Trelawney, then her favourite maid of honour, and her good nurse, Mrs. Langford, whose husband, a clergyman of the Church of England, was devotedly attached to her, being one of her chaplains. All were detested by the Prince of Orange, but no brutal affronts, no savage rudeness, could make these friends of infancy offer to retire from the service of his princess, when Dr. Ken did, who at last, finding he could do no good at the court of the Hague, retired to England, where he was raised to the important see of Bath and Wells. Dr. Ken was succeeded, as almoner to the Princess of Orange, by a very quaint and queer clergyman of the old world cavalier fashion, called Dr. Covell. It was not very probable that the restless ambition of the Prince of Orange would permit his wedded partner to remain at the Palace of the Wood or at Dieren, surrounded by her loyalist chaplains, nurses, and dwarf pages of the court of Charles I, cherishing in her mind thoughts of the lofty and ideal past, of the poets, cavaliers, and artists of the old magnificent court of Whitehall. No, Mary's claims were too near the throne of Great Britain to permit him thus to spare her as an auxiliary. After he had grieved her by neglect, humbled her by the preference he showed for her women, and condemned her to solitude, for which she had little preference, his next step was to persecute her for all her family attachments, and insult her for her filial tenderness to her father. He assailed her affection for him by inducing her to believe him guilty of crimes which only the most daring political slanderers laid to his charge. Above all, William made a crime of the reverence his princess bore to her grandfather, Charles I, for whom he seems to have cultivated an implacable hatred, although in the same degree of relationship to himself as to Mary. The proceedings of the Prince of Orange in breaking down his wife's spirit, according to the above system, were thus minutely detailed to her kinsman, Louis XIV, by his ambassador to the States, de Vaux. They have printed an insolent book against the Duke of York in Holland, whom they accuse of cutting the throat of the Earl of Essex. The English envoy, Cudley, remonstrated, but it had no other effect than exciting Jurieu to present this book publicly to the Prince of Orange as his own work. But the worst of all was, that after this outrage on her father, the Princess of Orange was forced, by her husband, to go to hear Jurieu preach a political sermon. Cudley, the English envoy, remonstrated so earnestly on the calumnies of Jurieu and the conduct of the prince, that he was no longer invited to the Hague. A few days afterwards, the princess was sitting in her solitary chamber on the anniversary of the death of her grandfather, Charles I. She had assumed a habit of deep mourning, and meant to devote the whole of the day to fasting and prayer, as was her family custom when domesticated with her father and mother. Her meals were always lonely, and on this anniversary she supposed that she might fast without interruption. The Prince of Orange came unexpectedly into her apartment, and looking at her mourning habit, scornfully bade her, in an imperious tone, "Go and change it for the gayest dress she had." The princess was obliged to obey. He then told her he meant she should dine in public. Now it is not very easy to make a woman dine when she resolves to fast. The princess, pursues de Vaux, saw all the dishes of a state dinner successively presented to her, but dismissed them, one after the other, and ate nothing. In the evening, the Prince of Orange commanded her to accompany him to the comedy, where he had not been for several months, and which he had ordered on purpose. At this new outrage to her feelings, the princess burst into tears, and in vain entreated him to spare her and excuse her compliance. This was the final struggle. From the 30th of January, 1684 or 5, there is no instance to be found of Mary's repugnance to any outrage effected by her husband against her family. The change, for some mysterious reason, was occasioned by the domestication of her cousin Monmouth at her court. The contest of parties in England had ended in the restoration of her father, the Duke of York, to his natural place in the succession, and Monmouth took his turn of banishment in Holland and Brussels. It was part of the policy of the Prince of Orange to receive this rival aspirant for the crown of Great Britain with extraordinary affection, insomuch that he permitted the princess the most unheard of indulgences to welcome him. The Prince of Orange, says De Vaux, was heretofore the most jealous of men. Scarcely would he permit the princess to speak to a man or even to a woman. Now he presses the Duke of Monmouth to come after dinner to her apartments to teach her country dances. Likewise, the Prince of Orange charged her, by the compliance she owed to him, to accompany the Duke of Monmouth in skating parties this great frost. A woman in common life would make herself a ridiculous sight if she did as the Princess of Orange does, who is learning to glide on the ice with her petticoats trussed up to her knees, skates buckled on her shoes, and sliding absurdly enough, first on one foot and then on the other. The Duchess of Orleans scruples not to accuse Mary of coquetry with the Duke of Monmouth. The strange scenes described by De Vaux were doubtless the foundation of her opinion. But what is still stranger, the literary duchess considers that Mary gave some reason for scandal with De Vaux himself. William discovered, it seems, that an interview had taken place between his princess and this ambassador, at the home of one of her Dutch maids of honour, Mademoiselle Trudaine. This lady was instantly driven from her service by the prince with the utmost disgrace. William's jealousy was probably a political one, and he dreaded lest some communication prejudicial to his views might take place between Mary and her father, through the medium of the French ambassador. De Vaux himself does not mention the interview in his letters, nor show any symptom of vanity regarding the princess. Neither does he mention the redoubtable adventure of the armchair before detailed. The resentment of the envoy, Cudley, was not to be kept within bounds at the proceedings relative to Monmouth, and above all at the public patronage offered by the Prince of Orange, both to the libeller Jurieu and to his libel on the father of the princess. And when he found that the princess went constantly to hear the sermons of this calumniator of her parent, the English envoy remonstrated with warmth sufficient for the Prince of Orange to insist on his recall, in which request he obliged his princess to join. The motive, however, that the prince and princess gave for this requisition was not the real one, but a slight affront on their dignity, such as hereditary sovereigns have often borne without even a frown. It was the carnival. The snow at the Hague was hard and deep. All the Dutch world were sleighing in fanciful sledges, and masked in various characters. Among others, the Princess of Orange being lately taken into the favour of her lord and master, he drove her on the snow in a sleigh. Both were masked. The orange sleigh met that of the envoy Cudley, who refused to break the road, and the princely sledge had to give way before the equipage of the proud Englishman. The prince and princess both wrote complaints of Cudley's disrespect, and petitioned that he might be recalled. Cudley wrote likewise, giving his own version of the real cause of the offence, and of the inimical proceedings of the Dutch court against all who were devoted to the British sovereign. As for his alleged crime, he made very light of it, saying, that as the prince and princess were masked, which implied a wish to appear unknown, the ill-breeding and impertinence would have been in any way to have testified acquaintance with them, that in fact he knew them not, and that he was on the proper side of the road. If the circumstance had happened to his own right royal master and mistress, he should have done the same, but they knew too well the customs of their rank to have taken offence. As for recall, he joined in the request, for he could not stay at the Hague to see and hear what he saw and heard daily. The result was that Cudley returned to England, and Bevil Skelton was sent as envoy. Unfortunately, he gave still less satisfaction to the Orange party. The Prince of Orange, says De Vaux, knew not how to caress Monmouth sufficiently. Balls and parties were incessantly given for him. 4 or 5 days since, he went alone with the Princess of Orange on the ice in a traîneau to a house of the prince 3 leagues from the Hague. They dined there, and it was the Duke of Monmouth that led out the princess. He dined at table with the princess, who before always ate by herself. It was remarked that the princess, who never was accustomed to walk on foot in public places, was now forever promenading in the Mall, leaning on the arm of Monmouth, and that the prince, formerly the most jealous person in existence, suffered this gallantry, which all the world noticed, between the duke and his wife. The gaiety at the court of the Hague, he continues, is universal. William himself set all the world dancing at the balls he gave, and encouraged his guests and his wife by dancing himself. He likewise obliged the princess to receive at her court, and to countenance the Duke of Monmouth's mistress, or secondary wife, Lady Harriet Wentworth. The ill-treated heiress of Buccleuch, Monmouth's duchess, and the mother of his children, was alone in England. She had been the most particular friend and companion of the Princess of Orange, who ought, therefore, to have resented, rather than encouraged, any introduction to her injurious supplanter. The Duke of York wrote with unwonted sternness to his daughter, remonstrating against these proceedings. She shed tears on her father's letter, but she answered that the prince was her master and would be obeyed. Eyewitnesses did not deem that the conduct of the princess was induced by mere obedience. She was either partial to Monmouth, as her friend and correspondent, the German Duchess of Orléans, implies, or she rushed into pleasure with the hilarity of a caged bird into the air. If her seclusion had been as severe as the French ambassador declared it was, she was glad of liberty and exercise on any terms. At the conclusion of one of his letters of remonstrance, her father bade her warn her husband that if the king and himself were removed by death from their path, the Duke of Monmouth, whatsoever the prince might think of his friendship, would give them a struggle before they could possess the throne of Great Britain. A dim light is thrown on the correspondence between James II and his daughter by garbled extracts made by Dr. Birch, a chaplain of the Princess Anne. Some motive fettered his transcribing pen, since letters, apparently of the strongest personal interest, furnish him but with a few words. Those, for instance, in January 27, 1685, a few days before the Duke of York ascended the throne, when he wrote to remonstrate with her on her extraordinary conduct with Monmouth. Dr. Birch's brief quotation from this paternal reproof is that her father supposes she was kept in awe. That from Mary's answer, denies being kept in awe, her condition much happier than he believed. All the noisy gaieties and rejoicings at the Orange Court were hushed and dispelled as if by the sweep of an enchanter's wand on the noon of February 10th, Old Style, 1685, when the tidings arrived of the death of Charles II and the peaceable accession of the princess's father to the throne of Great Britain as James II. De Vaux thus describes the change effected by the announcement of the news at the Palace of the Hague. Letters from England of the 6th of February, Old Style, arrived here at 7 this morning. They communicated the sorrowful tidings of the death of the King of England, Charles II. The Prince of Orange did not go into the chamber of his wife, where she was holding a court of reception for the ladies of the Hague. He sent a message, requesting her to come down and hear the news. The Duke of Monmouth came likewise to listen to these dispatches. It is said that Mary manifested deep affliction at the death of her uncle. Monmouth retired to his own lodging, and came to the prince at 10 in the evening. They were shut up together till midnight sounded. Then Monmouth, the same night, left the Hague secretly, and so well was his departure hidden, that it was supposed at noon the next day that he was in bed. The Prince of Orange gave him money for his journey. To his daughter, James II announced his prosperous accession with the utmost warmth of paternal tenderness. To the Prince of Orange, with remarkable dryness and brevity. The prince, who had never supposed that his father-in-law would ascend the British throne, after the strong attempts to exclude him on account of his religion, found himself, if regarded as his enemy, in an alarming predicament. His first manoeuvre, in consequence, was to take out of his wife's hand the paternal letter sent to her by her father, and read it aloud to the assembled states of Holland, as if it had been written to himself. To James II. he wrote very humbly, declaring, "That Monmouth only came as a suppliant, was shown a little common hospitality, and had been sent away." A glow of fervent enthusiasm and a prostration of devotion now marked his letters to James II. In one of his epistles, William says, "Nothing can happen which will make me change the fixed attachment I have for your interests. I should be the most unhappy man in the world, if you were not persuaded of it, and should not have the goodness to continue me a little in your good graces, since I shall be, to the last breath of my life, yours with zeal and fidelity." The usually affectionate correspondence between James II. And his daughter Mary had now become interspersed with their differences of opinion on religion. The partialities of each were in direct opposition to the other. His for the Church of Rome, she frequented the worship of the Dutch dissenters. Neither had much regard for the true resting place between the two, the Reformed Church of England, as established at the period of the present translation of the Scriptures. According to Dr. Birch's meagre extracts, King James wrote to his daughter Mary from Windsor, August 22, to express his surprise to find her so ill informed of the Bishop of London's behaviour, both to the late king and to him, both as duke and king, as to write to him in his favour, that the bishop deserved no favour from him, and was far from having the true Church of England principles. In the answer of Mary, dated the 26th of August, she vindicated her former preceptor as a good and loyal man. An error, fatal to himself, was committed by James II. In complying with the request that his daughter was induced to join in, by allowing Henry Sidney to return to the Hague as the commander of the English forces, which were lent to the Prince of Orange, as a support equally against the ambition of France and the party in Holland adverse to the stadtholdership. For every officer who did not become a partisan of the views of the Prince of Orange on the throne of Great Britain was an object of persecution, and was very glad to obtain his own dismission and return to England. Thus all who remained were the pledged agents of William's ambition. Since the departure of Dr. Ken, it was noticed that Mary had attended more than ever the preachings of the French and Dutch dissent. Monmouth had accompanied her, who had, in his latter years, manifested great partiality to the fatal sects. The rash invasion of England by Monmouth, his nominal assumption of the royal dignity, and his execution, were events which followed each other with startling celerity. It is evident from his own memoirs that James II. Regretted being forced to put Monmouth to death. Those who have read the proclamation in which Monmouth calls his uncle the murderer and poisoner of Charles II, will see that in publishing so unfounded a calumny, he had rendered any pardon from James II. A self-accusation. Whether the mind of Mary had been warped against her father by the party exiles who swarmed in Holland, or whether her motives were the more degrading ones attributed to her by her relative and correspondent, Elisabeth Charlotte, the second wife of Philippe, Duke of Orleans, can scarcely be surmised. But reasoning from facts and results, it is evident that she never forgave her father the death of Monmouth. Since the departure of Dr. Ken, it was impossible for the father of the princess to send any loyal person in any official capacity who could be endured at her court. Skelton, the new envoy, was liked still less than Cudley. A complete antipathy had subsisted between Dr. Ken and William of Orange, but the dignity of character pertaining to the disinterested churchman had awed the prince from the practices to which he had recourse, in order to discover what Ken's successor, Dr. Covell, thought of the married felicity of the princess, and of the conduct of the persons composing the court at the Hague. Truly in this proceeding, the hero of Nassau verified the proverb, that eavesdroppers hear no good of themselves, and assuredly the peepers into private letters deserve no more self-gratification than the listeners at keyholes. The princess was at Diran, surrounded by the inimical circle of the Villiers, to whose aid a fourth, their sister Catherine, had lately arrived from England, and had married the Marquis de Puissars, a French nobleman, at the court of Orange. It was an allusion to the infamous Elisabeth Villiers, which exasperated the Dutch phlegm of William of Orange into the imprudence of acknowledging the ungentlemanlike ways by which he had obtained possession of the quaint document written by his wife's almoner, Dr. Covell. The prince had, by some indirect means, learned that the correspondence between Covell and Skelton, the envoy, passed through the hands of D'Aulon, the secretary to the princess. After obtaining and copying Dr. Covell's letter, he sent it to Lawrence Hyde, the uncle of the Princess of Orange, accompanied by the following letter in French, of which the following is a translation. I had for some time suspected, says the Prince of Orange, that Dr. Covell was not a faithful servant to the princess. The last time I was at The Hague, a letter fell into my hands, which he had written to Skelton, the ambassador. I opened it, and at my return to Dieren, where the doctor was with the princess, I took the doctor's cipher and deciphered it, as you will see by the copy annexed. The original, which I have, written and signed with his own hand, he acknowledged when I showed it to him. You will, no doubt, be surprised that a man of his profession could be so great a knave. The surprise is, however, greater to find that a prince who bore a character of heroism and even of magnanimity should first purloin a private letter, break the seal to espy the contents, then take the doctor's cipher. But how, unless His Highness had picked the doctor's desk, His Highness does not explain. And then continue his practices till he had labored out a fair copy of the letter, which, to complete his absurdity, he sent to the very parties that the old doctor especially wished should know how he treated his wife. There is no doubt but that James II and Clarendon were not a little diverted at the fact that the Prince of Orange had spent his time in making out a letter as complimentary to himself and court as the following. Dr. Covell to Mr. Skelton, the ambassador. Dieren, October 5th or 15th, 1685. Your honour may be astonished at the news, but it is too true, that the princess's heart is like to break, and yet she every day, with Mistress Jessen and Madame Zulestein, that is Mary Worth, counterfeits the greatest joy, and looks upon us as dogged as may be. We dare no more speak to her. The prince hath infallibly made her his absolute slave, and there is an end of it. I wish to God I could see the king give you some good thing for your life. I would have it out of the power of any revocation, for I assure you, I fear the prince will forever rule the roost. As for Mr. Cudley, if his business be not done beyond the power of the prince before the king, that is James II, die, he will be in an ill taking. But I wonder what makes the prince so cold to you? None but infamous people must expect any tolerable usage here. I beseech God preserve the king, that is James II, many and many years. I do not wonder much at the new Marchioness's, that is Catherine Villiers, behaviour. It is so like the breed. We shall see the fine doings if we once come to town. What would you say if the princess should take her into the chapel, or in time into the bedchamber? I cannot fancy the sisters, that is the Villiers, will long agree. You guess right about Mr. D'Aulon, for he is secretary in that as well as in other private affairs. I fear I shall not get loose to meet you at Utrecht. It will not be a month before we meet at The Hague. I never so heartily long to come to The Hague. God send us a happy meeting. The princess is just now junketing with Madame Bentinck, that is Anne Villiers, and Mrs. Jessen in Madame Zulestein's chamber. Believe me, worthy sir, ever with all sincere devotion to be, your honours, etc. Let me know how you were received at the Hof, that is court. This letter strongly corroborates the intelligence regarding the princess, transmitted by the French ambassador, de Vaux, for the information of his court, and is, moreover, corroborated itself by the previous remonstrances of Dr. Ken on the ill treatment of Mary. Nor, when the strong family connections are considered of the intrigante, Elisabeth Villiers, represented by old Dr. Covell, as surrounding the princess at all times, equally in her court and the privacy of her chamber, will his picture of the slavery to which she was reduced be deemed exaggerated. With Dr. Covell, a general clearance of all persons supposed to be attached to the royal family in England took place. They were all thrust out of the household of the princess. Bentinck, whose wife is mentioned in Dr. Covil's letter, wrote an epistle to Sidney saying, "You will be surprised to find the changes at our court, for Her Royal Highness, Madame the Princess, on seeing the letter which the prince had got by chance, dismissed Dr. Covil without any further chastisement because of his profession, and as it was suspected that Mrs. Langford and Miss Trelawney had been leagued with him, Her Royal Highness, Madame the Princess, has sent them off this morning. The second chaplain, Langford, is also in this intrigue. I do not complain of the malice these people have shown in my case," continued Bentinck. "Seeing that they have thus betrayed their master and mistress, I beg that if you hear any one speak of the sort of history they have charitably made at our expense, you will send us word, for they have reported as if we, Bentinck and his wife, had failed of respect to Her Royal Highness, Madame the Princess, at our arrival at Hunslerdyke, and I should wish to know what is said." If Bentinck and his master could have obtained Barillon's dispatches by some such accident as gave them possession of Dr. Covil's letter, they would have found that King James remarked, reasonably enough, on the incident. He said, that if the Prince of Orange really behaved like a true friend to him and a good husband to his daughter, it was strange that he should be so enraged at her earliest friends and oldest servants writing news, by the British resident, of her health and the manner of passing her time. The king alluded to the fact that Mrs. Langford was the nurse of his daughter Mary, whose husband, Mr. Langford, was one of her chaplains. Miss Trelawney, one of her ladies, had been a playfellow, whom the Princess Mary loved better than any one in the world. The princess suffered agonies when the Prince of Orange, suspecting that Miss Trelawney was among the disapprovers of his conduct, forced her to return to England at this juncture. The Prince of Orange informed Lawrence Hyde, the uncle of the princess, that he left the punishment of Dr. Covil to his bishop, but he demanded of King James the dismissal of the envoy Skelton, for the queer letter already quoted, written to him by the said Dr. Covil, which in fact Skelton had never received. Hyde dryly replied, by the order of the king, that frequent changes were great impediments to business, and reminded him that the other envoy, Cudley, had been dismissed for a private misunderstanding. Skelton remained vainly writing to his royal master, calling his attention to the intrigues by which his son-in-law was working his deposition, receiving but little belief from James II, who either would not, or could not, suspect the faith of a son and daughter, when both of them were writing to him letters apparently of an affectionate and confidential kind every post-day. The Princess of Orange greatly exasperated the French ambassador by the sympathy she manifested for his Protestant countrymen. He wrote to his court, January 3, 1686. Only 2 days ago, she told a story of a fire having been lighted under 2 young Protestant girls in France, who were thus made to suffer dreadful torments. The ambassador complained to the Prince of Orange and requested him to restrain the princess from talking thus, but the prince coldly observed that he could not. Holland and England were then full of the refugees who had fled from the detestable persecutions in France. In this instance, James II and his daughter acted in unison, for he gave them refuge in England and relieved them with money and other necessaries. It is said that he sent word to remonstrate with Louis XIV on his cruelty. It was in the spring of 1686 that the Princess of Orange, by a manifestation of her conjugal fears, obtained from the States General the appointment of bodyguards to attend on her husband. To this event is annexed the following curious tale of a plot against the life or freedom of Mary's consort. The intention was to seize the Prince of Orange when taking the air on the dunes of Scheveling, to hurry him on board of a brig and place him in the power of Louis XIV. As the persons who affected to save the prince from this trap, Dr. Burnet and the informer, one Mr. W. Faucio or Tassio, fell out with each other, and gave different versions of the tale. Perhaps the plot itself was a mere scheme for obtaining a place in the good graces of the Prince and Princess of Orange. The person who gave the intelligence concerning it has at the same time drawn a description of the principal abode of Mary, and in some degree of her habits of life at this time. Scheveling is a sea village about 2 or 3 miles from the Palace of the Hague, whither all people, from the rank of the prince and princess to the lowest boor and boreen, take the air in fine weather on summer evenings. A stately long avenue leads to the dunes from the back of the Hague Palace Gardens, planted on each side with many rows of tall trees. The dunes, just like those at Yarmouth, are interspersed with portions of beautiful tuft of the arenaria or sea beach grass. The rest is a desert of deep loose sand, where the roots of this grass do not bind it. Consequently, a heavy carriage with horses always would have great difficulty in traversing the road, which was very troublesome towards the North Dunes. The Prince of Orange, wrote the informer of the plot, would often go with a chariot drawn by 6 horses in the cool of a summer's evening to take air for 2 hours along the seashore, with only one person in the carriage with him. And in order to avoid all troublesome salutation, he went northward a great way beyond where the other carriages did walk, none of which dared follow him, so that he was almost out of sight. An agent of the King of France went to lie in wait with 2 boats on the Scheveling beach, each manned with armed desperadoes. And when the Dutch prince's carriage was slowly ploughing its way among the sand dunes, the men were to march to surround the prince, who, being thus enclosed between the 2 gangs, was to be taken, rowed off to a brig of war under Dutch colors, and carried to France. This notable scheme was attributed to a Count Farrell or Fennel, an Italian officer in a French regiment, who had been banished from France for killing his enemy in a duel. This man told his scheme to Anfosio or Tassio, then a youth, the son of the man with whom he lodged at Duvillers, and this youth told Dr. Burnet of the scheme in travelling from Geneva. By a providential concatenation of small accidents, Dr. Burnet had met the confidant of the conspirators of the plot, and with this witness of its reality, he travelled to Holland. Thus, on Burnet's first arrival at the Hague, he had this plot to communicate, for which purpose he demanded a private audience of the princess, to whom he at length declared the conspiracy. The princess immediately, in great alarm, desired that it should be communicated to Fagel, the pensionary, and the States General, and on that account, by her earnest solicitation, a bodyguard was appointed for the Prince of Orange, which he ever after retained, like any other sovereign prince. It seems very strange in this story that the conspiring count should have trusted his intentions several months before this scheme was ready, to this young man, who happened to be travelling from Geneva, where he happened to encounter Burnet, who happened to be travelling to Holland, and in due time communicated the alarming tale to the princess, whose conjugal care occasioned the first appointment of her husband's bodyguards, a step greatly adverse to the terms on which he held his stadtholdership, and savouring strongly of royal power and dignity. The author of the story, M. Fazio, in his memorial, published for the purpose of exposing some falsehoods of his quondam ally, complains much of the ingratitude both of William and Burnet. What became of the count, on whom the scheme of concocting the plan was laid, is not mentioned. James II sent his friend William Penn, the illustrious philanthropist, to his daughter and her husband in January 1686, to convince them, by his eloquence, of the propriety of abolishing all laws tending to persecution. A Dutch functionary of the name of Dykvelt was long associated with the benevolent Quaker in this negotiation. Penn, says De Vaux, wrote with his own hand a long letter, averring that many of the bishops had agreed that these penal laws were cruel and bad and ought to be annulled. On which the prince declared he would lose all the revenues and reversion of the kingdom of Great Britain, to which his wife was heiress, before one should be abolished. The princess, adds De Vaux, echoes his words, but much more at length, and with such sharpness, that the Marquis d'Abbeville, who was De Vaux's informant and was present, was much astonished at her tone and manner. Among other expressions, she said, that if ever she was Queen of England, she should do more for the Protestants than even Queen Elizabeth. When Mary perceived the impression she had made on Abbeville by her answer to Penn, she modified her manner in discussing with him the differences between her father's views and her own, adding in a more moderate and at the same time more dignified tone, "I speak to you, sir, with less reserve, and with more liberty than to the king, my father, by reason of the respectful deference which I am obliged to entertain for him and his sentiments." William Penn, on this mission, incurred the enmity of the Princess of Orange, which endured through her life. The practical wisdom and justice which he had shown, as the founder of a prosperous colony, under the patronage of James, when Duke of York, ought to have made the heiress of the British Empire consider herself under inestimable obligations to the illustrious man of peace. The Prince of Orange was less violent than his wife in the matter, and astutely endeavoured to bargain with Penn as the price of his consent, that James should allow his daughter a handsome pension of 48,000 per annum as heiress of the British throne. James II. was rich and free from debt, either public or private, but he demurred on this proposition, saying, he must first ascertain clearly that this large income, if he sent it out of the country, would not be used against himself. It has been shown that Dr. Burnet's first introduction to the princess was on account of a plot he had discovered against the liberty of the Prince of Orange. He became from that time extremely intimate at the court of Orange, an intimacy that excited the displeasure of James II. The extracts are meagre from the king's letter to his daughter. They are as follows. In a letter dated from Whitehall, November 23, 1686, he spoke of Burnet as a man not to be trusted, and an ill man. December 7th, he complained of Burnet as a dangerous man, though he would seem to be an angel of light. King James added this description, allowing his enemy the following qualities. That Burnet was an ingenious man, meaning in the parlance of that century a man of genius, of a pleasant conversation, and the best flatterer he ever knew. The princess replied to her father from The Hague, December 10th, in a letter full of Burnet's praises. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 10, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 3, Part 1. The inimical conduct of the Princess of Orange towards her father, which commenced a few months before his accession, caused him to bestow a double portion of fondness on her younger sister. Anne had, in her infancy, been the spoiled favourite of her mother, while her father lavished his most tender affections on her eldest sister. At this time, Anne was the best beloved of his heart. He was never happy out of her presence. He was never known to deny a request of hers, though it was not very easy for her to make one, since he anticipated her every want and wish. Of course, her rank and dignity were greatly augmented when he became the reigning sovereign. Charles II died on the birthday of Anne, February 6, 1685. All thoughts were directed to her on her father's accession, for the people fully expected the succession would be continued by her descendants. She had brought into the world a daughter in the reign of her uncle, but this child scarcely lived to be baptized. There was, however, speedy promise of more offspring, insomuch that the Princess Anne could take no part in her father's coronation, St. George's Day, 1695. Then beholding it from a closed box in Westminster Abbey, which was prepared for her below that of the ambassadors, the Princess Anne heard herself mentioned at the coronation of her father in the following prayer. O Lord our God, who upholdest and governest all things in heaven and earth, receive our humble prayers for our sovereign Lord, James, set over us, by thy grace and providence, to be our king, and so together with him bless his royal consort, our gracious Queen Mary, Catherine the Queen Dowager, their Royal Highnesses Mary the Princess of Orange, and the Princess Anne of Denmark, and the whole royal family. endue them with thy Holy Spirit, enrich them, etc., etc. Concluding in the words of the supplication for the royal family in our liturgy. It is a remarkable circumstance that James II thus particularly distinguished both his daughters by name and title in this prayer, when only the heir apparent among the children of the sovereign, or at most an heir presumptive, is usually mentioned. In all probability, he thus designated them to prevent all disputes regarding their title to the succession in case of his death, as their mother was only a private gentlewoman. The Princess of Orange and the Princess Anne were certainly thus named in the liturgy every time divine service was celebrated by the Church of England until they deposed their father. It is an instance that he was not disposed in any way to slight their claims, either to royalty or his paternal care. James II was kinder to his daughters than George II to his heir, for in the very volume which gives this information, a similar prayer in the very words is quoted, but only for King George and Queen Caroline. Neither Frederick, Prince of Wales, nor their children are named. Great friendship apparently prevailed at the epoch of the coronation between the Queen, her stepmother, and the Princess Anne. Before the newly crowned Queen, Mary Beatrice, commenced her procession back to Westminster Hall, she entered the box of the Princess Anne to show her dress and hold friendly conference. The Princess Anne and Prince George of Denmark conversed with her a considerable time. About a month afterwards, the Princess Anne accompanied the Queen to behold the grand ceremony of the King's opening his first Parliament. Both Anne and her stepmother were on the right of the throne. They considered themselves perfectly incognito, and the Princess of Denmark had the satisfaction of hearing the Pope and the Virgin Mary fully defied and renounced before the Catholic Queen. This was on the 22nd of May, only 10 days before the birth of the princess's daughter, who was baptized Mary after the Princess of Orange. James II announced this event to his son, the Prince of Orange. In one of those familiar letters he wrote to him almost every post. My daughter, the Princess of Denmark, was this day brought to bed of a girl. I have not time to say more now, but to assure you that I shall always be as kind to you as you can desire. 3 days afterwards, the king mentions his uneasiness regarding her health in another letter to William. My daughter was taken ill this morning, having had vapors or hysterics, which sometimes trouble women in her condition. This frightened us at first, but now, God be thanked, our fears are over. She took some remedies, and has slept after them most of this afternoon and evening, and is in a very good way, which is all I can say to you now, but assure you of my kindness. The state and homage James II allowed his youngest daughter to assume at Whitehall Chapel are very remarkable. James II himself went to Mass, but he permitted his daughter Anne to occupy the royal closet at Whitehall and at other palace chapels, and it was his pleasure that the same honors were to be paid to her as if he were present in person. Evelyn, being present at Whitehall Chapel, saw Dr. Tennyson make 3 congés toward the royal closet. After service, Evelyn asked him why he did so, as King James was not there. Tennyson replied, that the king had given him express orders to do so whenever his daughter, the Princess Anne, was present. The place of the princess was on the left hand of the royal seat. The clerk of the closet stood by her chair, as if the king himself had been there. This anecdote is a confirmation of the positive assertion of James himself and other authors that he neither attempted to impede or persecute her in her attendance on the Church of England worship, but rather to give every distinction and encouragement to it. It was, perhaps, an impolitic indulgence to feed his daughter's appetite for trifling ceremonials of bowing and personal homage before the altar, as if she had been the visible head of the established church. But James II, though an acute observer of facts, which he skillfully combined as a commander or financier, knew nothing of the higher science of the springs of passion on the human mind. He treated his daughter Anne as the ultimate heiress to the British throne. He pampered her low ambition for the mere externals of majesty, without considering that she would not choose to relinquish this distinction at the birth of a brother. It is well known that the Princess Anne was a great church-goer. Indeed, church was to her a scene of lofty pomp and public grandeur, such as she enjoyed under no other roof. The following letter, addressed to Dr. Francis Turner, Bishop of Ely, was written soon after her father's accession. In what month, there is no date to prove, perhaps between the births of her daughters, Mary and Sophia. The princess requested him to keep a place for her in Ely Chapel to hear Dr. Ken expound the church catechism, and her letter, though written with her usual disregard of grammar and orthography, is more creditable to her head and heart than the rest of her correspondence. Princess Anne of Denmark to the Bishop of Ely. I hear the Bishop of Bath and Wells expounds this afternoon at your chapel, and I have a great mind to hear him. Therefore I desire you would do me the favor to let some place be kept for me, where I may hear well, and be the least taken notice of, for I shall bring but one lady with me, and desire I may not be known. I should not have given you the trouble, but that I was afraid, if I had sent anybody, they might have made a mistake. Pray let me know what time it begins. The augmentation of revenue which the Princess Anne received from her father was fit for the heir apparent of an empire. James, at his accession, made up her allowance to £32,000, being more than the income at present settled by Parliament on His Royal Highness Prince Albert. When tested by the great difference of financial arrangement from the present day, the exceeding is enormous of such a sum in solid money. The whole yearly expenditure of the realm was, in the reign of Charles II, averaged at £1.5 million per annum. This sum, with the exception of the crown land income, constituted the whole outlay of king and state. From this revenue, £32,000 bestowed on the Princess Anne seems a liberal share. James II, by his financial skill and his vigilance in defending the taxes from the rapacity of those who farmed them, raised the revenue of Great Britain to £2,250,000, with which small sum he covered all expenses, and maintained a navy victorious over the seas of the world. The value of the allowance he gave to his daughter Anne, before the funded debt took place, must have been more than double that sum in the present day. It cannot be denied, wrote a contemporary who had belonged to the court of James II, that the king was a very kind parent to the Princess Anne. He inquired into her debts at Christmas 1685, and took care to clear her of every one. Yet she made some exceedings the year after, and Lord Godolphin complained and grumbled, till her father paid what she owed without a word of reproach. The Princess Anne, from the hour that another husband was provided for her, wisely thought no more of the accomplished Earl of Mulgrave, who subsequently married her illegitimate sister, Catherine. The Prince of Denmark was considered an example of the domestic affections, and proved a kind, quiet husband. His easy and sensual life in England very soon stifled his warlike energies under an excess of corpulence. He could imbibe much wine without visible signs of inebriation, yet a small portion of his potations would have reversed the reason of a temperate man. Charles II reproved the prince, in his jocose manner, for his tendency to sluggish indulgences. Unfortunately, the partiality of her Danish consort for the pleasures of the table encouraged the same propensities in his princess, and he finally taught her to drink, as well as to eat, more than did good either to her health or intellects. Although the Princess Anne and the Prince of Denmark were nearly every 12-month the parents of children, yet their little ones either expired soon after they saw the light, or lingered only 5 or 6 months. Their deaths were probably occasioned by hydrocephalus, which, when constitutional, sweeps off whole families of promising infants. The Duke of Gloucester languished through his little life with the same complaint. The third daughter of the Princess Anne and Prince George of Denmark was born in May 1686 at Windsor Castle. Lady Churchill and Lady Roscommon were godmothers to this infant, and gave it the name of Anne Sophia. The baby was healthy. Although the little Lady Mary was weakly and languishing, yet the youngest gave every hope of reaching maturity. These hopes were cruelly blighted 6 months afterwards. Prince George was taken very ill at that time, and remained many days in actual danger of death. the princess nursed him most assiduously. Scarcely was she relieved from the hourly dread of seeing her husband expire, when first the little Lady Sophia suddenly fell ill, and died on her mother's birthday, and the second anniversary of the decease of Charles II. The eldest infant had for months been in a consumption. She expired within a few hours. Thus the princess was left childless in one day. Rachel, Lady Russell, draws a pathetic picture of Anne's feelings, divided as they were, between grief for the bereavement of her offspring and anxiety for her husband. Her letters are dated February 9th and 18th, 1686 or 7. The good princess has taken her chastisement heavily. The first relief of that sorrow proceeded from calming of a greater, the prince being so ill of a fever. I never heard any relation more moving than that of seeing them together. Sometimes they wept, sometimes they mourned in words, but hand in hand, he sick in his bed, she the carefullest nurse to him that can be imagined. As soon as he was able, they went to Richmond Palace, which was Thursday last. The poor princess is still wonderful sad. The children were opened. The eldest was all consumed away, as expected, but the youngest quite healthy, and every appearance for long life. The infants were buried in St. George's Chapel, Windsor. On the interment of the little Lady Sophia, the burial place of her grandfather, Charles I, was discovered in the chapel. Although the date does not agree with the demise of these infants, yet this letter of Mary, Princess of Orange, to her brother-in-law, Prince George of Denmark, could not have pertained to any other occasion. Mary, Princess of Orange, to Prince George of Denmark. Monsieur, my brother, I have learned with extreme concern displeasure the misfortune of my sister by your letter, and I assure you that it touches me as nearly as if it had happened to myself. But since it is the will of God, it must be submitted to with patience. We have great cause to praise this good God, that my sister is in such a good state, and I hope will re-establish her health entirely, and together bless you with many other infants, who may live to console their parents for those who are dead. I wish for some better occasion to testify to you how much I am, monsieur my brother. Votre très affectueux sœur et servante, Marie. From Loo, this 13th of November. À Monsieur mon frère, le Prince George de Denmark. At the succeeding Christmas, notwithstanding the liberality of her allowance, the Princess Anne was found to be overwhelmed with debt. As there was no outlay commensurate with a second extravagant defalcation, Lawrence Hyde, Lord Rochester, the uncle of the princess, began to suspect that some greedy favourites secretly drained her funds. He did not keep his suspicions to himself, and the person who testified consciousness by furious resentment was Sarah Churchill. The favourite, in consequence, visited him through life with active hatred. Few pages of her copious historical apologies occur without virulent railings against this Lord Treasurer, his wife, or some of the Clarendon family. Lady Clarendon, says Sarah Churchill in one of her inedited papers, aunt by marriage to the Princess Anne, was first lady of her bedchamber when the princess was first established at the Cockpit. When Lord Clarendon was made Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, which obliged my Lady Clarendon to leave her service, the princess was very glad, because though she was considered a good woman, the princess had taken an aversion to her. It was soon guessed that I must succeed her in her post, and at this time the princess wrote to tell me that she intended to take 2 new pages of the backstairs, she having then but 2, one of whom was extreme old and past service, but that she would not do it till my Lady Clarendon was gone, that I might have the advantage of putting in the 2 pages, meaning that I should sell these 2 places. For in those times it was openly allowed to sell all employments in every office, and upon this established custom and direction from the princess, as it was not to be expected that I should immediately set up to reform the court in this respect, I did sell those places, and with some other advantages they came to £1,200. A tolerably round sum of money before the funded debt took place. These pages were Roman Catholics and were probably privately assisted into their situation of keeping the backstairs of the dwelling rooms of the princess by some official in the court of King James of that religion, whose interest was concerned in the proceedings of Anne to know who went and came and what they said and did. But as soon as Sarah Churchill had comfortably pocketed her £1,200, the Prince and Princess of Orange by some means discovered that the 2 pages of their sister Anne's backstairs were Roman Catholics. Their vigilance on a point important to the good success of the coming revolution roused the princess from the sublime satisfaction in which she had reposed, since her needy favorite had made so excellent a market, and she was forced to command the instant dismissal of her Roman Catholic attendants at the doorstairs of her sitting rooms. There can be no doubt that some one had paid the enormous cost of their places, that intelligence might be given to the princess's father of her movements. That King James had placed them himself is impossible, for he had no suspicion of Anne, and had he taken any underhand measures to watch her conduct, his ruin could not have fallen on him unawares as it did, accelerated by his children. The warning of the Princess of Orange not only displaced these dangerous watchers on the conduct of the Princess Anne, but had the consecutive result of obliging Sarah Churchill to refund 800 of the £1,200 she mentioned having recently netted on the occasion. However, £400 clung to her fingers, which was a goodly gain for an ineffectual recommendation. It is, nevertheless, to be feared that the personal hatred which avowedly had previously subsisted between the Princess of Orange and Sarah Churchill was not soothed by the painful but inevitable process of refunding the £800. It is worth remarking that the lady herself quotes the anecdote in support of her own warm self-praises as an instance of her scorn of making money by selling offices in her mistress's household. Nevertheless, she names £1,200 as her gains and only £800 as her restitution. Therefore, she still retained a very handsome balance by the transaction. One of these Roman Catholic pages, of the name of Gwyn, had been a servant of the Princess Anne of some standing. She secured to him a salary for life in compensation for the loss of his place on account of his religion. In pecuniary transactions, Anne was always generous to the utmost of her ability. She discharged her old servitor for political reasons, but left him not to starve. The accounts of the princess passed through the hands of one of Sarah's familiars, whom she had introduced into the establishment at the Cockpit. Assuredly, if rogues write accounts of their conduct, they ought to be gifted with long memories. A Mr. Maule, having proved ungrateful to Sarah Churchill some months after the Revolution, she recriminated in the following words. I had not only brought him to be bedchamber man to the prince, when he was quite a stranger to the court, but to mend his salary, had invented an employment for him, that of overlooking the princess's accounts. The result of this bright invention was a figuring on the side of the debit column of the princess's accounts £7,000 higher than the credits. Anne was very unhappy in consequence, and sent to her father to lend her the deficient sum. King James walked into the presence of his daughter on receiving this intelligence so unexpectedly, that Sarah Churchill and another lady of the princess's bedchamber, Lady Fitzhardinge, had only just time to whisk into a closet. Anne permitted these women to remain there as spies and eavesdroppers, listening to the confidential communication between her father and herself. The king gently reminded her that he had made her a noble allowance, and that he had twice cheerfully paid her debts, without one word of remonstrance, but that now he was convinced that she had some one about her for whose sake she plunged herself into inconveniences. Of these, his paternal affection was willing once more to relieve her. But, he added, that she must observe a more exact economy for the future. The Princess Anne only answered her father with tears. The moment King James departed, out burst the two eavesdroppers from their hiding place, Lady Churchill exclaiming, with her usual coarse vehemence, "Oh, madam, all this is owing to that old rascal your uncle." It is not wise for ladies, whether princesses or otherwise, to suffer their women to call their uncles or fathers old rascals to their faces and in their hearing. This abused uncle, Lawrence Hyde, was a Lord Treasurer, of whose honesty the flourishing revenue of a lightly taxed country bore honourable witness. Being devoted to the Reformed Catholic Church of England, he would not retain his office when he found that his royal brother-in-law was bent on removing the penal laws and introducing Roman Catholics into places of trust. The hatred of his niece and her favourite was not appeased by his resignation of the Treasury Department. This office, which was the object of Lord Sunderland's desires and of his long series of political agitations, and of his pretended conversion to the Roman religion, seemed now within his grasp, but James II was too good a financier to trust his revenue to the clutches of a known inveterate gambler. He put the treasury into commission, associating Lord Sunderland with 2 other nobles. The furious animosity with which the favourite of the Princess of Denmark pursued him, her mistress following her lead, proves that neither of them had the slightest idea that Sunderland was working a mine for the ruin of his master parallel to their own. Meantime, the princess was forced to restrain her expenditure. Whether by gambling or by gifts to the Churchills, she had impaired her revenues and overwhelmed herself with debts. This seems to have been the spring of the general enmity the princess and Lady Churchill felt against all James II's treasurers, from whom they both dreaded remonstrance. Since the favourite of Anne previously appeared on these pages, she had become Lady Churchill. By the influence of the king, when Duke of York, her husband had been created Lord Churchill, December 1683, and given more substantial marks of favour, which, though trifling in comparison with the enormous wealth this pair afterwards drew from their country, was enough to deserve gratitude. However ignorant the Princess Anne and her favourite were that Sunderland was an ally in the same cause with themselves, the Princess of Orange was well aware of it, for while he was effecting to be a convert to the Church of Rome and was the Prime Minister of James II, he was carrying on, by means of his wife, an intriguing correspondence with William of Orange. A very extraordinary letter, in one handwriting, but in 2 very different styles of diction, the joint composition of this pair, was found in King William's box of letters after his death at Kensington. The first part of it, the composition of the male diplomatist, wholly relates to the best manner of circumventing James II's endeavours to cause Parliament to abolish the Penal and Test Acts, and contains a warning to the Prince of Orange not to be induced to express a wish thereto. The postscript, or second letter, is an emanation from the mind of Lady Sunderland, and is meant for the Princess of Orange, though personally addressed to her spouse. It appears written under some dread lest the double game they were playing should be detected by James, who had, it will be observed, already suspected that Lady Sunderland corresponded with his daughter Mary. Lady Sunderland to the Prince and Princess of Orange. I must beg leave of your Highness to enclose a letter for Mr. Sidney, who I hope will be with you very soon, and till he comes, I beseech you to make no answer to my letter for fear of accident, for this had gone to you 2 posts ago, but that an accident happened, I thought it best not to pass over. Some papists the other day, that are not satisfied with my Lord Sunderland, said, that my Lord Sunderland did not dance in a net. For they very well knew that, however, he made King James believe there were dispensations from Holland as well as from Rome, and that they were sure I held a correspondence with the Princess of Orange. This happened the day I first heard of the propositions which I have writ, for example, about the Test Act, which made me defer sending till King James II spoke to me of it, which he has done. And as I could very truly, so I did assure his Majesty, that I never had the honour to have any commerce with the Princess, but about treacle water or work, or some such slight thing. I did likewise assure his Majesty, that if there had been any commerce, I should never be ashamed, but on the contrary, proud to own it, seeing he must be sure that the Princess could never be capable of anything, with anybody, to his disservice. Now how this fancy came into his head I cannot imagine, for as your Highness knows, I never had the honor to write to you at all till now, so the Princess of Orange knows I have been so unhappy as to have very little acquaintance with her till of late I have had the obligation of my Lady Semple and Mr. Sidney to have had an occasion of writing to her, which I value, and will endeavour to continue and improve, by all the zeal and esteem for her that I am capable of, to my last breath. I have the ill luck to write a very bad hand, which if your Highness cannot read plain, and few can, I humbly beg of you to keep it till Mr. Sidney comes, who is used to my hand. If at this man's return, suppose her messenger, I can but hear that my letter came safe, and that you pardon the liberty I have taken, I shall be very much at ease. If by the bearer, your Highness will be pleased to let me know my letter came safe to you, I shall be very happy. A. Sunderland. This correspondence of the Princess of Orange with Lady Sunderland was followed by the continual efforts of the princess for communication with every person, either adverse to her father or connected with his political opposers. It is to be feared that her commencement of correspondence with the illustrious Rachel, Lady Russell, had not for its object the generous sympathy of her bereavements, which that lady deserved from everyone, or it would have been offered years before. The following is an extract from its first opening. It is indeed elaborately condescending. It seems in answer to some admiration for the princess expressed by Lady Russell to Dykvelt, the Dutch envoy. At least, such is the opinion of Dr. Birch in his abstracts from the mass of the correspondence of the royal family at this period, to which he had access. It is a historical misfortune that the originals cannot be referred to, as it is seen only darkly through the extracts of the chaplain of the Princess Anne, who sometimes limits his extracts to 5 words. The Princess of Orange observes that she sends her letter by Mr. Herbert. The Princess of Orange to Rachel, Lady Russell. Hounslow Dyke, July 12, 1687. I have all the esteem for you which so good a character deserves, as I have heard given of you by all people, both before I left England and since I have been here, and have had as much pity as any could have of the sad misfortunes you have had, with much more compassion when they happen to persons who deserve so well. James II had previously felt uneasy at the proceedings of Dykvelt in England, which he expressed in a letter to his daughter Mary, thus: Windsor, May 30, 1687. I have reason to fear that Mynheer Dykvelt has taken wrong measures of things here, by reason that many, who are not well affected to my person or government, have plied him very hard since he has been here. The king then recapitulates what he has done for the good of the monarchy and nation in general. Probably there were some religious topics discussed by James, for there followed, soon after, an extract from Mary's reply. Hounslow Dyke, June 17, 1687. When you will have me speak as I think, I cannot always be of the same mind your majesty is. What you do seems too much to the prejudice of the church I am of, for me to like it. The letters which did honor to the humanity of both father and daughter followed these. Mary had requested her father to interfere with his mighty power, as Ocean King, to obtain the liberty of the crews of some Dutch fishing boats taken by the Algerines. In this she was certainly successful, or the transcriber would have eagerly noted the contrary. Besides, the suppression of pirates was a noted feature of her father's government. When James II's intention of abolishing the penal laws became apparent, soon after the embassy of Penn, the Princess of Orange wrote the following letter to Sancroft, Archbishop of Canterbury. The Princess of Orange to Archbishop Sancroft, Loo, October 1, 1687. Though I have not the advantage to know you, my Lord of Canterbury, yet the reputation you have makes me resolve not to lose this opportunity of making myself more known to you than I have been yet. Dr. Stanley can assure you that I take more interest in what concerns the Church of England than myself, and that one of the greatest satisfactions I can have is to hear how all the clergy show themselves as firm to their religion as they have always been to their king, which makes me hope God will preserve his church, since he has so well provided it with able men. I have nothing more to say, but beg your prayers, and desire you will do me the justice to believe I shall be very glad of any occasion to show the esteem and veneration I have for you. Marie. To the Archbishop of Canterbury. At the first receipt of this letter, the heart of the old man warmed towards the writer. Sancroft was suffering under the double affliction of seeing his king, the son of his beloved master, an alien from the Church of England, and even finding indications of persecution from him. Among his papers was found a rough draft of an answer to Mary's letter, in which, rather in sorrow than in anger, he thus offers an apology for his royal master's cessation from the Reformed Church. It hath seemed, wrote the Archbishop, good to the infinite wisdom to exercise this poor church with trials of all sorts. But the greatest calamity that ever befell us was that wicked and ungodly men who murdered the father, that is Charles I. Likewise drove out the sons, as if it were to say to them, Go and serve other gods. The dismal effects hereof we feel every moment. And although this, were it much more, cannot in the least shake or alter our steady loyalty to our sovereign and the royal family, yet it embitters the comforts left us. It blasts our present joys, and makes us sit down with sorrow in dust and ashes. Blessed be God, who hath caused some dawn of light to break from the eastern shore in the constancy of your royal highness and the excellent prince towards us. The letter continues with tender and paternal expressions to the Princess of Orange as one who, like Mary in the Gospel, had chosen the better part. He speaks of himself as an old man sinking under the double burden of age and sorrow, and he signed himself, in the beautiful phraseology of an earlier period, her daily orator at the throne of grace. The extraordinary historical circumstances relating to the Princess of Orange and Sancroft, Archbishop of Canterbury, renders every incident which connects their names interesting. It is worth remarking that Sancroft's mind misgave him, and he never sent the letter he had written. But avoiding confidential discussion, he merely acknowledged the honor with expressions of courtesy. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 10, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 3, Part 2. The Princess of Orange received from her father a letter dated November 29, 1687, in which he mentions his queen's situation, with some particulars of her health, and adding as news the death of Mrs. Nellie Gwynn, and that she had not left the Duke of St. Albans so much as was believed. A great increase of zeal for the welfare of the Church of England was the only symptom shown by the Princess of Orange at the receipt of the intelligence regarding her father's hopes of offspring. An event likely to be subversive of her husband's ambitious anticipations, in which there cannot exist doubts that she fully participated, notwithstanding all her disclaiming speeches and letters on the subject of her succession. Then commenced some religious controversy between the father and daughter, which, however, was carried on in a moderate manner. The king sent his daughter controversial books by his resident minister, d'Albeville, from Whitehall, February 24, 1687 or 88. He wrote to her thus: I pray God to touch your heart, as he did your mother's, who, for many years, was as zealous a Protestant and as knowing in it as you can be. If the king thought that his daughter's firmness in her religious opinions could be shaken by an appeal to the memory of her dead mother, he was greatly mistaken. Mary was at a tender age when she lost her mother. There is no evidence, but quite the contrary, that she cherished either love or respect for her. King James continued his injudicious observations on religion in his letter of February 28, 1687 or 88. That one of her instructors in religion, that is Compton, Bishop of London, holds several tenets which do not agree with the true doctrine of the Church of England. This I was not told, but heard him declare it in the pulpit many years since, in the chapel here at Whitehall, and I took notice of it then to a bishop that stood by me, and I know that several others of the clergy do so also, and lean much more to the Presbyterian tenets than they ought to do, and they generally run, more and more every day, into those opinions than ever they did, and quit their true principles. This was extraordinary language for the convert of Rome to urge his daughter, and shows a lingering love for the Church of England, the tenets of which he thus allowed were those of a true church. The biographer of Dr. Tillotson insists, among the other great merits of that prelate, on his having driven James II, when Duke of York, from Whitehall Chapel by his sermon against popery in 1672. Would it not have been a far higher triumph to have kept him there? Persuading him to remain a true disciple of the Church which Tillotson at that time professed? At the commencement of the year 1688, Dr. Stanley, the almoner of the Princess of Orange, wrote by her desire this letter to Archbishop Sancroft. Dr. Stanley to the Archbishop of Canterbury, The Hague, January 24, 1687 or 88. I suppose your grace may have heard that the king hath not been wanting to press his daughter here to be favorable to popery, but lest you should have heard more than is true, I presume to acquaint your lordship with what hath passed, her royal highness being pleased to make me privy to it, and giving me an express leave to communicate it to your grace. Whatever reports have been raised, King James hath scarcely ever either spoken or written to our excellent princess to persuade her to popery till last Christmas, that is 1687, when the Marquess d'Albeville came hither, when the king her father sent by him a very long letter written with his own hand, 2 sheets of paper containing the motives of his conversion to popery. The letter mentioned here by Dr. Stanley is still in existence. It is written in James II's best historical style. He gives his daughter the history of his early youth, his strong affection to the Church of England, as inculcated by his beloved tutor, Dr. Stewart. He mentions the great pain his mother, that is Queen Henrietta, gave him by her persecution of his young brother, Gloucester, and the disgrace he was in with her for encouraging Gloucester to remain true to the Church of England in its adversity. King James informed his daughter that he was himself in his youth as zealous as she could be for the Church of England, yet no one endeavored in France to convert him but a nun, who declared, when she found her labor in vain, that she would pray for him without ceasing. The rest of this document narrates his reasons for his change to the Church of Rome, which may be spared here. Even Dr. Stanley's abstract of them we pass by, as containing nothing personal of the daughter Mary herself. It has also long been familiar to historical readers. One remark may be permitted, that we gather from James's narrative that he changed his religion rather out of contradiction than from conviction of the superiority of the Roman Church over the Reformed Catholic Church, more from disgust of the polemic railings he heard in the pulpit than from any other motive. Dr. Stanley, who was at that time almoner at The Hague, thus continues. Our excellent princess, seeing this letter, written with the king's own hand, was resolved to write and answer herself as the king desired, without consulting any of us, that is, her chaplains, that he might see she was very ready to give an account of herself. The very next day, being post day, she made haste and wrote a letter to King James of 2 sheets of paper, which she afterwards read to me, which truly I can, without flattery, say was the best letter I ever saw, treating James with that respect which became her father and king, and yet speaking her mind freely and openly, as became the cause of religion, and that she hoped that God would give her grace to live and die in that of the Church of England. The praises Dr. Stanley bestowed on the genius for controversy displayed by his princess inspired her with the ambition of her letter being seen and admired by Archbishop Sancroft, and therefore he kindly offered to send him a copy, and hoped he would write his commendations of the princess and secretly send them to Dr. Tennyson, who would forward them to her royal highness, and if your grace, He adds, "Doth take some notice to her of her carriage in this affair, as I have related it. I believe it will be very acceptable to her." No doubt it would. But Archbishop Sancroft was not the man who deemed that a private letter from a daughter to a father should be blazoned abroad. For, however she might have the best of the argument, a public and ostentatious exposure of the errors of a parent is not the most respectable road to the praise of others. Piety, unalloyed by the leaven of the Pharisee, would have labored with filial love to induce a change in her unfortunate sire, without parade or canvassing for admiration. Such were the feelings of Archbishop Sancroft on this subject. Not one word in reply did he send to the Hague, yet with stern integrity he relaxed not his steady opposition to the course his sovereign was pursuing. The first day of the year 1687 or 88 brought intelligence which roused the Princess Anne and her miniature court from exclusive attention to their own petty politics and intrigues to the apprehension that the reversionary prospect of her wearing one day the crown of Great Britain and transmitting it to her descendants might be altogether obscured by the birth of an heir apparent. Thanks were that day offered up in all churches in England that the Queen of James II was enceinte. Every intrigue that had existed between the malcontents of England and Holland forthwith grew livelier, as the hopes or fears of parties interested became stronger. From that moment, the secret correspondence from England, maintained by all sorts and conditions of persons with Mary and her husband, grew every hour more animated. There were few persons at the court of James but were playing the parts of spies with various degrees of treachery. Many of these correspondents were exceedingly bitter against each other, and if Mary of Orange had been a philosophic observer of character, she had curious opportunities for exercising her reflective powers, as the letters she daily received unveiled the clashing interests and opinions of her correspondents. At the head of this band of her father's enemies figures her sister, his deeply loved and indulged darling, the Princess Anne. A bitter and malicious pen did Anne hold in her youth. Perhaps the spirit of Sarah Churchill, her favorite and ruler, inspired her with a portion of its venom. Her chief hatred was towards the queen, her stepmother, and Lady Sunderland. In this series of letters, the two sisters had nicknames for their father and his queen, who, in their correspondence, were Mansell and Mansell's wife. The Prime Minister, Sunderland, and his countess were Rogers and Rogers' wife. Sunderland and his wife had been foremost among the secret agents aiding the machinations of William and Mary. This fact was not known to Anne, who indulged her spirit of envious detraction whenever she mentioned Lady Sunderland, and the traits she drew in various of her epistles of this person, for the information of her sister Mary, form a portrait graphically drawn, and certainly a likeness. Yet the spirit in which the letters are written creates more abhorrence for the writer than for the subject. The Princess of Denmark to Mary, Princess of Orange. Cockpit, March 20th, 1688. I can't end my letter without telling you that Lady Sunderland plays the hypocrite more than ever, for she goes to St. Martin's Church morning and afternoon, because there are not people enough to see her at Whitehall Chapel, and is half an hour before other people, and half an hour after everybody is gone, at her private devotions. She runs from church to church and keeps up such a clatter with her devotions that it really turns one's stomach. Sure, there never was a couple so well matched as she and her good husband, for as she is throughout the greatest jade that ever was, so he is the subtlest, workingest villain that is on the face of the earth. Then follows an extract, which, as the date is the same day, March 20th, 1688, must have been part of the same epistle. I hope you will instruct Berkeley what you will have your friends do if any occasion should exist, as it is to be feared there will, especially if Mansell, that is her father, has a son, which I conclude he will, there being so much reason to believe. For methinks if it not were, there having been so many stories and fuss made about it. On the contrary, when anyone talks of her situation, she looks as if she were afraid we should touch her, and whenever I happen to be in the room, and she has been undressing, she has always gone in the bedroom. These things give me so much suspicion that I believe, when she is brought to bed, no one will be convinced 'tis her child, unless it prove a daughter. Can anyone be more utterly absurd than this expression? Particularly as the poor queen had previously brought into the world a son, there can be no possible reason why she should not bear another now. The Princess Anne seems to have forgotten that the babe must have been either daughter or son. Probably the Berkeley, whom she mentions in the commencement, was her first lady, one of the Villiers sisters, who had undertaken a voyage to Holland, on occasions, to use the droll orthography of her Royal Highness, that she considered were safer uttered by the word of mouth than committed to paper. The Princess Anne of Denmark meditated a voyage to Holland. She thus testifies her displeasure at her father's prohibition of her tour to the Hague. I am denied the satisfaction of seeing you, my dearest sister, this spring, though the king gave me leave when I first asked it. I impute this to Lord Sunderland, for the king trusts him with everything, and he, going on so fiercely in the interests of the papists, is afraid you should be told a true character of him. You may remember, I have once before ventured to tell you that I thought Lord Sunderland a very ill man, and I am more confirmed every day in that opinion. Everybody knows how often this man turned backwards and forwards in the late king's time, and now to complete all his virtues, he is working with all his might to bring in popery. He is perpetually with the priests, and stirs up the king to do things faster than I believe he would of himself. This worthy lord does not go publicly to mass, but hears it privately in a priest's chamber. His lady, Sunderland, is as extraordinary in her kind, for she is a flattering, dissembling, false woman. But she has so fawning and endearing a way that she will deceive anybody at first, and it is not possible to find out all her ways in a little time. She cares not at what rate she lives, but never pays anybody. She will cheat, though it be for a little. Then she has had her gallants, though may be not so many as some ladies here, and with all these good qualities she is a constant church woman, so that, to outward appearance, one would take her for a saint, and to hear her talk, you would think she were a very good Protestant, but she is as much one as the other, for it is certain that her lord does nothing without her. One thing I forgot to tell you about this noble lord, which is, that it is thought, if everything does not go here as he would have it, that he will pick a quarrel with the court, and so retire, and by that means it is possible he may make his court to you. By which sentence Anne plainly shows that she was not ignorant that Sunderland's court was ready-made to the powers at the Hague. Such was the spirit in which these princesses corresponded. Much have we been forced to suppress, and pass on now as unfit for family reading, with the remark that good women would have lost all the regality the world could offer, rather than have held such a correspondence, or become the fosterers of such an intrigue as that by which they proclaimed their unfortunate brother a spurious child. This plot evidently originated in the brain of the Princess Anne and her colleagues. It was first broached in the letter of March, before quoted. 3 months before the hapless infant, it disinherited, saw the light. In another letter, too thoroughly coarse and odious to quote, addressed to her sister Mary, and dated from the Cockpit, March 1688, Anne again affirms, that if the expected royal offspring should not prove a daughter, she will not believe it to be the queen's child. Nearly at the same time, de Vaux, the French ambassador to the States of Holland, wrote to his court, that if the Queen of James II was put to bed of a son, that the Prince of Orange was resolved to attempt to seize the British crown, for he was sure that the Calvinists in England would not permit any Prince of Wales to supersede the rights of his wife. The people of Great Britain were perfectly right solemnly to refuse to acknowledge a successor who was not to be educated in the established religion. Their determination simply and firmly expressed, without false witness or calumny, would have been sufficient. The people in reality acted thus, and acted well. The falsehood and calumny did not originate with them, but with the 2 daughters and the nephew of James II. And in the face of the odious documents they have left, how can we call their evil good? It would, indeed, be a vain attempt, because no reader of documents left by the princesses could come to the same opinion. In one of the letters alluded to, the Princess Anne insinuates to her sister that her life would be in danger from her father if she visited England. The undeviating indulgence and personal kindness of this unfortunate father to these daughters has been shown by a succession of facts. It was a part of his lot, which, as he has declared in his memoirs, he felt to be peculiarly bitter, that his children, who ought to have compared his conduct to them from their youth upwards, could accuse him of either intending to destroy them or of meaning to supplant them by the imposture of pretended offspring. Here are the words of Anne. There is one thing about yourself that I cannot help giving my opinion in, which is, that if King James should desire you and the Prince of Orange to come over to make him a visit, I think it would be better, if you can make any handsome excuse, not to do it. For though I dare swear the king could have no thought against either of you, yet since people can say one thing and do another, one cannot help being afraid. If either of you should come, I should be very glad to see you, but really if you or the prince should come, I should be frightened out of my wits for fear any harm should happen to either of you. After this incendiary missive, the correspondence was interrupted for a short time by an illness of the Princess Anne. Her father was greatly alarmed, and rose early to visit her on the morning of April 16, 1688. Her uncle, Lord Clarendon, had been roused at 4 in the morning with the tidings of her danger. He hurried to the cockpit to see her, and found the anxious parent sitting by her bedside. Could he have had one glance at the calumnies which were going to Holland every post, from that very daughter, what would have been his reflections on the contrast in the affections of the father with that of the child? It does not appear that James II ever resorted to the same means of reading private letters which we have seen practiced by the Prince of Orange. The Stuarts were weak enough to deem that similar proceedings were inconsistent with the honour of gentlemen. The princess went, during her recovery, to visit her father at his palace of Richmond, from whence she vented her hatred to her unfortunate stepmother in the following letter. The Princess Anne to the Princess of Orange. Richmond, 9th of May, 1688. The queen, you must know, is of a very proud and haughty humour, and though she pretends to hate all form and ceremony, one sees that those who make their court that way are very well thought of. She declares always that she loves sincerity and hates flattery, but when the grossest flattery in the world is said to her face, she seems exceedingly well pleased with it. It really is enough to turn one's stomach, to hear what things are said to her of that kind, and to see how mightily she is satisfied with it. All these things Lady Sunderland has in perfection to make her court to her. She is now much oftener with the queen than she used to be. It is a sad and a very uneasy thing to be forced to live civilly, and as it were freely, with a woman that everyone knows hates one and does all she can to undo everybody, which she, that is Lady Sunderland, certainly does. One thing I must say of the queen, which is, that she is the most hated in the world of all sorts of people, for everybody believes that she presses the king to be more violent than he would be himself, which is not unlikely, for she is a very great bigot in her way. All ladies of quality say she is so proud that they do not care to come oftener than they needs must, just out of mere duty, and indeed she has not so great court as she used to have. She pretends to have a great deal of kindness for me, but I doubt it is not real, for I never see proofs of it, but rather the contrary. The gossip of that day circulated a story that the queen, as she sat at her toilet with the Princess Anne, had, on some dispute between them, tossed her glove in the princess's face. This tale, if true, would never have been omitted by Anne in her correspondence, were it only to justify the hatred she virulently expresses against her hapless stepmother, whose manner to her, she is obliged to own, expresses not only politeness, but a great deal of kindness. Now, tossing a glove in a person's face is not consistent with either politeness or kindness, nor does the Princess Anne attempt any excuse for her envenomed hatred, excepting her own suspicions that the queen's affection was not real, together with her envy of the flatteries and distinctions of royalty with which she was surrounded. At the conclusion of this letter, the Princess Anne repeated her expectations that her father would persecute her by attacks on her religious principles. This he certainly never did, even when she was a child. However, she says that she supposes the persecution would begin when her husband, Prince George, went to visit the court of Denmark that summer. The arrangement between the princesses of Orange and Denmark was that Prince George was to escort the latter to The Hague, where she was to stay on a visit till his return from his own country. This plan was entirely forbidden by James II, and Anne, in the course of her correspondence, often expresses her anger at this prohibition. It is difficult to divine Anne's reasons for desiring to leave England at this crisis, unless she intended to make the same political use of her absence, which she afterwards did, when she insisted on going to Bath, previous to the accouchement of the Queen, to avoid being a witness of her brother's birth, that she might enjoy the opportunity of raising an outcry, by means of her partisans, as if she had been forced to withdraw. Had the visit been permitted, Lady Churchill, who ruled the Princess Anne, would have been her companion, and it would have been utterly impossible for her to have restrained her propensity to quarrel and engender strife with all around her, at the court of the Princess of Orange. Indeed, from the furious divisions which subsequently took place when these persons, at this era so strongly united against the king and queen, came in contact with each other, it may be guessed what would have been the result had the king permitted his daughter Anne to visit her sister at The Hague. The Princess of Orange, in a letter which is not forthcoming, had ventured to express to her sister disgust and distrust of the manners and disposition of her favourite, which was answered in the following terms. March, 1688. Sorry people have taken such pains to give so ill a character of Lady Churchill. I believe there is nobody in the world has better notions of religion than she has. It is true she is not so strict as some are, nor does she keep such a bustle with religion, which I confess I think is never the worse, for one sees so many saints mere devils, that if one be a good Christian, the less show one makes, the better in my opinion. Then, as for moral principles, 'tis impossible to have better, and without all that, lifting up the hands and eyes, and often going to church will prove but a very lame devotion. One thing more I must say for her, which is, that she has a true sense of the doctrine of our church, and abhors all the principles of the Church of Rome, so as to this particular, I assure you she will never change. The same thing I will venture, now I am on this subject, to say for her lord, for though he is a very faithful servant to King James, and the king is very kind to him, and I believe he will always obey the king in all things that are consistent with religion, yet rather than change that, I dare say he will lose all his places and everything that he has. The king once talked to her upon religion, upon occasion of her talking to some lady, or looking another way, when a priest said grace at the king's table. This defense is indisputably written in Lady Churchill's own bold style of composition. The Princess of Orange found from it that she had committed a mistake by expressing her opinion of that favourite, whom she afterwards sought to propitiate by the following soothing billet. The Princess of Orange to Lady Churchill. Dr. Stanley's going to England is too good an opportunity for me to lose of assuring Lady Churchill she cannot give me greater satisfaction than in letting me know the firm resolution both Lord Churchill and you have taken never to be wanting in what you owe to your religion. Such a generous resolution, I am sure, must make you deserve the esteem of all good people, and my sisters in particular. I need say nothing of mine. You have it upon double account, as my sister's friend, besides what I have said already, and you may be assured that I shall always be glad of an occasion to show it both to your lord and you. I have nothing more to add, for your friendship makes my sister as dear to me as to you, and I am persuaded we shall ever agree in our care of her, as I believe she and I should, in our kindness for you, were we near enough to renew our acquaintance. Marie. Another of these agreeable and friendly notes was written by the Princess of Orange to the woman she so thoroughly abhorred both before and after the Revolution. The efforts of Mary were, however, vain to palliate the political blunders she had committed by her first genuine expression of aversion, which had assuredly been communicated by Anne to this object. All these caresses and hints of future kindness were near enough, only effected an alliance between the House of Orange and that of Churchill for a few important months. The Princess of Orange to Lady Churchill. No date. If it were as easy for me to write to my Lady Churchill as it is hard to find a safe hand, she might justly wonder at my long silence, but I hope she does me more justice than to think it my fault. I have little to say at present, but that I hope my sister and you will never part. I send you here one letter for her, and have not any more time now than only to assure you that I shall never forget the kindness you show to her, who is so dear to me. That and all the good I have heard of you will make me ever your affectionate friend, which I shall be ready to show otherwise than by words, when I have the opportunity. Marie. The letters of Anne, at last, announced to her sister in Holland that an unfortunate brother had made his entrance into a world which proved so adverse to him. This event, calamitous to himself, to his country, to his father and mother, took place on Trinity Sunday morning, June 10, 1688. The Princess Anne had betaken herself to Bath, on pretense of her situation needing the waters, in order that she might not be present at the Queen's accouchement. Nevertheless, she wrote to her sister in the following strain. She had arrived in London from Bath with Prince George on the 15th of June, and the prince sailed for Denmark 2 days afterwards. The Cockpit, June 18, 1688. My dear sister cannot imagine the concern and vexation I have been in, that I should be so unfortunate to be out of town when the Queen was brought to bed, for I shall never more be satisfied whether the child be true or false. It may be our brother, but God knows. Anne's vacillation between her own interest and her conscience are visible throughout the composition of this epistle. She continues. After all this, 'tis possible it may be her child, that is the Queen's. But where one believes it, 1,000 do not. For my part, except they do give very plain demonstrations, which 'tis almost impossible now, I shall ever be of the number of the unbelievers. I do not find that people are at all disheartened, but seem all of a mind, which is a very comfortable thing at such a time as this. Thus the Princess Anne affirms of herself that she found it a very comfortable thing. For everybody to believe that her father, from whom she had never received an angry word, could be guilty of the crime of imposing a spurious air not only on his country, but on himself and his family. When the crown coveted by Anne had been burning on her brow for a few years, her ideas of the comforts arising from gratified ambition were different, to which the details of her physician, Dr. Arbuthnot, bear melancholy witness. Part of the time of her husband's absence in Denmark, which lasted till October, was passed by Anne in visits to her father, for her letters are dated from Windsor or Richmond Palace. In one of these she says, "Though we agree in matters of religion, yet I cannot help fearing that you are not of my opinion in other matters, because you have never answered me to anything that I have said of Roger," that is Lord Sunderland, "nor of Mansell's," that is her father's, wife. It is not difficult to gather from this last epistle that Mary had exercised a certain degree of caution in noticing Anne's scandalous insinuations, who nevertheless proceeded in the same strain, and in the next letter outwardly exults in the expected demise of her unwelcome little brother in these words. The Cockpit, July 9, 1688. The Prince of Wales has been ill these 3 or 4 days, and if he has been so bad as people say, I believe it will not be long before he is an angel in heaven. At last, the Princess of Orange responded to the principal subject of her sister's letters by sending to her a string of queries relative to the birth of the Prince of Wales, couched in a language inadmissible here. They were answered in the same style by the Princess Anne, who prefaced and ended her answers with the following epistle. The Princess Anne of Denmark to the Princess of Orange. The Cockpit, July 24, 1688. I received yesterday yours of the 19th, by which I find you are not satisfied with the account I have given you in my last letter, but I hope you will forgive me for being no more particular, when you consider that, not being upon the place, all I could know must be from others, and having then been but a few days in town, I had not time to inquire so narrowly into things as I have since. But before I say any more, I can't help telling you, I am very sorry you should think I would be negligent in letting you know things of any consequence. For though I am generally lazy, and it is true, indeed, when I write by post, for the most part I make these letters very short, not daring to tell you any news by it, and being very ill at invention, yet I hope you will forgive my being lazy when I write such letters, since I have never missed any opportunity of giving you all the intelligence I am able, and pray be not so unjust to believe I can think the doing anything you can desire any trouble, for certainly I would do a great deal more for you, if it lay in my power, than the answering your questions, which I shall now do exactly as you desire. These answers cannot be transcribed here, being given to technical questions, only comprehensible to medical persons, though needlessly rendered disgusting by the Princess Anne's irreclaimable vulgarity of soul. Occasionally, she betrayed unconsciously her actual belief in the identity of her unfortunate brother, and the same conviction must have occurred in the clearer brain of the Princess of Orange. Nothing that the Privy Council afterwards received as evidence could bring stronger testimony of that truth than the queries and replies of these sisters. Anne, after finishing her answers, concludes her epistle in these words: I have done my endeavour to inform myself of everything, for I have spoken with Mrs. Dawson, and asked her all the questions I could think of, for, though not being in the same room when the Queen was brought to bed, one must inquire of somebody that was there. And I thought she could tell me as much as anybody, and would be less likely to speak of it, and I took all the care I could, when I spoke to her, to do it in such a manner that I might know everything, and in case she should betray me, that the King and Queen should not be angry with me. Mrs. Dawson was an elderly woman belonging to the royal household, and of the established religion, who had been present with Anne Hyde, Duchess of York, when both the Princesses Mary and Anne were born. At a subsequent period, she more solemnly attested to Anne that the Prince of Wales was as much the son of the Queen as she was the daughter of the Duchess of York. Her conversation with Anne at this juncture had again awakened some qualms of conscience in the bosom of that princess, for she concludes her letter with the following admission: All she, that is Mrs. Dawson, says seems wonderfully clear, but one does not know what to think, for methinks it is wonderful, if it is no cheat, that they never took pains to convince me of it. I hope I have answered your letter as fully as you desire. If there be anything else you would know, pray tell me by the first safe hand, and you shall always find me very diligent in obeying you, and showing by my actions how real and sincere my kindness is. Nothing could be more embarrassing to a mind predetermined as that of the Princess of Orange to view the birth of her unwelcome brother with hostility, than the tender and friendly letters she received from home by every post, written either by her father or the Queen. She had been given no feasible reason for resentment, and it was difficult to repulse the tone of family affection, which had been accustomed to greet her with little billets of remembrance. The unfortunate Queen of her father employed her first convalescence in writing to her, addressing her billet to "My dear Lemon." It will be remembered that this was a fond name invented at St. James's when the princess married, in contradistinction to the name of Orange. How utterly unconscious the Queen must have been of the detestable correspondence passing, regarding her, between her stepdaughters, the use of this little endearment shows. From the answer of the Princess of Orange, the Queen gathered that the friendship which she had formerly professed for her was estranged. Again, the princess received a letter, difficult to answer, though the tone was that of tender remonstrance. It is, however, far from being worded angrily. The answers of the Princess of Orange to the Queen's letters seem to have been cold and ambiguous. They are not preserved, but many indications of their latent displeasure were daily sent to England. A grand fête with fireworks had been given to the resident ministers at The Hague by the British legation, in order to celebrate the birth of the Prince of Wales. The maids of the Princess of Orange had been invited guests. These ladies were not content with refusals, but they manifested great anger and reviled the inviter. Moreover, it was observed that the Prince of Wales had not constantly the benefit of the prayers of his sister in her English chapel. Sometimes he was prayed for, and sometimes, as her father observes, quite omitted. When her father heard of this neglect, he wrote a letter of remonstrance, in which he asked his daughter the difficult question, of what offense had been given? Her answer is preserved among her father's papers. It will be noticed that she had somewhat lost her English orthography. The Princess of Orange to James II. Hague, August 17, 1688. Sir, being to go to Loo next Thursday, if it please God, I am come to this place, that is the Hague, to go bake at night. Last Thursday I received your majesties of the 31st of July, by which I see you have heard that the Prince of Wales was no more prayed for in my chapel. But long before this, you will know that it had only been sometimes forgot. Monsieur d'Albeville can assure you I never told him it was forbid, so that they were only conjectures made upon its being sometimes neglected. But he can tell, as I find your majesty already knows, that he, the Prince of Wales, was prayed for here long before it was done in England. This excessive hot weather continues longer than I ever knew it, which I shall find sufficiently in my journey. I have nothing more to add at present, than only to beg your majesty to believe, wherever I am, I shall still be your majesty's most obedient daughter and servant, Marie. Another letter of remonstrance was received by the Princess of Orange from her father's wife, who anxiously required from her stepdaughter expressions of sisterly love towards the newborn infant. The correspondence continued between the Princess of Orange and the Queen until the landing of William. Now and then a letter has been preserved, either by James II or William III, which presents us with a tantalizing glimpse of their conduct and feelings. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 10, by Agnes and Elisabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mary II, Chapter 3, Part 3. There is reason to suppose that the practice of toleration of different sects was nearly on the same footing in the year 1688 as it is at the present time, since the Princess Anne thus writes to her sister. It is a melancholy prospect that all we of the Church of England have. All sectaries may now do as they please. Everyone has the free exercise of their religion, on purpose, no doubt, to ruin us, which I think, to all impartial judges, is very plain. For my part, I expect every moment to be spoke to about my religion, and wonder very much I have heard nothing of it yet. Anne, throughout the summer, vainly expected some persecution from her father. She reiterates this expectation so often that she must have been disappointed that it never came. She paid a visit to her father at Windsor during her husband's absence in Denmark. She wrote to her sister thus. Windsor, August 18, 1688. I am in as great expectation of being tormented as ever, for I never can believe that Mansell, that is the king her father, would go on so violently, if he had not some hopes that in time he may gain either you or me. For the first time some cause of alarm seemed to exist, since, while she was alone at Windsor with the king, her father, he introduced the Pope's legate to her when the Queen was holding a grand drawing-room at the castle. Nothing further came of this presentation than fright. The princess attended sermons and lectures 3 times in St. George's Chapel that day, as a security against the insidious attacks of the newly arrived legate, whom her father had madly invited, or rather forced, into his dominions, to incense the people to revolution. Directly Sancroft and his prelates were incarcerated in the Tower, the Princess of Orange addressed to him an epistle by the pen of Dr. Stanley, from Hounslow Dyke, where the court of Orange was then abiding, to inform him of the exultation with which his firm resistance to the encroachments of Rome were viewed in Holland. All men, wrote Dr. Stanley, that love the Reformation do rejoice in it, and thank God for it, as an act most resolute and every way becoming your places, but especially our excellent prince and princess were well pleased with it, notwithstanding all that the Marquis of Albeville, the king's envoy here, could say against it, that they have both vindicated it before him, and given me a command, in their names, to return your grace their hearty thanks for it, and at the same time to express their real concern for your grace and all your brethren, and for the good cause in which your grace is engaged, in your refusing to comply with the king, that is James II, is by no means looked upon by them as tending to disparage the monarchy, for they reckon the monarchy to be really undervalued by illegal actions. Indeed, we have great reason to bless and thank God for their highnesses' steadiness in so good a cause. No response did all these notes of exultation elicit from the venerable patriarch of the Reformed Church. Bowed down with sorrow, mourning over the wounds that ancient and beloved Church was receiving from him whose duty it was to protect her, he anticipated no very great amelioration of them from a foreigner, whose belief vibrated between deism and predestinarianism. No flattery could obtain from Sancroft one murmur, one factious complaint. He had companions in his imprisonment, spirits worthy of communion with his own. One was Dr. Ken, the late almoner of the Princess of Orange, Bishop of Bath and Wells. It must have been from him that Sancroft derived his deep distrust of the motives of the Prince and Princess of Orange, for he had been domesticated with the prince, and had been witness of his immoral private life, and his bad influence over his wife. The incarcerated prelates of the Church of England were triumphantly acquitted by a jury at Westminster Hall, and subsequently released. King James, by his cessation to the Church of Rome, had deprived himself of the active loyalty of the Reformed Church, and had given the best and most high-principled of his subjects no other alternative than that of standing mournfully neuter to witness the completion of his ruin, although nothing could induce them, either from motives of revenge or interest, to hasten it. That ruin now came on with fearful velocity, accelerated by his own trusted and beloved children. There was little need for either the Prince or Princess of Orange or the Princess Anne to have disgraced themselves by the course they took. The natural tide of events must have led to the results which took place. The people had looked anxiously towards her whom they long considered as the heiress of their throne. A resemblance was even fancied between her person and that of Queen Elizabeth, and this popular notion perhaps prompted the reply of Edmund Waller to James II when the king gave the veteran poet and statesman an audience in his private cabinet. "How do you like that portrait of my eldest daughter?" asked the father, drawing Waller's attention to a fine full length of Mary, just opposite to his chair. "My eyes are dim," replied Waller. "But if that is the Princess of Orange, she bears some resemblance to the greatest woman the world ever saw." The king asked whom he meant, and testified some surprise when Waller answered, "Queen Elizabeth." "She had great ministers," dryly observed the king. "And when did your majesty ever know a fool choose wise ones?" rejoined Waller impressively. The great-grandson of Mary Queen of Scots might have been excused for not joining very cordially in the praises of Queen Elizabeth. This anecdote, for some reason, although it contains proof of his parental feelings for his daughter, has been related to his injury and to her advantage. The picture referred to in the anecdote was that which now presents itself on the left hand on entering the royal suite at Hampton Court. The lightness of the complexion and hair, and the sharpness of the lower part of the face, give a shade of likeness to Queen Elizabeth. But there is another over the door of the royal closet, which is a better resemblance of the princess herself. Both are by the Dutch artist Wising. He was, although a Dutchman, not employed by William of Orange, but by James II. The father, who had not seen his beloved Mary for some years, desired to have a resemblance of her after he was king. For this purpose, he sent his painter, Wising, to Holland, and gave him a commission to paint the portraits of his daughter and his son-in-law, and bring them back to England with him. Wising did so, but died early in 1687. Therefore, these Hampton Court portraits must be dated between King James's accession and the death of the artist employed by him. The two portraits of Mary, which are nearly duplicates in design, were painted on this occasion, one being left in Holland and the other found at Hampton Court, when the undutiful original took possession of all her father's personal property. There is likewise an equestrian portrait of William III, which must greatly have deceived all his young romantic partisans in England, who named the orange pair from Weising's portraits, or Monzor and Phoenixiana. William appears in the proportions of a hero 7 feet in height, instead of one 2 feet shorter. James II was probably greatly amused at this flattery of his Dutch painter, but it had its effect in England. In the second portrait of Mary, the princess is seated in her garden. She is dressed in a gown of the full blue color, which was then called garter blue. She holds back her veil with one hand. She has no ornament on her head, but wears a throat necklace of large pearls. In the reign of James II, public opinion spoke at convivial meetings in quaint rhymes, called toasts, which were sung at the time when healths were drunk. I know not whether you have heard a health or toast that goes about, which is new to me just now, so sent it you. Toast. The king God bless, and each princess, the church no less, which we profess, as did Queen Bess. The conduct of the Princess Anne at this crisis is minutely delineated by the pen of Lord Clarendon, her mother's brother, who had the opportunity of seeing her daily. James II travelled with his daughter Anne to London, September 18th. A few days after, her uncle, Lord Clarendon, attended her levee, and found her in her bedchamber with only one of her dressers completing her toilet. The reports of the projected invasion from Holland were agitating all London. Anxious thoughts regarding the welfare of his royal master weighed heavily on the loyal heart of Clarendon, and he earnestly wished to awaken a responding interest for her father in the heart of Anne. She asked me why I did not come to her as often as I used to do. I answered, that her royal highness had not been long in town, but that wherever I was, I should be ready to wait upon her if she had any commands for me. She then told me that she had found the king much agitated about the preparations which were making in Holland, and asked me what I had heard. I said, I was out of all manner of business, and truly that I heard nothing but common rumours. The princess then expressed her detestation of Lord and Lady Sunderland, upon which her uncle observed that he was much surprised to find her royal highness in that mind towards Lady Sunderland, in whom all the world thought she took the kindest interest, and, added he, may I presume to ask what is the matter between ye? I think her the worst woman in the world, responded the Princess Anne. A pause ensued, which was broken by Lord Clarendon saying, I wish your royal highness had not heretofore thought so well of her, but I am sure that you had a just caution given you of her. Thus the revilings in which the princess indulged at the name of Lady Sunderland had been preceded by a close intimacy, against which her uncle had vainly warned her. The princess did not like the last reminiscence, and looked at her watch, a huge appendage, almost as large as a timepiece, which ladies then carried by their sides, and her uncle withdrew. What can this mean? He wrote, in comment on this dialogue, after recording it in his diary. She seems to have a mind to say something, and yet is upon a reserve. The next day, Lord Clarendon attended at Whitehall Palace the levee of her father, who expressed his certainty of the invasion by his son-in-law. In the afternoon, he continues, I waited again on the Princess Anne. I told her what had passed between the king and me. She answered very dryly, I know nothing but what the prince my husband tells me he hears from the king. In the course of a few days, her uncle made a positive attempt on her feelings as a daughter, thinking that, as she was so infinitely beloved by James II, she might successfully warn him of his danger, when the following dialogue took place between the uncle and the niece. She mentioned that the king had received an express which declared that all the Dutch troops were embarked, and that the Prince of Orange was to embark on Monday next, and that Lord Shrewsbury, Lord Wiltshire, and Henry Sidney were with them. She added that the king, her father, seemed much disturbed and very melancholy. I took the liberty to say, proceeds Lord Clarendon, that it was pity nobody would take this opportunity of speaking honestly to the king, and that I humbly thought it would be very proper for her royal highness to say something to him, and beg him to confer with some of his old friends, who had always served him faithfully. "I never speak to the king on business," was the answer of the Princess Anne to this appeal. Her uncle replied, that her father could not but take it well to see her royal highness concerned for him, that it might produce some good effect, and no ill could possibly come of it. "But," continues he, "the more I pressed her, the more reserved she became. At last she said, that she must dress herself, for it was almost prayer time." The daughter then went forth to pray, and Clarendon, grieved by the uselessness of his attempt to awaken her filial feelings, retired with a heavy heart. Whilst such were the proceedings of the youngest sister, the elder, in Holland, was acting a part, the turpitude of which, it might be supposed, no fanatical self-deception could veil from her own conscience. Her deepest guilt was the falsehood by which she sought to deceive her father relative to the preparations making in Holland for the invasion of England, which she repeatedly assured him were merely for the usual service of the emperor. This untruth Mary repeated constantly to her unfortunate father, who seems, if we may judge by his replies, to have sought every species of excuse for her falsehood. Here are specimens of the letters she received from him. We must remember that they are but extracts, garbled by an enemy. The first seems to have been in answer to some deceitful and misleading assurances of the daughter. James II. to his daughter Mary. Whitehall, September 21st, 1688. All the discourse here is about the great preparations making in Holland, and what the great fleet, which is coming out to sea from thence, is to do. A little time will show. James II. to his daughter Mary. Whitehall, September 25th, 1688. I see by yours of the 20th instant that the Prince of Orange was gone to the Hague, and from thence that he was arrived. What his business is there at this time, I do really believe you are not acquainted with, nor with the resolution he has taken, which alarms all people here very much. The calmness of the succeeding letter, written under the utter conviction that his son-in-law was about to invade him in profound peace, is very remarkable. For whatsoever injury James II. Might meditate against the Church of England, Mary and her husband had received nothing but good from him. James II. to his daughter Mary. Whitehall, September 28th, 1688. This evening I had yours of the 4th from Dieren, by which I find you were then to go to the Hague, being sent for by the prince. I suppose it is to inform you of his design of coming to England, which he has been so long a contriving. I hope it will have been as great a surprise to you as it was to me when I first heard it, being sure it is not in your nature to approve of so unjust an undertaking. I have been all this day so busy to endeavour to be in some condition to defend myself from so unjust and unexpected an attempt, that I am almost tired, and so I shall say no more, but that I shall always have as much kindness for you as you will give me leave to have. These letters were followed by others which, in their parental simplicity, must have been heartrending to anyone not exactly provided with a heart of marble. The evident failure of physical strength expressed by the old father, the worn-out hero of many a hard battle, while making ready to repel the hostility of his children, ought to have been agonizing to the daughter. James II. to his daughter Mary. Whitehall, October 2nd, 1688. I was this morning abroad to take the air, and to see some batteries I have made below Woolwich, for the defense of the river, and since I came back, I have been so very busy to prepare things for the invasion intended, that I could not write till now, that 'tis near midnight, so that you might not wonder if my letter be short. For news, you will have it from others, for really I am very weary, so shall end which I do, with assuring you of my continuing as kind to you as you can desire. The tone of calm sorrow is remarkable in the last and most tender of these epistles. It will be seen by the date that the correspondence between the father and daughter was constant, even down to a few days of the landing of his enemy. Surely this letter, gentle and reasonable as it is, still searching for excuses, and hoping against hope that he had the sympathy of his child, persuading himself, and quite willing to persuade her that she did not participate in aught against him, is replete with touching pathos. The old Greek tragedians often imagined such situations. They could grandly paint the feelings natural to a mind torn between the clashing interests of filial and conjugal love, just as the old monarch supposes here was the case with his Mary, but neither poet nor moralist has described conduct like that of the royal heroine of the Revolution of 1688. King James to his daughter Mary. Whitehall, October 9, 1688. I had no letter from you by the last post, which you see does not hinder me from writing to you now, not knowing certainly what may have hindered you from doing it. I easily believe you may be embarrassed how to write to me now that the unjust design of the Prince of Orange's invading me is so public. And though I know you are a good wife, and ought to be so, yet for the same reason I must believe you will still be as good a daughter to a father that has always loved you so tenderly, and that has never done the least thing to make you doubt it. I shall say no more, and believe you very uneasy all this time, for the concern you must have for a husband and a father. You shall still find me kind to you if you desire it. Perhaps this was the last letter that passed at this crisis from the father to the daughter. It does honor to the king, for here we see the patient and much enduring love of the parent. It is a letter, the retrospection of which must have cut deep into the conscience, if Mary the daughter ever reviewed the past in the lone silent watches of the night. While James II was thus writing to the elder princess, his faithful brother-in-law, Clarendon, was laboring to wake some filial fears in the obtuse mind of his niece, Anne. It was more than a fortnight before he could obtain another conference with her, for she avoided all his attempts at private conversation. He visited her, however, in the evening of October the 10th, when she made an observation regarding her father's evident anguish of mind. Lord Clarendon told her that it was her duty to speak freely to the king, which would be a comfort to him. To this the princess made no reply. Clarendon soon after attended the royal levee at Whitehall. There King James told him the news that the Prince of Orange had embarked with all the Dutch troops, and would sail with the first favourable wind. I have nothing, added the unfortunate father, by this day's post from my daughter, the Princess of Orange, and it is the first time I have missed hearing from her for a long time. He never heard from her again. Lord Clarendon almost forced an interview with his niece Anne. I told her, he writes in his journal, most of what the king had said. I earnestly pressed her to speak to him. I entreated her to be the means of prevailing on him to hear some of his faithful old friends, but, he bitterly adds, she would do nothing. Just at this time were reports that the Dutch expedition was scattered and injured by heavy October gales. James II ordered the examination to take place before his Privy Council relative to the birth of the Prince of Wales. Lord Clarendon, as the uncle of the princesses, whose claims to the British throne were apparently superseded by the birth of their brother, was requested to be present at the depositions taken by the numerous witnesses on oath. He had never for a moment entertained a doubt on the subject, and he seems to think that the most unbelieving must henceforth rest convinced that the report of a spurious child was a calumny. The princess, his niece, was at her levee when, on the morning of the 23rd of October, her maternal uncle honestly came to tell her his opinion of the identity of her brother, simple man, hoping to satisfy and relieve her mind. He had not had the benefit of perusing her private sentiments on the subject, as our readers have done. He knew not that a letter written by her hand then existed, declaring that she thought it a comfort that all people in England asserted that the infant prince, her brother, was an impostor. The princess was dressing for prayers. All her women were about her, and they and their mistress were loud in mirth and jest, when Lord Clarendon added himself to the group at the toilette. The princess at once plunged boldly and publicly into the discussion which she knew was on her uncle's mind. "Fine discourse!" she exclaimed. "You heard at council yesterday." And then she made herself very merry with the whole affair, laughing loud and long, and as her dressing proceeded, her women put in their jests. Her uncle was scandalized and disgusted by the scene. I was, he says, amazed at her behavior, but I thought it unfit to say anything then. I whispered to her highness to request that she would give me leave to speak with her in private. It grows late, replied the princess, and I must hasten to prayers, but you can come at any time, except this afternoon. So I went home. In the evening my brother Lawrence was with me. I told him all concerning the Princess Anne. I begged him to go and talk to her. It will signify nothing, emphatically replied the other uncle of the princess. The wish of Lord Clarendon, in seeking these interviews with his niece, was to awaken her filial affection to a sense of her father's danger, and if he could effect this, he meant to induce her to become the mediatrix between his majesty and his loyal people, for the security of the Church of England, obtaining at the same time a guarantee that her infant brother should be brought up in that faith. Clarendon dreaded as much danger to that beloved church from the dissenting prince who aspired to be its head, as from the Roman Catholic head, then in authority. James was injuring the church by storm. William, whom he well knew, would proceed by sap. One wounded, the other would paralyze. In the afternoon, Lord Clarendon paid another visit to the princess, his niece. She made many excuses to avoid a conference with him. I fancy, he remarks in his journal, that she has no mind to talk to me. Anne certainly anticipated the reproof she knew her uncle was resolved to administer for her odious conduct at his former visit. Lord Clarendon asked her, if she had received any letters from the Princess of Orange? No, said the princess, I have not had any for a long while, and added, that her sister never wrote to her of any of these matters. How falsely she spoke, her uncle could not tell so well as the readers of her previous letters. Lord Clarendon visited the princess 2 days later. She was dressing, but as Lady Churchill was present, he resolved to delay the admonition he was waiting for a suitable opportunity to administer. 2 days after, he found her at home. She came, he says, out of her closet very quickly, and told me she was sorry she had disappointed me so often when I desired to speak to her, and she now wished to know what I had to say. Then the reproof, which Anne so well deserved, was administered. I told her, continues her uncle, that I was extremely surprised and shocked the other day to find her Royal Highness speak so slightingly regarding her family affairs, and above all, to suffer her women to break their unseemly jests regarding the birth of her brother. The princess replied, Sure, you cannot but hear the common rumors concerning him. I do hear very strange rumors indeed, said her uncle, as everyone must do who lives publicly in the world, but there is no color for these. I will not say that I believe them, replied the princess, but I needs must say that the queen's behavior was very odd. And here Anne, although a young woman and speaking to a man, used expressions of that vulgar coarseness, of which no examples are to be found like hers, either from the lips or pen of a British princess, even in the ages of semi-barbarism. Possibly, replied Clarendon, the queen did not know the reports. I am sure, answered the Princess Anne. The king, that is James II, knew of them, for as he had been sitting by me in my own chamber, he would speak of the idle stories that were given out, of the queen not being likely to have a child, laughing at them. Therefore I cannot wonder that there was no more care taken to satisfy the world. This speech proves that James II spent his time occasionally sitting by his daughter's side and conversing familiarly with her. Clarendon asked, if her Royal Highness had, upon those occasions, said anything to the king her father? The Princess Anne owned that she had not. Then, said her uncle, your father might very well think that you minded the reports no more than he did, since you said nothing to him, even when he gave you opportunities, that in my humble opinion, if you had felt the least dissatisfaction, you ought to have discovered it for the public good, as well as for your own sake and that of the Princess of Orange." "If I had said anything to the king," replied the Princess Anne, "he might have been angry, and then God knows what might have happened." "If you had no mind to have spoken to the king yourself," observed her uncle, "you have friends who would have managed to serve you without prejudice to you. And remember," continued the stern loyalist, "this is the first time you have said anything to me, although I had given you occasion to open your mind by urging your speaking to the king your father since these alarms of invasion." He concluded by begging the princess to consider the miseries which might be entailed upon these kingdoms, even in case that God might bless the king her father with more sons, and he requested her to do something which might publicly prove her satisfaction that her brother was no spurious child. To all this she made no answer. It was not indeed a very palatable suggestion to the Princess Anne, which bade her look forward to a succession of brothers, considering the infinity of pains she had taken to invalidate the royal birth of the only one in existence. The next day, the king ordered his whole privy council to wait upon his daughter, the Princess Anne, with copies of the depositions concerning the birth of the Prince of Wales. In the evening, they waited upon her in state. Upon receiving the depositions from the lords of the privy council, the princess replied, "My lords, this is not necessary, for I have so much duty for the king that his word is more to me than all these depositions." Such were the outward expressions of the lips of the Princess Anne, which were in utter contradiction to her private words and writings. She need not have soiled her mind and conscience with duplicity and dark and dirty intrigues. England would have denied the succession to an heir bred a Roman Catholic, even if his sisters had been truthful women and grateful and dutiful daughters. Lord Clarendon was in the ante-room and heard the fair seeming reply of his niece, and when the lords of council went out, he entered her presence. "The princess," he said, "was pleased to tell me the answer she gave to the council. I hope," replied Clarendon, "that there now remains no suspicion with your royal highness." She made no answer. End of section 24.